Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. Free agents and talented rookies are bolstering the Lions secondary this offseason, which is making other Detroit defenders like Alex Anzalone very happy as they start laying a foundation at minicamp. Well, on the other side of the ball, running back David Montgomery says that neither he nor Jahmyr Gibbs are satisfied after they combined for nearly 2,000 rushing yards between them. They expect to be better, but would not disclose what adjustments they'll make in the offense for 2024. Make it 3 straight victories for the Tigers now. They guaranteed another series win after beating the Rangers again 3-1. Zach McKinstry was pretty pumped after going deep for the first time this year. He was put in the lineup based on past success against Texas starter Dane Dunning, and it paid off. Trajan Langdon is forming a new Pistons front office staff after parting ways with GM Troy Weaver, reportedly bringing in some new blood from the Pelicans and the Nets as the NBA draft is now officially 3 weeks away. And Angel Reese seems to be taking her self-described WNBA villain role seriously. She was ejected from the Chicago Sky's game last night after a spat with an official. From Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
I've noticed this phenomenon. When we read a text critical of Heather Park, we end up getting 2 going the other way. This one says, my opinion is your best shows are when you include Heather heavily. Another one says, Heather, you're not cringe. Your perspective, I completely agree. Kara in Lake Orion.
Thank you.
Yeah. Hey, Bridezilla's got to stick together.
Right.
That's true. That is true.
But you do see things. That's why I some of those questions I deferred to you, because I do, as much as I wanted to be involved in the planning, it was more of a confirmation, or if there was something I was passionate about, I would say. But for the most part, I wanted it to be a day that Lisa could look back on and say, I had it exactly how I wanted it. And if you had an opinion on it, that was generally what I was going to go with.
So how seriously should we take the Tigers? No, I'm kidding. 248-539-9797. I do want to talk about that, John. People have been critical of us because we haven't enjoyed this enough, right? This is the best start they've had in 8 years, and it's still mediocre, 500 baseball team, but they just achieved a winning record with a win yesterday. And we can start to have a conversation about, when do you take them seriously? When does the tone change? Because to me, a game here above, a game here below, they've been treading water. And there was a stretch, to use your analogy, where they were holding their breath underwater. Mm-hmm. Now they come up for air today. I don't think it's the same thing as actually effectively swimming. To me, they have to be 5 games over 500, which would then separate them from the teeter-totter. It would put them more competitively in the wild card race. To achieve that record, they have to hit a little bit, right?
Yeah.
To me, it's 5 games over 500. I take them more seriously. Until then, I still feel like it's treading water.
But I think we're dealing with a team that's just simply going to tread water all season long. I said this at the beginning of the year. They're going to flirt with 3 or 4 games above 500. They're going to then flirt with 3 or 4 games below 500. We're going to wonder the question: is this for real? If they're in that last wild card spot come mid-June or early July, and then we're going to also think, are they out of it if they're 4 games back of being in that wild card spot? They're simply going to be that team because they're grouped together with like kind.
Yeah.
And when I say that, it's teams that they've had to play with recently. Right now, currently, the Texas Rangers. The Rangers are 4.5 back of a wild card spot. The Tigers are 2.5 back. The Red Sox, we just saw that matchup. They're just a game behind where the Tigers are. The Tigers are the first team out right now, and it's the Minnesota Twins, the Tigers, the Red Sox, the Rays, the Rangers, the Blue Jays, the Astros, teams that they're all right grouped together.
Yeah, they're bottlenecked in there with those teams. Tigers have gone 7-3 in the last 10. They're, to your point, 2.5 back of the wild card. A win today would mean they're 2 over 500 for the first time since May 7th. If they could get to 5 over, it would be the same mark they were after April, a month that we thought they had done a good job and the best April they've had in a long time. Get back to that spot. The problem is, John, Maeda's throwing today. And if they lose, Texas wins. That's how that works. All of a sudden, the 2.5 games and 4.5 games, they are equal then at 3.5 games. And you didn't make up much ground really at all.
And that's going to be the frustrating part, is because you're going to have these opportunities like today where you could be, if the Twins lose and you win, you're 1.5 back.
Yep.
If you win, and that's just in terms of getting into that wild card spot. So then you're all, that carrot is right there. It feels like it's right within reach, but then that treadmill, the speed goes up a little bit more, and then you trip and you fall and you lose 3 in a row, and then all of a sudden you're back 3.5 games. That's where the Tigers are going to be. And if they can simply be, I'm not even going to put a number on it in regards to if they're 5 games above 500 at the end of June. If they're simply within 4 or less games of that final wild card spot, I think it's within striking range. Once they get to 5, 6, now all of a sudden you're like, nope.
All right, then you go out on the boat, go do something fun. Don't let them take
and
over your
so
summer.
It's really going to be a matter of perspective as to how everybody is viewing the Detroit Tigers this season in regards to what metric are you looking at. If it's just simply run differential, right? They're not anywhere close to Kansas City or Baltimore, and those are only teams we're talking about in the wild card. You want to start talking about the Yankees and all those different teams, that's a completely different league, and they're playing a different sport than the Tigers are playing.
No, you're right, and I think some of this is tough, right? So Maeda throws today, and you still have Mize every 5th day, and he's not performing. It makes it hard to go on runs, and then even when the good pitchers throw, you're one poor day at the plate away from wasting those starts. And they've done that too often this season when Reese Olson would like to,
raise his hand on that.
Raise his hand. They had 10 hits total the last 2 days. They won both games. They won because Skubal was very good, and they won because Flaherty was very good, right? You have to win damn near all their starts. And I don't know if 10 hits over 2 games is going to be a formula that holds, especially without Kerry Carpenter. That's the other thing we haven't really discussed is that could be a big blow, especially if Malloy doesn't end up finding his footing quickly. He hasn't had a hit yet.
0 for 8.
But the point is, if you lose Carpenter and you replace it with Malloy, or Malloy is replacing Torque, but the two of them have the same number of hits over the llast 3 days, like you haven't really supercharged the offense or even taken a minor step forward.
Yeah, but what do you think is going to supercharge this up? There's nothing there's no help on the way.
Well, that informs how seriously do I take them then? Like if there's no help on the way, if there's no significant change, then it has to come internally. And here's where Tom's going to butt in and say it's the young guys, right?
Exactly. Keith and Green do more than they've done right now. It's asking Colt Keith to hit 260 the rest of the season.
Do what he did in May.
Yeah. Riley Green, get back to who you were last year a little bit more. 275, 280 the rest of the way with some of the power that he's had. Look, my thing is the last 2 days, this is exactly they are who we thought they were. It doesn't mean, the last wild card record, might be 84 wins, might be it, just like last year in the National League. Could you see a place where they could get 84 wins out? You're only asking them to go 5 games above 500 the rest of the way. There needs to be more offense if they want to do that, or they'll never get out of their own way.
Right, but you're talking about, and this is where I go back to, can they be a wild card team? Well, we're simply talking about one spot, that very last wild card spot, because all the other teams right now are playing different offensively, but they're in with the like kind right now because the Minnesota Twins have scored 261, the Tigers 259, the Red Sox 264. They're within 5. The Tampa Bay Rays, they have been worse than the Detroit Tigers offensively. 16 runs scored worse, and the Rangers, they're within 7 of the Tigers. So
but
we are sitting here talking about the lack of production offensively. This is something that is affecting other clubs that the Tigers are directly competing with for that final spot.
What I'm getting at is you have to go on a run. They've won 3 in a row, but I'm saying you have to get out of this 500 rut, give or take a game, because you're beating the Rangers. They got a couple power arms that are hurt and a couple big-time bats that are hurt, and if they just hang in the fight long enough to get healthy, they will overtake you. Or Houston, who has underachieved at this point in the season, but Bregman's starting to heat up. The bats are starting to heat up in Houston. They have a track record, unlike the Tiger bats. So if you just kind of wallow in this spot long enough, waiting for your young bats, what's more likely to happen is the more proven teams that have underachieved are going to pass you. So you need to start picking it up right now. You can't sit in the middle forever.
But I think if you're sitting there saying, define what going on a run means, because they are 8-3 in the last 11. Is that a run?
They probably need another run then, right?
Well, yes. I mean, there's going to be multiple runs throughout the course of the year.
My point is they haven't separated from the mediocrity. They need to put that in the rearview mirror. Until they do that, which I've defined as 5 games over 500. You can define it however you want, but it's the same concept. Put mediocrity in the rearview. That could be because the young bats step up. It could be because they add a bat later in the season. It could be a variety of things. It could be that Maeda stabilizes or that Mize stabilizes. But it's got to be something where you put mediocrity in the rearview mirror.
But the problem is, in Major League Baseball, there's a lot of mediocrity.
You're right.
And yes, if they were able to not be mediocre, they would be a playoff team. But we're talking about a lot of mediocrity that they are competing with. So it's just a little bit better than mediocrity would probably put them in the playoffs this year.
And I think they have a backbone that maybe a lot of these other mediocre teams don't have. The pitching is so strong that the hitting doesn't have to be that much better in order to, get to 85, 86 wins, which we're looking for.
This is great. We've been asking the question about this Tigers baseball team and where are they headed and how seriously do you take this? They've won 3 in a row. They have a winning record. And as I look down at our phone screener, we got Gibby, Kirk Gibson. Good morning, Gibby.
Hey, guys. How are you today?
Great. Hey, thanks for calling in.
You guys, you on the ledge or what?
What's your take on where the Tigers are right now?
I don't know why. I mean, it seems like there's a negativity on where they are, and I think that they're in pretty good shape right now. I mean, for where we started, and since Scott Harris has come in, I know he's taken some criticism. I mean, everybody has an opinion, but let's just we're sailing along pretty good. A lot of guys have improved, and let's keep the foot on the gas. Let's keep supporting them. It's hard to win, and we're not the Yankees. We're the Tigers. We play pretty good down there in Texas. The offense isn't a strength, but I think they've shown this year they're giving others an opportunity in the organization that have been in the organization for a while to do well, and they have. They have the Ibanez has come up, Perez has come up, Carp is a guy that's been developed to the minor leagues. These guys, Cole Keith, look what they put on this kid. I mean, he's done pretty damn good. I learned how to play in the major leagues. It's a hell of a place to learn. Go to the big leagues. Where would you want to learn? And I was pretty brutal for a while too. I mean, it's looking for the right combination. So I listen occasionally, and it seems a little too negative for me. Of course, I'm a positive guy, and luckily the team isn't cashing it in. It's not.
Well, Gibby, I think they're trying. They're definitely trying. We've never questioned the effort, at least not from the players, maybe from front office not giving them enough offensively to challenge this season, and that's been what's held them back. I mean, I know that you call in today, they finally have a winning record. We had been negative. They had a losing record for a long stretch, and the bats haven't fully developed, and Torkelson would be one of those big examples of an area that I think we're right to be negative about, Gibby.
Well, I don't think so, because look at Matt Vierling. How about that story? How's he been? We traded for him, and he's developed, and you remember what the mandate was, control the zone, right? At the beginning of the year, everybody bought into that. Are they doing a better job of controlling the zone? Pitching-wise, yes. Batting-wise, yes. We're not hitting as many home runs, but look at our outfield defense. It's way up there. It's making us a way better team. Infield defense, Javier Baez, in the past, when he struggled, they just played him. They're giving others a chance. McKinstry, here he comes. So I think it's just all the way you look at it. And, I've listened to enough radio and I've been criticized myself, and rightfully so at sometimes. So I get it, but I'm just here to offer you a better picture. I think I look in the minor leagues like, there's some criticism of the number one pick last year. The kid's got a lot of energy. He's a pretty good athlete. You guys are just asking who's on the way, who's next. That kid could be something special. I mean, you look at Kansas City. I just heard that we were on the same level with them when we beat them the first time in. And they've got Bobby Witt Jr. He's a stud.
Yep.
Yeah.
You're always looking for studs, and I'm here to tell you the development of the organization as a whole, and of the players. These players have a way better opportunity to develop into a good major league player. And I was looking today at my reels as I came up in the morning. I was going through my little routine. And 40 years ago today, do you know what happened?
What?
40 years ago today, the famous 13-pitch at bat into a home run by Dave Bergman. You guys know who Dave Bergman is?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
We would not have won the World Series without Dave Bergman. He accepted his role. He made sure everybody else accepted their role, and they did. And our scrubs, as they were called, they had a huge impact on 1984 and what we accomplished. And they're looking for guys like that.
Sure.
For us, it was Enos Cabell. Then it was Richie Hebner. And those guys, then it was Dave Bergman, along with Darrell Evans and Willie Hernandez. Just look at the moves that were made to develop that team. And I'm just telling you that be patient. I'm not criticizing you guys. I'm just offering you.
Gibby, you're welcome anytime, and we can go back and forth anytime. This is a welcome surprise.
Yeah,
so
thanks
I
for calling.
appreciate you calling in this morning. Appreciate you listening.
All right, boys. We'll talk to you later.
All right.
Alrighty.
Yeah, I'm looking up at the clock. Unexpected. We will react to that. I know
man.
you have stuff
Yeah.
to say.
That's my hero.
Textures. Let's talk a little bit of Gibby's reaction to our show. Next, 97.1.
Hey, are you looking for ways to level up your fitness? Well, the YMCA is always welcoming new members with no contract and no joiner fees. I'm loving the YMCA family membership with access to indoor pools, Les Mills Group Fitness, hundreds of machines, all with free child watch while you work out and for less than $3 a day. And today you can try the Y for free. Visit any of the 7 Metro Detroit locations and get a free guest pass. Learn more at ymcadetroit.org and find what moves you today.
We got a surprise phone call from Kirk Gibson. He wagged a finger at us, probably mostly me. Be patient, be more positive. John, your reaction to Gibby?
I
That's your
said this
hero.
going, he's my hero. I mean, I still got, and it's still up in the house, the front page of the 84 series where he's got the torn knee pants and he's celebrating the home run. I mean, like that to me is epic Kirk Gibson. But, you know, in his response, we all are trying to find ways that this team can get into the playoffs. And I wanted to follow up with his discussion about Colt Keith and that he's a young player. He's developing at the major league level. Kirk Gibson did that as well. And we all know there's a ton of pressure in doing that, especially there's probably even more on Colt Keith. And he may somewhat feel I have security to be able to do it, but there are also expectations when you sign a contract, having never played at the major league level, that you're expected to come in and produce more. So it adds pressure whether we want to see it or not, but he had a hell of a May.
Own the zone. He was using Scott Harris vernacular.
Yeah.
Pitching, no one's disputed. Offensively, the team is 24th in walks per game and 25th in on-base percentage. Like, politely, he called in after I said, please just put mediocrity in the rearview mirror, get 5 games above 500. If that's too negative, I can't apologize for it.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Like, I want to be positive. I'm positive about our football team. I was positive about our hockey team up until they blew it at the end of the season. I've just set out a few, I think, attainable goals for this team. Go on a run, get 5 games over, put 500 in the rearview mirror. And again, that's what we want. Nobody wants to talk about rebuilding the rebuild.
No.
And he mentioned Max Clark is on his way. When? I mean, not politely, I hope he's a star. I hope McGonigal, who might even be better, pans out.
Yeah.
These are high schoolers that aren't going to be here for 3 or 4 years. I'm like, be patient.
Well,
No.
but
No, I
compete,
won't be.
Compete, and right now they're competing with like kind for that final playoff, wild card spot. And just a quick Gibby story. I mentioned he was my hero.
Yes.
I had a chance to meet him one time to this point, and Stoney introduced me to him at a Tigers game. So I said, "Hey, can I get a quick picture?" It's a great pleasure of my life to be able to sit down and have lunch with him. And so I leave, and I'm looking at the picture. It's a picture of me and Kirk Gibson. But you can't see my face because Stoney's finger is on the lens.
Oh, come on.
Right over my face.
No, we need to fix that. Clearly, Gibby listens on his way when he's driving around. Gibby, if you're still listening, you don't owe me a photo. You owe John a photo. He would love a photo with you.
Stoney owes me the photo.
Stoney could
Yes, but
work
he
his
will no
magic.
longer be the photographer.
Well, let's get you out to one of the games that Gibby's working. Let's get that photo. We need to rectify that. That's unacceptable.
Somebody's calling you out on Ticket Text because he's a Spartan, and you just said that Kirk Gibson's your hero. You said a Spartan's your hero?
I've said this before, and I have no shame in this. Yes, he is absolutely my hero as a Detroit Tiger.
If Gibby went to Ohio State, could you feel the same way?
I've had teammates that went to Ohio State, had teammates that went to Michigan State. Once they become pros, that to me, it means nothing.
I agree.
They played for my
I'm
team.
just messing.
And it's not like, Gibby's well decorated that he went to MSU, but he's most famous for being a Detroit Tiger.
And you can't call me a Dodgers fan either, but I celebrated when he hit the home run off of Eckersley.
Yep, absolutely. Surprise phone call from Gibby. We got some football to talk about, by the way, at 9:35. We are 90 days out from the NFL season. We've got some questions to address. But first, Heather with the news.
Well, an Oakland County woman was woken over the weekend by a former coworker of hers breaking into her home.
Oh.
So over the weekend, the woman was startled from her sleep and she saw a man attempting to enter the side door of her house. So she called 911 and she activated a panic alarm. The suspect was identified as Levi Smith and he tried to walk away, but he was confronted by officers. Police say he was wearing latex gloves and had a backpack that was loaded with a handgun, a knife, handcuffs, rope, masks, a hammer, crowbar, duct tape, and more gloves.
Ooh, things were gonna get weird.
Right? Now, the investigation determined that the suspect was a former coworker and had a romantic interest in the woman in the past. Yeah. So like I said, he was arrested and is facing numerous charges. Yeah, that's really scary. So there's a prominent women's group that wants Pat McAfee fired after his controversial comments about Caitlin Clark. So we all know what he said. He was attempting to defend Clark, and he has since apologized to the public and to Clark herself. But despite this apology, this women's group, Ultraviolet, which describes itself as a leading national gender justice organization, is calling for ESPN Disney to fire McAfee for his comments. And they say that his apology is insufficient. And they say that his entire segment, which he says that he stands behind, and he doesn't apologize for everything else he says, was used to downplay the contributions of other WNBA rookies, including Angel Reese, and perpetuate a dangerous narrative rooted in misogyny. So the group says that not only does McAfee deserve to be fired, but Disney needs to ensure that ESPN commits to a culture where commentators will no longer be allowed to spew sexist and racist remarks.
His point about Caitlin Clark being the driving force for a lot of the attention is accurate.
Spot on.
Spot on. The word choice. I get why he apologized. I get why it was wrong. I do think intent should matter. It was a positive message with an unfortunate word choice that I know he's not going to be able to get around, but he shouldn't lose his job over this. Come on. John?
I agree.
Okay.
No. I don't want to go down that road of the whole he needs to be canceled for this moment.
Does intent matter in that? Like, it was not.
Sure, intent always matters. It should always matter. It doesn't always, but it should.
No, I know there's some extreme cases where, listen, there's some words you can't use, but I thought that one was context dependent. I get it's not, and I think he apologized pretty effectively, both on social media and on his show.
Yep. More than 500 million Ticketmaster customers have had their personal information stolen in a cyber attack at Live Nation, and now the data is for sale on the dark web for $500,000. So the breach was first detected on May 20th, and then a week later, Live Nation says that a criminal threat actor on the dark web offered to sell the Ticketmaster data. So this group that has behind the breach, or claiming to be behind the breach, said that it stole the data of some 560 million customers and then is offering to sell those details for $500,000. And that includes people's names, their addresses, phone numbers, credit card details as well. Live Nation says that they are working to mitigate risks of their users and the company and have notified and are cooperating with law enforcement. I mean, what do you do?
As you say, it is what it is, but it needs to be fixed.
Yeah, for sure. This is interesting. A Minnesota juror, could be you,
oh boy,
was dismissed on Monday after reporting that a bag filled with $120,000 in cash was dropped off at her home, and there was a promise of more money as well if she would vote to acquit 7 people charged in this case of stealing more than $40 million from this program that was meant to feed children during the pandemic. Now the feds are involved. They're searching for who done it.
Yeah.
Could be a Dear John if a bag full of cash shows up on your doorstep. She did the right thing. You reported.
And how much, what would it take for her to do this? What if it was $1 million?
Yeah,
$1 million. Where's it coming from?
Yeah, the problem
I know.
You can't spend it because how did you get that money?
I know. I'm just.
That's a duffel bag on my porch. Okay.
I'm just, saying.
Yeah.
You guys, an 83-year-old woman was seriously injured after she was gored by a bison at Yellowstone.
This is crazy.
An old lady, gosh, she was near this trail. She ran into the animal, and park officials say the bison was defending its space. And these animals can move. Just because they're gigantic beasts doesn't mean that they cannot run fast. It came towards her, lifted her about a foot off the ground with its horns, and she sustained serious injury. She had to be flown to the hospital. But rangers are saying, hey, like I said, don't get close to these animals. They can charge. They are fast. Keep your distance.
Oh, yeah. You ever been charged by a wild animal?
No, John.
No?
You?
Oh, I've been charged by a few. The one that got the closest was my grandpa used to own a farm in southern Indiana. We'd go down and spend the summer down there working on the farm, and I got charged by a cow.
I think you've told me this story off air before.
And I had no idea it was going to happen. All of a sudden, I'm like, that cow is coming, and it's coming fast.
Yeah, they can move.
I always think of the people who do the running with the bulls, and it's like, okay, why would you ever
see
sign
it.
up
I want to
for
be
that?
there to see it. I don't want to actually
John wants
do
to
it.
watch.
Yeah, I want to watch. Watch stupid people.
I don't want to see anybody be
Get
gored
gored
by a bull.
Oh, yeah.
Or a
Hey,
bison.
that dude's stuck on his horn.
Yeah, John's eating like popcorn in the stand. Look at that.
Yeah.
There's blood everywhere.
This is awesome.
Yeah.
He
Wait
loves
till they
it.
see this one on the Insta.
Oh, gosh. All right, that's Heather with the news. We got football 90 days away from the NFL season. It's 97-1.
The NBA playoffs are full steam ahead, but it's not too late to get in on the action with FanDuel, because right now new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. I want to make sure you hear that correctly. New customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. And $150, you're going to be able to use it on same-game parlays, live bets, championship futures. There's a lot to be able to explore, and there's no better place to bet all the playoff action than America's #1 sportsbook. Just go to FanDuel.com/Jansen to get started. That's FanDuel.com/Jansen. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA and 97.1 The Ticket. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets and are expire 7 days after receipt. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, thanks, Greg. Here we go. Are you looking to buy or lease a new or pre-owned vehicle? Then it's time to visit Genesis Chevrolet, either online or in person, where the buying process is always fair, simple, and different. Genesis Chevrolet has a huge selection of new Chevrolet and certified pre-owned vehicles located on Gratiot, just south of 9 Mile in East Point. Now, I've been looking for a new vehicle, and with my growing family, I wanted something safe, reliable, and big enough to fit 2 kids, 2 dogs, and all the things that come along with them. The Tahoe was the perfect fit, and the folks at Genesis Chevrolet made the buying process easy and got me into the ideal vehicle. Genesis Chevrolet is always about fairness, convenience, and building a relationship with their customers. Visit Genesis Chevrolet or genesischevrolet.com today and experience their fair, simple, and different buying process. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
The NBA Finals are here, and FanDuel's giving you a chance to win right alongside the champions, because right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. If you're a new customer, you got a chance to win $200 in bonus bets if you just have a
More, please. Tigers with a win, 3-1. Gave up 1 run late. Misplay in the field, but 3-1 win, 3 wins in a row. Winning record for the Tigers. A win today, my 8 on the bump, would put them 2 over 500 for the first time since May 7th. We're starting to take this more seriously. I say starting to. Still need to get off of this either side of 500 deal. More, please. More. Win a couple more. They don't have to all be in a row, John, but sustain for this month. Put 500 in the rearview mirror.
Would be nice. Not sure that's possible.
I know, which is
and it's
we're always going to call back again if you're come on.
Well, no, we're always going to be wanting more. And would we love for them to be above 500? 4 games above 500? Yes. Would we want them to be 6 games above 500? Can they get there? Sure, they can.
Right. Why stop at 5? I get your point.
Yeah, but I don't know that they're going to be that team that is able to sustain that level.
I was just trying to make it what I thought was attainable. I think 5 is attainable if they can, start to string some stuff together here. Couple moments from the show today. One a poll question, one a call that we took. We asked people, you're the defendant in a trial. Would you want Jim Costa on your jury? I got, for the first time in my life, piece of mail says you're summoned, jury duty. 63% said no, keep him off my jury. To the 36-point-something% of you. Thank you. We had a guy call in earlier today. John was talking about desserts. You were on vacation, and you indulged after a meal out. You decided you wanted dessert. Your wife said, no, I'm good. I'm full, right?
Yep.
We've all been there. We all know where this is going. John sets the scene as only he does, details all of the food and the whipped cream and the hot fudge.
Yeah.
And he gets set to take his bite. And there comes another spoon and another spoon. She's eating his dessert. And we had a discussion about his dessert shareable. Is this fair or foul? Why do women do this with food? And, come on. We had a guy call in and say his girlfriend not only steals from his plate, she steals from other patrons at the restaurant.
That she doesn't know at all.
Strangers.
Yeah, and so I will say steal. She asks first.
I
doesn't
assume she asks.
Well,
was that clarified?
Yeah.
I think he said.
I think he said
okay.
that she'll
Because it
ask.
goes over well, he said.
Oh, right.
90% well.
What would you do if some random stranger came up to you and said, hey, you know what, can I try a bite of your meal?
Yeah, I was thinking about ordering that.
Can I try that? Is it good? Like, what would you do?
If someone asked if it was good, I would give them an honest review. If they
Sure.
wanted a bite, absolutely not.
What?
I wouldn't even know how to respond. I would look at them like they had sprouted an extra head. I would, no.
Yeah.
I wouldn't.
No.
No.
Sorry, no. You don't get my food. Unless you'd like to pay for my meal. Maybe I'll give you a bite at that point.
And again, what point of the meal? If as soon as it arrives, it's hot, you're hungry, stay away. If it's at the end of the meal and it's scraps, you want to eat the scraps off my plate?
What if she just came up to you and were like, are you done with that? And you were done, you had pizza crust on your plate. Are you done with
She
that?
wants
You're
the
going to take
crust?
that with you?
It's what came into my head. Would you say?
What food is the most likely for you to share? Because it's not going to be something that you were a burger. You're not going to go, here, finish the last bite of my hamburger.
You cut off the part that got ate and with a knife and then eat the part that
I guess. Maybe
wasn't bitten into.
What about a pasta where there could be no, that's weird too because it all just kind of sits in there.
No, I have never even thought of asking this. I have asked the question before when you're in one of those restaurants where the tables are a little bit closer and people are bumping into you. It's just a kind of an active place. Every once in a while, when something is delivered next to me, I'll be like, "Oh wow, that looks good. Hey, what is that?"
Yeah,
sure.
And they usually say, "Oh, I got the club sandwich, or I got the open-faced roast beef sandwich, whatever it is."
You ever feel weird eyeing someone else's food? Because
I look at all the food that goes by and make sure that I order the right meal.
So when you say that, John, you don't say, "Yeah, and can I have some?"
No.
Okay, but after hearing this today, I'm convinced of something I always wondered was true or not. I'm now convinced that servers have eaten food off people's plates.
Afterwards, when they're cleaning
Both.
the table?
They've grabbed a fry before they've taken it out.
Oh, that one probably. Yeah.
And that they have eaten food that was left on a plate.
Probably. You're probably right.
Guys, not to
What?
halt this. Doug is coming in. There's some breaking news. This is Tom Pelissero.
Of course.
Oh, no. Who got hurt?
Doug, I don't know if you've seen this. This is Tom Pelissero, 9:52 in the morning, so 5 minutes ago.
At this hour.
Reunion. The Steelers are signing veteran corner Cam Sutton. per his agent.
Well, it's not going to probably set your show, but
No, I didn't think it would, but just while
You got me all excited. I'm like,
yeah.
scrap the show sheet. Yeah.
content, baby, in the middle of the week.
Here we go.
Now it's Cam Sutton signing with the Pittsburgh Steelers.
248.
Did the Lions make a mistake?
Are they gonna rue the day?
That's a
No,
good
there's.
bet.
I don't think there's gonna be any ruing. I don't think it's likely that there will be any ruing.
Okay. By the
Not
way,
too concerned.
I missed out yesterday, and I'm going to bring it up today. John stopped by to see you guys when you were at the golf course a couple days ago.
Oh, when everybody from the station was golfing, but Gator and I.
Yes, that was. Well, you guys were actually working, so
And he brought over food.
I can hear the bitterness.
Yeah,
in the
the
voice.
food.
The food, because you guys showed it off on Twitch,
Twitch
and it
and
got
YouTube.
reposted.
Well,
yeah.
So what happened just before that was Doug offered for me to take his portion because he wasn't going to be eating the meat.
Yeah,
Doug offered up his meat,
Yeah.
you're gonna have my mate.
and Johnson was all too eager to grab his meat.
Yeah.
Yep.
I said, well, twice as
throw it
much for
down.
me.
And I saw the plate, and it was 3 burgers with no bun, just
Yep.
patties and cheese.
Yeah,
and then
American
a whole,
cheese. American cheese.
3 cheeseburgers.
And then a whole bunch of, was it pulled pork?
It's pulled pork. Yes, on the side, yeah.
Looked very Jansen on brand type of plate.
Yeah, I mean, we've spent enough time together. You understand,
Yeah.
you know.
You know what's funny is after that, people would walk past and because the buffet was set up
Right next to you
golf
guys.
outing right
Yeah.
next to
Around the
us.
corner from us, yeah.
I have multiple. Would you like some kale jokes?
Of course.
Just laughed. I said, "Are they serving it?" But we'll.
There was no kale.
I love the stray bullets that you get.
You know, it's funny. It's you could say the dumbest thing about sports or the smartest thing about sports.
right.
Nobody remembers.
Nobody remembers.
No.
But if you say like I get kale jokes, I get bike helmet jokes.
Yeah.
Doug, I went on a cruise with adults, not swingers, but all people will refer to as a swingers cruise.
Right.
Yeah.
So even if you,
Because
Right.
we know what you're saying, Jim.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah,
My
at the-
point is that's the stuff people
At
remember.
the golf outing, you know, and this is the day that we're reporting and talking about Spencer Torkelson being sent down to AAA.
Yeah.
All I heard, and because I wasn't in last week, was that Heather flushes the toilet with her foot. I said,
Right.
"Oh, really?
Right.
Oh, and how about the take on torque?"
Defines her.
Nobody
Oh,
cares
well,
about
yeah.
that.
What'd you
Nobody
guys say about
cares.
that? Yeah.
Yep. It's the strangest thing.
Yep.
People remember it.
It is what
Mm-hmm.
apparently what resonates.
This business. All right, what's up?
So yesterday, Dan Campbell said they like the way this guy competes, and he fits right in. We will discuss who he is talking about
right.
in the latter half of the show. We'll open with some Tiger talk.
It's all coming up. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Hello and welcome. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hope everybody's doing well on this hump day. Gator, how are you today?
Just fine, Doug.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Anything exciting last night?
Oh, just enjoyed myself sitting outside with the dog,
Yeah.
watching the fish.
We had a kind of a tough one. It was one of those moments that part of sending your children out into the world. Last night we got Boy launched for his job out west. He's taking a job at a dude ranch in Colorado. Not a permanent job. He'll be there all summer.
Work with some dudes.
So funny. No, just a classic sort of dude ranch. He'll be working on. Put him on a plane last night. There were some tears and all that.
Did you tell them don't let them brand you?
I didn't. Should have given the Yellowstone.
I mean, you gotta.
Yeah, if they say they're taking you to the train station,
Right.
run
Don't
away.
go.
Run away.
No. I'm flying. Or I'm driving.
I'll get myself
walk if I
there.
have
I'll
to.
get myself there.
I'm
Thank you
good,
for the
guys.
offer, but I'm all set. I'll catch an Uber.
I'm good.
The irony is he's waiting for a train right now. He had to fly into Denver last night, stayed the night, and catching the Amtrak out to.
So really what this is a delay for you.
What do you mean by that?
Well, I think a lot of parents, they send their kids away to school if they go out of state or if they go hours away. And
Yep.
that's kind of when they have that separation moment. You know, because your oldest went to Michigan.
Yeah.
He was, 5 minutes away from you.
Even
so
though
you didn't
we
really
sometimes
send him
go
away.
months without seeing him, we always knew
Yeah.
he was right down the street.
So this is the same kind of thing. If I can help to ease your pain or uneasiness here, it's it's a few months and he'll be back.
Yeah, it may be. We'll
then it
see.
could be,
Part of me hopes he falls in love with it and it leads to something full time, and part of me hopes that it motivates him to do whatever his next step is. But that's what he's got going on right now. So he went to Metro, had 3 bags, went in, kind of walked him through the process, even though he's done it a million times. It was kind of just delaying saying goodbye. And he gets in line at security. We go out, hop in the car, and I text him immediately. How's it going so far?
Oh, jeez.
Joking, right? And he texts back. It's like he acknowledged that dad joke was kind of funny.
And the
So-
wife, how'd the wife handle it?
She was different. She was tears.
Basket case.
Yeah, she was tears.
Were
Brother
you-
and sister.
Were you tears?
No, but it was tough. I mean, it was a quiet night at the house last night. But when you're right, out of high school, when people send their kids out of state or far away from home, I think that's probably tougher because they're in their late teens, man. They don't have many of the life skills. At 22, it's a little different. They're a young man, an adult, and
Brother and sister, they handle it fine.
there was some tears from sister, and his brother got a little bit worked up, but. Hey, man, it was ultimately, next step. But it wasn't, I will say I would not call that enjoyable.
No.
I would not call it enjoyable, but got home and watched Tigers. Pulled me out of the funk a little bit. Another win. We're going to audible, though, and get to some Lion stuff. Just talking with Kang backstage. Kang's back after a day off yesterday. Welcome back, Kang.
Thanks, Doug.
Yep.
Did you guys talk about Doug's eye yesterday?
Very brief, because I couldn't, from my angle here, I couldn't really see it because of the way that the natural light comes in. It's kind of, I don't know, hard to explain. It's a little
You didn't see it
darker.
before the show?
I didn't see it before the show. No, well, I show up like.
What's
4
funny is
seconds before
I
the show.
hadn't seen it until just before the show.
Doug, I come in the
watching
cubicle. Doug's back
on
to me.
people watching on Twitch and YouTube. I'll kind of, I don't know if you can tell, but I got a broken blood vessel in my eye.
And I didn't see it. He turned, he turns around after I talked to him, and I'm like, "Whoa, what happened to your eye, man?"
Wow.
It was like a shard of glass or something got in there, and I was like, "Oh, did he start?" It was too much. He was hard crying when his son left. That's what it
No,
was.
it doesn't
No.
hurt. I mean,
But it was
Oh, it's
before.
emotional.
Yeah.
It's an emotional scar.
that's not what this is. But
Oh, that's physical, but it
Yeah.
came from emotion.
yeah. But do I look tough?
No, you
It
look like
doesn't-
you look like a beating victim.
Do I?
Yeah.
You should see the other guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know what happened. Apparently, at some point between Monday and Tuesday, because yesterday before the show, Jansen said, "What happened to your eye?" I said, "I don't know. What happened to my eye?" And he goes, "Look at it." And I'm like, "I can't." So I ended up snapping a picture. But
Wingnut Kid on Twitch says Doug looks like a Sith Lord.
Sith Lords are tough, right? They're tough.
Yeah.
Yep.
They end up, getting bested. They
True.
travel. They always have an apprentice and somebody else lurking. But
Well, I sent
who's your apprentice?
I sent him off to Colorado to learn the ways.
your apprentice?
Yeah.
Did your son fart in your pillow before you left?
That's funny. Not that I'm aware of. Not that I'm aware of. But yeah, I woke up and I mean, I guess I woke up. I don't know. Somewhere between Monday and Tuesday.
It's always the worst when you wake up and something is like wrong with you. Like, what? I
Well,
didn't even do anything.
Yeah, right.
You're like,
You go to bed, everything's fine. You wake up in the morning, there's a problem.
Yeah.
As you get older, King, you're going to find out all types of stuff
Dude,
like that.
I'm already, man.
Yeah.
It's bad. I was like, why is my back hurt?
Right. all I did was tie my shoes.
Mm-hmm.
All I did was sneeze.
There are some things like we have a bedside. There's a bedside table that I bang my head on overnight. That I'll wake up in the morning. I'm like, oh God, yeah, I did, but I'll fall back asleep. Like I'll bang my head on it. My wife will say something. She'll remember it in the morning, and I'll be like, hey, did I bang my head on the bedside table? She's like, yeah. I'm like, damn it. But it
bang your head on the bedside.
Yeah, I know. It's really weird. We made a bad choice because the bedside tables are right. The corner is like right at the level of the bed, and it sits next. And you know when you're piecing these things together, where you get the bed at Art Van and you get the bedside tables at Home Goods or whatever, you don't. They look like this will work, and then you realize that the actual height is not great for.
It's a rookie mistake.
It is a rookie mistake, but
Watch more HGTV, Doug.
Yeah.
Right. We've had them for 20 years, and I've only banged my head on it like 3 or 4 times. Maybe that's what I did.
Where's the tape measure?
What can I say?
And we know
messed up.
Doug's bad at eyeballing things.
Oh, go.
It's terrible.
And particularly
terrible.
now.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, come on. Too soon?
Yeah, I wonder how long this is going to last.
You should wear a patch.
Be sweet.
That'll make
I
you
should
tough.
wear a patch.
That will make you tough. I wouldn't mess a guy with a patch.
Skywalker. You will die.
So anyway, my eyes red. Not everybody's watching the Twitch or YouTube feed. My left eye looks like it has a broken blood vessel, and it is.
Looks like
red.
somebody smacked you upside the head. You should have like bruising on your cheek.
Yeah, I don't bruise.
Maybe stitches up by the eyebrow.
Doug's too tough, man. He doesn't bruise.
That is correct, sir.
He's a karate man. He bruises on the inside.
Yep. All right. So, Lions. Yesterday, Dan Campbell said of this guy that they like the way he competes. He's feisty, and he'll fit right in there with us. They like him. Let's take 10 texts right now. Who do you think he's talking about? Who do you think he's talking about? Feisty, competes, and he'll fit right in there with us. We'll take your 10 texts. First one's it. Who is Dan Campbell talking about? We've audibled. We'll start with some Lions. We'll get to the Tigers a little bit later on with another win last night. 248-539-9797. Do you know what he's talking about?
I don't.
Well, you can offer up a guess. We'll play the soundbite for you and discuss what he had to say. First 10 texts. Who's he talking about that is this feisty, competes, and will fit right in? We'll get to those 10 texts and discuss it. Coming up next here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, the NBA playoffs, they have tipped off. In fact, they're starting to wind down, but it's not too late to get in on the action with FanDuel because right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. That's $150 to use on same-game parlays, live bets, championship futures, and so much more. So look for a money line. The player props are the way I would go to get this $150 because you can move a prop down and over-under on somebody who's like over-under 12. You can move it down like 5. You won't win any money with that first bet, but you get your $150 in bonus bets, which is the goal. No better place to bet on all the NBA playoff action than FanDuel, which is America's #1 sports book. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug to get started. That's FanDuel.com/Doug. FanDuel is the official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit is required. Bonus is issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 on the ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Sean in Detroit, you're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Sean.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you?
Doing
All right,
good,
Sean.
sir.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. A long time, man.
Well, I appreciate it.
I just wanted to kind of add in to what Doug was talking about this morning, man. First off, congratulations on your kids' accomplishments. I love the way that you promote your kids and, sending them off to school. You're a great father, man. I admire that from afar.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Also, I got three myself. I got my middle boy here, Carter Pittman, who is on his way to Michigan State, man. He got waitlisted. He applied very early in the process. Got accepted to pretty much every school he applied to this year, and great academic kid. Had a pretty nice wrestling senior season. He ended up in states here in Michigan, and I just watched him graduate from New Haven High School, and last minute Michigan State accepted him. So he accepted the offer, and he's going to Michigan State, man, and I'm tearing up at the graduation like he's already gone.
Well, congratulations on raising the boy right.
That's awesome.
Hey, man, thank you. I understand what that meant, Scott, and I'm just hoping that the alma mater treats him well. I will admit he's the first kid in our family, man, with my last name, Pittman, to go to college on any level.
That's great.
So very excited for him. I think
Bravo.
he's breaking generational curses here, and I'm just looking forward to what he does, man. And I just wanted to cry with you guys on air. So
Yeah.
congratulations to you guys, and thank you again.
Yeah, it's I remember hearing other people talk about this, and certainly a lot of people have gone through it way before we did. They send their kids out of state or far away to college, and he's just taking a job out of state, and suddenly we were going through it. But what's your son going to study, Sean?
No, he's going to school for psychology. I think he wants to be ultimately a doctor, get his own practice down the line. So I'm excited for whatever he does, man. I really don't care, what he does. Like I said, he's the first kid in our family to go to college. So, it's pretty big. And for him to be going to state, it's even bigger. So no pressure on him. I just want to, make sure he has everything he needs to get off the ground right, man. And we're going to learn together. So.
It sounds like it. Hopefully he stays away from math. But I give that speech to anybody going to college.
Well, yeah, like I said, I'm excited, man, and I appreciate you guys just listening to my story this morning.
Thank you, Sean, and good luck to your boy.
Congratulations.
248-539-9797. Okay, so before that soundbite, I read the quote from Dan Campbell and asked, who is he talking about? Do you have an idea who he's talking about?
I have an idea.
Okay, I'll read some of these texts. We asked for 10 texts. BG says he's talking about Terrion Arnold. The quote was, part of the quote, in part, he said he's feisty, he competes, he'll fit right in there with us. Talking about Terrion Arnold. Ben in Kalamazoo says he's talking about Terrion Arnold. TJ in Commerce Township says Rake Straw. Brian in Detroit says DJ Reader. Steve in Colorado Springs says Amik Robertson. He's going to be a pit bull on defense. Mark in Huron Township, definitely talking about Vaki. Steve in South Lyon, Makai Wingo. Corey says, sounds like Dan Campbell is talking about your eye, Doug. It's feisty, competes. From an unnamed texter, Doug put a pork chop on your eye. Oh, wait, never mind.
The other white meat.
Yeah. From Joe in St. Clair Shores, Amik Robertson, guy's just a dog. Paul and Hal says, Betts, the Canadian guy. Did you hear your guy in there?
I did, and I heard my second guy in there, too. Okay. At first, I was thinking this is going to be Matthew Betts. And then I reheard the quote the second time he read it, and the word feisty sticks out. And when I hear the word feisty, I think of undersized but going to get the job done, and that sounds like Amik Robertson.
Okay.
So I'm going to say Amik Robertson.
Well, let's play the soundbite. Here is Dan Campbell yesterday at the podium with the quote in question that had us talking some Lions here this morning. The Correct answer to the question was Amik Robertson. And here's the thing about this. What they have done in the secondary, and later Dan Campbell went on and on and on about how they can't fill out the starting unit right now.
They don't know what it is yet.
No. But what they love is that they have put together a roster that they've got competition at every position. And that's got them very excited. Now, here's the thing about this, about Amik Robertson, because I feel like they did this twice. When it comes to acquiring veterans, Carlton Davis was the big signing. But, oh, yeah, don't forget about Amik Robertson. When it comes to rookies, they went out and they grabbed Terrion Arnold in the draft.
They moved up.
And, oh, yeah, don't forget about Enos Rakestraw. If their takeaway from the draft and free agency had been simply Enos Rakestraw and Amik Robertson, that would have felt like an upgrade. Obviously, they did more than that. And those guys are sort of the secondary guys that were acquired in the secondary. There's marquee names. Carlton Davis is supposed to be the starter, in theory. Terrion Arnold's supposed to be a starter, in theory. I'm not counting out these other guys either. Like, it's almost like they not only went with a plan A, they have plan B coming in as well. They really doubled down and safety netted that position.
Well, and I'm so glad they did, because we've done this show for going in our 18th year here, and I've constantly said injuries to the secondary, it just happens. It's a position group by attrition. You have to be ready for next man up, and I'm so glad that they have that approach with this group and that they have flooded it with depth, because guys are going to get hurt. We saw last year. Mm-hmm. Guys get hurt. Doesn't matter if you're a safety, a slot corner, or if you're CB1 or CB2. Someone's going to get hurt, and you got to be ready for it. And I love what they've done. And I think to say that they don't have starters yet, I'm all on board with that. I totally buy into it, because they need to hash this out. This is a mini camp. This is the first step towards hashing it out. The real steps happen in training camp when you get into late July and into August, where you'll see some separation and you'll feel better about it. But I think right now, if I were Dan Campbell or Aaron Glenn or Scott Anderson, I'm really excited about these battles that take place, because iron sharpens iron, and these guys are just going to get better because of it. I think already, no matter who you plug in there, you can feel confident that it's better than what they ended up with halfway through the season last year.
We do this a lot in seasons when it comes to our teams. We often talk about how the don't forget about this guy
Mm-hmm.
might be the guy, right? That guy that wasn't brought in with the fanfare that everybody else was brought in, because Robertson wasn't signed with the fanfare that Carlton Davis was traded for. And Enos Rakestraw wasn't drafted with the fanfare that Terrion Arnold was drafted with. And I don't think that the Lions, are at a point where, he later went on and on about the competition and how, hey man, we're still competing here. And then nobody's penned in as a starter at this point.
No, and it's not just the corners; it's the safeties too. They've got some depth there, and they brought in Brandon Joseph as an undrafted free agent a year ago, and a year and a half ago. And remember Brandon Joseph in college, playing in the Big Ten at Northwestern. He was an outstanding safety.
Yeah.
Ended up going to Notre Dame, and I think had a disappointing season his last season there. I forget if it was marred by an injury or not, but he kind of lost steam and went into the draft and, didn't go his way in the draft. Whereas earlier he was thought of as being one of the better safeties in college football.
Right.
So he's healthy and he's learning, and he was on the field yesterday, and there were reports of how he looked pretty good at times, and it's also still a work in progress. He's still learning, and he's understanding of that and says, I can't make that mistake again. And I feel like this staff has done a really good job of hammering that point home with these players, that if you make a mistake, it's okay, but don't make it again. Learn from it. And, Brandon Joseph is just one guy who's getting talked about already after a couple days of minicamp, and he's not supposed to be a starting safety, but he's a guy who's going to help compete, And you need guys like that to help raise the level of everybody else.
It's funny. There's even another don't forget about guy at that position. We'll get to that coming up today at 10:32. Phone calls, feedback, talking a little Lions. Dan Campbell with some interesting praise. I mean, the way he talked about Amik Robertson, I was like, this sounds like a Campbell Holmes kind of guy. 248-539-9797, 97.1 The Ticket. That is Dan Campbell, obviously talking about, who is he talking about? He's talking about Amik Robertson.
Feisty.
Yeah, feisty. And it's funny, he's kind of a don't forget about guy. Carlton Davis was the sort of the headliner of the veteran acquisitions. Terrion Arnold was the headliner of the rookie acquisitions, and yet Amik Robertson and Ennis Rakestraw are also in the mix there. And there's also Emmanuel Mosley, and I find it very interesting that he wanted to come back here and that the Lions wanted him back. Like the Lions wanting him back after coming off a torn ACL, then playing 1-2 snaps and tearing the ACL again, or was it the other ACL, wasn't it?
Yeah.
They wanted him back. Now, it's not like they signed him and broke the bank, but why did they want him back? This team now, we're at a point now where the organization does smart things, not dumb things.
I have an idea
You
why
do?
they brought him back.
Okay.
I think he might be the ultimate character guy that they love. Somebody who gave everything they had to get back from the first injury, ready to play, and then gets hurt again. And instead of, wallowing in despair, rehabs his ass off trying to get back, just wants to play football. He's one of those guys who loves football and wants that opportunity. And I think that they see him and they're like, you know what? Let's give him another chance. It, like you said, it's not going to break the bank. We were invested in this guy before. We can do it again. We still haven't even scratched the surface of what he can be.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Chris and Ipsy on 97 on the ticket. What's up, Chris?
Chris,
are you there?
Chris?
Yeah.
There you go. Go
I
ahead.
was on mute. Can you guys hear me?
Gotcha now.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah,
Yes.
go ahead.
Yep, go ahead.
Hey, thanks for taking the call. I think ultimately what the Lions want to do is get the best 5 out there, assuming, base nickel. And I really think that the only 2 guys that I see as chalk are Carlton Davis, because he's like a true number 1. He locked up Jamar Chase, and Brian Branch. And I don't know if you guys know this, but they've been asking Brian Branch to learn free/strong safety position so that they can get him on the field more. And I think the odd man out here is going to be Kirby Joseph. He's dealing with a hip injury. He may or may not be ready for training camp. It's up in the air. I wouldn't be surprised if the starting secondary come week 1 is Davis, Branch up at the safety position, Iffy at the other safety position, Terrion Arnold in the slot, and Amik Robertson in the outside corner, because I don't know how much tape you guys watch, but Amik is actually better on the outside than he is in the slot, despite his size. But, Mosley's also got to look out at that number 2 because he's actually a really good player when he's healthy. It's just, what that knee is.
Yeah, I mean, what you said there about Brandon Joseph, there's no reason to
Brian Branch.
No, but about him being the odd man out. Kirby Joseph. I'm sorry, Kirby Joseph. There's no reason, you don't have to get rid of him. He just may not be a starter. You always need depth. He's under contract and he's cheap for the next couple of years. So just because he's not a starter doesn't mean he won't be a useful player for them. But
I'm sure he'll be plenty useful.
Yeah, there's a number of players that just aren't going to get starting roles, but it doesn't mean they can't be useful.
Both of those guys are banged up right now, and we're not likely to see them practice for a while. So we'll see how healthy they come back. But the injuries are that's also what's helping to give these other guys opportunities. Arnold and Rakestraw aren't practicing a ton right now either because of recovering from injuries. So everybody else is getting these chances to prove themselves. It's gonna be fun because I don't think there's any way this can't be better than what it was last year in the secondary. They just added too much depth.
Well, let's hope that that's the case, right? There's no guarantees that they've really made steps forward, but they've given themselves a ton of options.
I think the depth is for sure the thing that stands out the most. You guys been talking about a lot here. And I know he talks about open competition and everything like that, which I like because that speaks of the depth. But the one guy I want to hear that's always going to be locked in is Carlton Davis. I'm sorry, because I was told, and we're led to believe, and I think it's true, that this guy's better than Cam Sutton was, and he's more of a true number 1 corner than Cam Sutton was, right? So everyone else can compete for 2, 3, 4, and 5. I need to hear Carlton Davis is locked in at 1. He's playing like a 1. He's practicing like a 1. He is going to be your number 1 cornerback. Because to me, that's a big, important deal. The depth of the rest of the team with Robertson, Branch, and whoever, if they're good, that lets me know they can take their time with Arnold and Rakestraw, because those guys are rookies. And if Arnold comes in and starts day one, great. If he doesn't, also I know that, hey, he's got time. He's brand new. Because I think the caller's right about Robertson. I think he's being slept on as an outside corner. He could start opposite Carlton Davis from week one.
He might. And the thing with Carlton Davis is that I think we all assume that he can be this guy that steps in, is the number one, but he comes in with the injured history. He's never played a full season. And is that because of his style of play, or is that because he's, frail? Or I have a hard time thinking that. But we'll see if he's able to hold up. If he's able to hold up, and if you're going to tell me he's going to play 16, 17 games, I think that bodes very well for the Lions defense.
Well, one thing for sure, they've made a hell of an effort to address the problem.
Mm-hmm.
And the options are numerous, the directions they could go. There's a little bit of pressure here on Aaron Glenn. This has created a situation where, all right, you've been given new material, presumably good material to work with. I'll make it happen. Well, and I like Aaron Glenn, but I do think Aaron Glenn, it's pretty important that Aaron Glenn, the defensive coordinator, I do think hey man, it's kind of important to have a good year.
Well, it is, and we're going on the third defensive backs coach in 4 seasons.
Yeah,
with the Lions. So it's something that they have definitely put resources into it, whether it's the coaching staff or personnel. And this is going to be a reflection on Aaron Glenn for sure, because being a defensive back in the NFL and being the defensive coordinator of this team and the guy who's gotten interviews for head coaching jobs, people look at the Lions and say, well, if they had a defense, they might be the Super Bowl team. Well, they've added a ton to the secondary. I think they've added a ton to the defense all around. So the defense should be better. How much better is the question?
248-539-9797. Let's go to Jerry in Burville. You're next here on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Jerry?
Hey, this is Gary.
Oh, sorry. Hey, Gary.
Not Jerry.
It's all right.
It's okay, guys. But what I have to say is, you guys, everybody seems to be talking about the secondary. Well, the secondary actually would have been much better if someone would have been on the other side of Aiden Hutchinson rushing the quarterback. Putting pressure on a quarterback makes them make bad decisions, bad throws, and it would make our secondary look better automatically. They ignored the edge rusher in the draft. I was kind of disappointed because I was hoping that's the direction they were going to go. I don't know if you guys feel the same, but that's my opinion. What do you guys think?
Well, look, they didn't take anybody, of significance in terms of the rookie class or some undrafted free agents, but you don't expect much. They didn't ignore the position, but the way the draft board felt, they obviously didn't see the guy that they wanted to take at any of the picks that they had. They just liked somebody else better. I think my guess is they love Marcus Davenport, and they think that Pascal, who they took in the draft a couple of years ago, or James Houston, could be the solution. There are options there, but no. I mean, if you look at something that they didn't put nearly as much into the defensive end position as they did the corner position.
No, Pascal, number one, isn't he kind of injury prone?
Well, he came hurt.
He came hurt, and he
I don't know if I'd say he's
prone. And my feeling is that no, and Houston, no, if he was going to do something, he could have done it last year.
He broke his leg in week 1.
He broke his. I forgot. I was wondering.
Yeah, and the other thing is this, Gary.
It's okay.
The Lions actually getting pressure wasn't the problem. They got plenty of pressure as a defensive unit. What they didn't get was home. They didn't get home enough. But they did get pressure. They pressured the quarterback at a pretty high rate.
And there was an interesting quote from Dan Campbell that I saw over the weekend. I got to find it, where he said, "Yeah, sacks are great, but I'm really concerned with pressures. I want to pressure quarterbacks." As that's kind of, it seems as though we need to look at that a little. In his view, that is an undervalued part of the pass rush game. But everything he said there's right. They didn't. There's nobody in the rookie class. Chances are, unless you got an elite guy in the first round, chances are a veteran who's been in the league for several years, like Marcus Davenport, is going to make more of an impact in year 1 than any second or beyond round rookie.
And they could still add. I think there are guys that are like Yannick Ngakoue or some player like that. I think those types of players are still available. And to your point, those are veteran players that have had a track record of being pass rushers, maybe not elite pass rushers, but they can still get there, which is, to your point, different than going with a rookie. But because they do have guys that have shown that propensity before, James Houston with the 8 sacks in 7 games, Marcus Davenport with the 9 sacks in 11 games a couple of years ago. They've got guys that they want to give that shot to, and there's going to be a nice rotation on the defensive line, and they may still add to it.
Gator, I saw one of these out in the wild yesterday, and I must say I just don't quite get it. We will get to that today.
Is it a JoJo spider or whatever that spider was?
No, we did get some great feedback on the spiders we talked about at the end of the show yesterday. These flying 4-inch venomous spiders that are coming to the United States.
4-inch legs.
4-inch legs, yeah. Somebody said those spiders look like they're wearing City Connect uniforms.
For Boston.
Yeah, if you
From Boston.
if you haven't seen them, check it out at Doug
We're
Gator
up in the
971.
Northeast by the harbor.
If you want to get terrified, check these things out. The thing about them is they're venomous, but they're not harmful to humans.
Easy, Captain. I'm not trying to hurt you here. I'm just trying to have a little something to eat.
Yeah.
Are those spiders at the pocket? Or are they? I mean, where are we finding these things?
Unfortunately, we're finding them, and they're starting to spread towards the Midwest.
That one spider looks suspicious. He might be a knock.
You might be a knock. Are you a knock?
Are you a knock?
Sure.
Anyway, no, it's not the spiders I saw, and I have to admit, I don't get it. But we'll get to that today at 11:02. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. previous caller, Don't Call Me Jerry, said that, they got to get pressure from the other defensive end spot. Talking about the Lions. Because we opened the show playing soundbite from Dan Campbell, who really likes himself, some Amik Robertson, and thinks he'll fit right in. And, he was kind of, don't forget about him because we have, the marquee veteran acquisition was Carlton Davis. The marquee rookie acquisition was Terrion Arnold. But the Lions have other dudes that can be problem solvers at those positions, including Ennis Rakestraw and obviously Amik Robertson. So, it's kind of, just interesting to discuss. But the caller called up and said, hey, until they get the pass rush right, there's going to be some issues. With that said, you've got pressure rates from everybody not named Aiden Hutchinson.
Yeah, so I looked up in Pro Football Reference has pressures from everybody on the defense. And just looking at the defensive ends or the linebackers that would be / defensive ends, not straight up linebackers like Rodriguez or Anzalone or Campbell, but looking at the defensive ends, Aiden Hutchinson had 62 pressures.
Mm-hmm.
The rest of the Lions' defensive ends had 34.
There you go.
So half the rate on the other side. Now, they did get pressure from Aleem McNeil, had 13 pressures by himself. Charles Harris had 14 pressures by himself last year. Harris was one of those defensive ends, but McNeil not part of that. It does speak that they're going to have to get more. And I think one of the biggest guys is going to get it is going to be James Houston. I mean, he didn't play many snaps last year. He had one pressure and one tackle last season before he got hurt. So it's an area where they're getting pressure as a team, but they manufactured it with the blitzing, with the linebackers getting in there an awful lot, or with the guys like Brian Branch, for instance. He had 8 pressures on the season. But you'd like to see it more come straight up from here's Aiden Hutchinson on one side, here's James Houston on the other side, or Marcus Davenport or whoever. Hopefully that combination of players, along with Pascal and others, hopefully that number ticks up well past 40. I mean, Aiden Hutchinson's a special kind of pass rusher.
Yep.
So I don't expect the total from the other guys to be up to his number, but be better than 34 for sure.
Jaden is in Rochester and next here on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Jaden?
What's up?
Hey.
First time caller here.
Excellent.
I think that, and I hope you guys, or whatever you guys think, maybe at like the trade deadline, if Marcus Davenport isn't really doing much, I think that we should trade for, because this is going to be our Super Bowl year, I think we should trade for like a Khalil Mack, just like a veteran presence that gives pressure off the edge, like a Khalil Mack, Von Miller. We could get them for like a 4th round pick, but I think that if we're going all in this year, I think that if Marcus Davenport isn't doing it, I think that we should trade for somebody at the deadline.
Well, there's a few things about that. One is they've war-chested a lot of cap space for something, and it's probably not defined what it is. It provides them with a lot of flexibility to address any problem, and there's no arguing with what you're saying. I mean, I don't know if you can get a great player for a 4th round pick. Sometimes those rentals you can. I'm usually surprised at what mid-round draft capital can fetch and return as far as veteran players. But I could totally see them addressing it if they are finding whatever the flaws are, the position that their plan is not working. They can try and find that guy. That guy has to be available. The team has to be willing to trade him. That guy has to want to come here. And it has to work from a money perspective, but they've got money right now. They got money right now.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, for sure.
Yep, I could see them. I mean, you have to look beyond this year. What players are owed? That's the other thing is, do they fit into the cap plans moving forward? Because they have some flexibility now, and it appears they have some flexibility next year. Beyond that flexibility next year might be chewed up by a Aleem McNeil contract or something of that nature. But I hear you.
Yeah, for sure.
248-539-9797. It could be something that happens before the season, too.
Sure.
Don't forget that.
No, but I think the caller's point of like this is our Super Bowl year. Last year was you're not sure yet because they hadn't won a playoff game yet, right? This team, this regime hadn't done anything yet. Last year they won 2 playoff games, go to an NFC title game. This year, you know it's possible. You know that last year Chase Young was the name. I think during the trade deadline, everyone was like, "Go get this guy. We need more pressure." They didn't get him. They actually ultimately lost to his team, not because of him, but to the Niners. This year, though, if there's that Chase Young guy or a guy that you like more than Chase Young, he mentioned Khalil Mack, Von Miller, whoever. I'm 100% on board with that. Go get that next guy if he's available and you think he's the guy to put you over the top. The window is now, and if you have the cap flexibility, still do it.
Mm-hmm.
Look, it's a year where they have a ton of cap space right now, and you're trying to compete for that Super Bowl championship. Right now is a time you can sign guys to 1-year deals, and it's not going to affect the future. It's not going to disrupt it at all. So if you can find that player that makes sense, that makes you better, go get them.
248-539-9797. DJ is in Detroit, and next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, DJ.
My guys, what up, though? How y'all doing?
Hey, DJ.
Great.
What's good, man? So here's the thing, man. What do we know for 4 years with these guys? In theory, what we're saying sounds cool. Like, yeah, man, trade this, trade that. But the reality is, guys, I'm asking you two, have we done that? No. That's we have we?
Well, I mean, they traded for Carlton Davis. They traded for Jared Goff.
I'm saying like at the trade deadline or whatever the case may be. No,
they haven't found the match. No.
Yeah. So I mean, just going off. Yeah, you see what I'm saying? Just going off. I mean, well, we pretty much can now. We got 4 years to just sit back and observe. Dan Campbell and Holmes, their thing is developing the guys in-house, keep the guys in-house, and we're going to coach these guys up. So what we really need more so than anything, guys, we need Broderick Martin to bring it. We need James what's the kid name?
Houston.
Right, we need James Harris. We need Aleem McNeil to step up. And I definitely think even though our corners are a lot better, that's going to help. We both know, guys. You know, I call you guys all the time. Football stars on the O-line and the D-line. We need those guys to improve, period. We need our guys in-house to improve.
Well, and hopefully bringing in a new defensive line coach helps that out. Bringing a guy like DJ Reader, who's a veteran and really good as a defensive tackle, maybe that helps develop these younger guys too. But it also, DJ Reader's going to make this team better now.
Hey, real quick, guys. You know, you just made a thought go through my head, and I don't think this gets talked about enough. You know, you guys tease me sometimes for loving the offensive line so much, but you know what I really do think goes unsaid and unheard? That I think a good part of the development of our guys is the fact that we have Hank Fraley. Yeah. And somewhere I think Dan Campbell probably knows that. That's why he brings in the Deuce Staley and the ex-players, because I think he probably thinks that develops faster. And looking at our offensive line, I think it really does, in my opinion. So that's why we brought the D-line coach in, I'm assuming.
Well, I'm hoping. I know that first of all, the Lions said the offensive line is talented. Having Hank Fraley along to help develop it is only going to enhance that. But those guys were talented to begin with. I guess I don't want to throw all the credit over at Hank Fraley, but I think Hank Fraley absolutely deserves some credit. Hopefully that works out with the defensive line too with Terrell Williams.
Yeah. High praise.
Well, he's gotten a ton of praise from his own head coach.
So let's see what it leads to. But there's no shortage of intrigue over what impact he may have in developing their own guys and their rookies and the guys that they brought in. 248-539-9797. We'll get to some Tiger stuff a little bit later on. Another win last night, another outstanding pitching performance. The formula that they showed earlier in the year, pitch, defense, maybe they're not going to score a ton of runs, but they've been doing it in this series in Texas so far. Real quick, just is that the spiced Coca-Cola you're drinking there?
I think it's this. What is this? Cherry. It's just cherry.
Oh, okay.
Cherry.
Have you seen the spiced Coca-Cola?
I have.
Have you tried it?
No, not yet.
I tried it.
And?
A little disappointed.
Okay.
Yeah. Gave it a shot. I'm not saying it's bad. I was like, let me try that.
I tried there was a cherry lime Sprite, 0 sugar.
Oh, yeah?
Really good. I like that a lot.
Yeah.
I'll be back for that one.
Gotcha. 248-539-9797. As is probably typical of this show, most people take Gators food recommendations over mine. So All right, saw one of these yesterday. Don't get it. I just don't get it. We'll get to that today at 11:02 here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Cars for Kids. Another day of minicamp for the Lions today. Very different feeling this year as they come in as a true Super Bowl contender, but linebacker Alex Anzalone says they need to pump the brakes a little bit on that realization. As several more players will take the podium today out in Allen Park, Dan Campbell is scheduled to come up in about 30 minutes or so. As for a former Lion, Cam Sutton found his next team 3 months after being released by Detroit. He's headed back to Pittsburgh to sign a deal with the Steelers, where he was before joining the Lions. Maybe we can get more than one Tiger in the All-Star game this year. Initial voting begins today at noon on MLB.com. Tarek Skubal seems like the obvious choice. Jack Flaherty been pretty rock solid, and the Detroit bullpen has been rolling. With the series already locked up against the defending champions, the Tigers get one more against the Rangers in Texas tonight before they'll finally make their way back to the Motor City this upcoming weekend. Kenta Maeda will get the nod. He gave up 5 runs in less than 5 innings while in Boston. First pitch is set for 8:05 p.m. with Dan Dickerson's call right here on 97.1. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Back half of this hour, we're getting some Tiger stuff. Another win last night, which is cool. Some good pitching again, good bullpen work. We've seen that formula this year. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Kang is back after a day off yesterday. Speaking of yesterday, Gator, I was driving around, and for the first time out in the wild, I saw the Tesla Cybertruck.
I saw one of those a week ago. I was like, what the hell was that? Like the wedge, the driving wedge, that thing?
I looked at it, and I was staring directly at it. And I had the thought that it looks like it was made using an early generation Commodore 64 graphic design program. It looked like graphics for early generation video games, and they decided to make that into a vehicle. And beauty is clearly in the eye of the beholder. And I'm a big fan of my EV. I like EVs, and I'm kind of committed to getting them all moving forward. But Gator, I am also kind of asking the question, what the F is that thing? And I'm not sure the appeal, but again, to each their own. I guess I feel guilty for like judging something that somebody else might love, but I'm not sure how one could love that.
It's wild. It's just different looking. I mean, it looks like,
one might say,
well, I mean, never seen anything like this other than like futuristic stuff, like from the movie The Road Warrior.
Yeah, it's like a crude Road Warrior reject vehicle.
And yet I bet on the interior of it, it's awesome because it seems like all EVs have this awesome interior.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Gator, you kind of just said it. Like, Doug, you're only judging it by the outside, which is fine. If you hate the outside of the look, then maybe you don't want the car. But the inside, the drivability of it, you know what I mean? You might be like, hey, this is actually pretty awesome. I don't know. I haven't been in one. I haven't driven in one. The outside looks weird to me too, as it does, I think, to most people. But, I mean, you're only judging it on the cosmetic part, right?
This is true. Yeah. This is 100% true.
Because that thing's supposed to be very durable, very fast. Obviously, technology's got to be,
right. I feel like it's preparing for some sort of, like, are we about to be in, a battle on domestic soil?
Right, like a post-apocalyptic world here.
Yeah. Should I be preparing a little bit more?
I mean,
is this the vehicle for the doomsdayer?
This is without a doubt the one vehicle that's on the road that'll make your head spin because it just doesn't look like anything else. And it's not that it's great or good or bad. Everybody has their own opinion on it, but it just.
I'm going to go ahead and say I think it's bad, but.
When I saw it go by, I couldn't believe what I saw. I was like, what the hell is that?
Man, I haven't seen one yet.
So when the Hummer came out, right? And that's I guess we'd seen those like the military one, when you see like a little convoy of the sanded out military vehicles. But this I guess I give credit for swinging. This is a swing. But it feels like an almighty miss to me. But
swinging. You mean taking an opportunity, taking a chance?
Yeah, I think they took a chance. And, hey, I guess it's just not for me.
Well, it's expensive. I mean, if you got $140,000 lying around, you too can be the owner of a Cybertruck.
Or keep the money and not have to drive that thing.
You are judging.
I am.
I know.
I am
Judging McJudgerson over here.
I'm judging it a lot.
Dude, 0 to 60 in 2.6 seconds.
That's insane.
Yeah. And this thing doesn't look like it's like
no, it
meant
doesn't look
for
like
that.
Is that aerodynamic? And yet I guess it is. I mean, it looks like this big wedge coming down the road.
It does say, I'm on the website right now, Doug.
Yeah.
Built for any planet. Like, I'm going to drive on another planet with this thing. Like, just Earth. I'm just. When you go to the dealership, do they go?
What does the one exclusive to Earth look like?
Yeah. The guy sells you like, listen, so what planet are you looking to drive this new vehicle on? Is it going to be Mars? Is it going to?
I think I saw this in the movie Prometheus.
Is that right?
The Aliens prequel. Honestly, this looks like one of the vehicles from that movie. This is crazy.
I'm going to sound very contradictory now, given what I've said about it. To each their own, but that is not my own. I will not. I've opted quickly that I will not be getting a Cybertruck.
It's an EV.
Dude, this thing.
I know.
Yeah, it's
I
an
like
EV.
EVs.
It's shatter resistant. No
Yeah,
paint chips. This thing can like tow another truck faster than like a Porsche can just drive down the freeway. Like that's the things that this thing's supposed to be able to do.
Well, that's one thing that's kind of lost on me is I am not a speed guy.
Well, it just shows the performance of it.
Right.
Like, I don't think you're meant to do that.
I mean, it does a million other things too. The video of it, Chad, shows it hauling like the cone of a space shuttle.
Yes, if you need to do that.
Yeah, if you need to.
Hey, if anyone needs me to move their space shuttle,
So
I've got a
what they're
Cybertruck.
marketing is a lot of completely useless variables. It's good on Saturn,
No, they're marketing.
and
the-
it's good for pulling space shuttles.
Hater over here.
I mean, well,
He's a
you know
real
what though,
hater, man.
you're
I mean,
right.
it's-
You're right. If I ever do purchase a space shuttle, I might need to move it.
Yes, that's what I said.
Wow.
So
Someone's
I-
a little provincial about his own EV.
The theater on wheels got a massive 18.5-inch screen inside.
The fact that this thing doesn't like dent, or what do they say? It's no paint, no chips,
Yep.
shatter resistant.
Yep.
Like if you're going to be using this to haul dirt and stuff, haul stuff like you would with the normal pickup truck. Sounds like it'd be pretty great.
So you think you might be in on one of these?
I'm not ready to jump in on the EV market yet. Period.
Okay.
I can't see myself owning one of these. This is way out of my price range anyway. But I think I don't know. There's definitely a cool factor about it.
So you like it?
I'm more like it than don't like it.
Yeah,
I'm
okay.
not sure yet. Okay. I remember there was a truck that came out years ago. I think it was the Aztec.
Yeah.
And I was like, what the hell is that? That's a strange looking vehicle.
Yeah.
It is.
And maybe I'm sort of getting similar feels, but I also know that the interior of this is going to be, now that I'm looking and seeing pictures of the interior, it is spectacular.
Yeah. It's different.
Doug's just hating.
Yeah, he's a hater.
You're just hating.
Well, I don't want to overstate it, but yes, I am. I think I am hating on it. I can't imagine. I can't imagine this being in play for me, and I'm open minded.
Is it all just because the outside? That's it?
Yeah,
Like,
kind
okay.
of. I look at this thing, and I seriously. There was a video game out, Star Wars video game, back in the day, where you would like fly down the what was the chute in the original Star Wars? What was that thing called?
The Death Star?
Yeah, and the graphics were literally just lines. It was very crude. And that's what this thing looks like it was built with.
It looks like it's very minimalistic on the exterior. I will agree with you there.
Yep.
It's like this giant wedge with some glass and like hexagonal wheels, but the tires are round, but the wheels are hexagonal or whatever.
Yep.
And there's no question it looks strange, but yet the way it performs seems like it's pretty elite with how it performs.
At least what it's advertised to do. Right?
Yeah, as average. Now, if they advertised this, Doug, and it said it had a range of 550 miles.
So the range thing, look, my big thing was get up north on one charge, and we can't, but there's a great charger at a Ford dealership in West Branch that moves fast, and they got a couple of chargers there, and it's a Shell charger that can get us. We get it in the middle of the winter. We go halfway, stop there, charge up, and go the rest of the way, and then there's good chargers up north. But yeah, one charge to get up north is appealing. It is appealing, but there are other vehicles that will do that. The Rivian will do it. Jeep is coming out with one that will do it. I think the Blazer will do it.
Doug's anything but Tesla is what Doug is saying.
I'm not. I mean, I'm not programmed that way, but this is not drawing me to the Tesla vehicles. That is true. I find this thing to be a monstrosity.
Monstrosity!
Yeah.
Wow,
yeah, it is. The Cybertruck. Not for me.
Well, it's definitely futuristic. It is as advertised. This is one of these things you would see at the auto show like 10 years ago and never expect to be put into production.
Yep.
No, here it is.
They accidentally put it in production.
I imagine we're going to see quite a few more of these.
You're probably right. You're probably right.
Do you guys ever see, like, it's great because we live in the Motor City. You guys ever see concept cars out there?
Oh, yeah.
Like that.
They never try to disguise them.
Yeah. Or just, they're just always doing something different around here. I think that's a cool part about living here is all that stuff. But this was not a concept car, Doug. It's a real car.
This is apparently a real car.
It's a real flying wedge.
Okay. Patrick Kane his agent is meeting with Steve Yzerman. Is it this week? It's this
I believe
week,
it's
right?
this
Yeah.
week. They're having some the combine, right?
What happens here may go a long way towards telling us what's next for the Red Wings. We will get to that today at 11:18 here on Carson Anderson. Some Tiger stuff later this hour. 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, don't be afraid of good service. In fact, speak to the world about good service. That's what I'm going to do because Precision Garage Door, these guys are awesome. I needed my garage doors serviced. I knew they were on their last legs, but I wanted to get as much out of it as possible. The guys came over right away. Jeff walked me through all the options I had. He said, look, you got a problem here, you got a problem here. We can fix it for a while, but down the road, you're going to have to get new doors. I said, fine, but for right now, I don't want to get new doors. He said, cool, let's do this. We did this, and this was like over a year ago, and I was so glad I did. It delayed the inevitable, but right now, at that point anyway, I was extraordinarily happy, and I'm even happier now that I have new doors. But the service was stellar. Daryl, the whole team over there, easy to work with, and I'm so glad that I called Precision. I want you to call Precision as well. If you want your garage doors done right, do what I did and call Precision Garage Door today, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or visit precisiondoormi.com and schedule an appointment.
I feel like you're starting to fall in love with it.
No, I'm intrigued by this thing.
Yeah.
I was doing some more reading on the Cybertruck from Tesla, and Kang, they have a part there that talks about the bioweapon defense mode.
Doug, that's what you were talking about.
Yeah, my vehicle does not have a bioweapon defense.
This is real, Gator?
Yes. Built-in hospital-grade HEPA filter helps provide protection from 99.97% of airborne particles.
This is true. I've seen this. It looks like a biohazard symbol. You press it. It's like, I thought you only used it for farts. No, I'm saying, like, seriously, if someone lets one rip in the car, this thing will it takes care of it within seconds. But that is part of it.
It ejects the person who farted.
Yeah, of course, obviously.
You're gone. You lost your driving privileges.
Yeah. No, the HEPA filter.
My wife might like that. No.
Big Kale Day?
Yeah. Let's go to Thomas. You're in Detroit now. 97 on the ticket. Hi, Thomas.
Morning, guys.
Hey.
So you guys talked about how this looks indestructible and how the website makes it sound indestructible, but it's far from that. A lot of owners have been complaining that rain has caused the body to rust, and the Tesla owner's manual on this thing advises owners to immediately remove potentially corrosive substances like something very common in Michigan, road salt.
Oh, that's not good.
Any sort of road salt on this truck, take it to a car wash, clean it right away because it could cause it to rust. So this thing's literally being destroyed by salt.
I mean, I feel bad for people who've invested in it. If that's true, because that feels like a vehicle with bioweapon defense mode should also have salt defense mode.
Well, the defense is you wash it off. And maybe it's the same thing as with any car.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you don't want to leave salt on your regular car either. But thank you, Thomas.
Oh, they didn't plan for rain? Wait a second.
Hey, Elon.
Wow.
You know what it does? Rains.
The truth is, almost every new generation of vehicle has a buyer beware kind of thing, right?
Well, the first generation, sure,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yep.
Which is another reason why I'm going to wait out this. I'm not ready to jump on the EVs just yet.
Yeah.
At some point I will, but not right yet.
Yeah, I hear you. I like ours. It gets the job done, but I am looking forward to there being a little bit more range.
Somehow
and
it gets it done without the bio defense weapon.
It does. I don't have the bioweapon defense mode.
There it is.
Yeah, I'm on my own when it pertains to bioweapons moving forward.
Yeah, you just crack the windows.
Yeah.
Like,
well, that's letting those particles in.
I'm going to have to let my wife know next time, hey, this is a bioweapon.
what you're about to release?
What, your ass?
Here comes the bioweapon. Bioweapon defense mode. So great. That is brilliant marketing. Bioweapon defense mode. How did we ever survive prior to?
Well, we just punched the guy that did it.
Yeah,
right in the
right.
arm, right?
True,
Yeah.
Okay, so Patrick Kane's agent is meeting with Steve Yzerman this week. I'm wondering how much we can read into what happens here. Let's start with this. Is it, Gator, a logical conclusion that Patrick Kane would and his agent would not be meeting with Steve Yzerman as any sort of exit interview? This is about, okay, what's next?
Well, from what I understand, I believe they're at the combine. I think there's for the NHL draft. That this is where obviously the general managers, everybody's going to be there, and there are a bunch of agents there as well because they're representing players. So stuff gets done this week.
Mm-hmm.
Framework of trades or framework for potential free agent signings or whatever. And Patrick Kane's agent is going to be there and apparently made mention that he is planning on meeting with Steve Yzerman. So what it tells me at the very least is that there's interest on Patrick Kane's behalf that he'd like to come back.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's great news because Patrick Kane was offensively an excellent addition to the Red Wings last year. Almost a point a game. He had like 47 points in 50 games or whatever it was. And still is one of the best passers in the NHL. He's phenomenal with his vision. I love watching him play. Does it make sense to bring him back? They're going to have a number of changes to this team because of expiring contracts and having to bring guys up before they lose them because they're running out of options with some of the younger players that are, ripening on the tree there at Grand Rapids and overseas. So they're going to bring some guys up for sure in the forwards and also the defensive units. They're going to see some new faces. Doesn't mean they don't have room for a free agent or two. I imagine they're going to go after a free agent or two. We'll see how much money they have left to spend after they re-sign Raymond and Sider. But they'll have some money. Do they have enough for Patrick Kane? Does it make sense for Patrick Kane? David Perron is another one. His agent talked about how he wants to meet with Eisman this week.
I guess I look at Patrick Kane and I think at 35 years old, is it not logical to conclude that since they are meeting, there has to be openness on both sides to Patrick Kane coming back? Kane coming back to Detroit and the Red Wings willing to bring him back. Yeah. So if we make the logical conclusion that there's mutual interest, certainly money and term will get talked about. He's 35 years old. But let me ask you this. Given where Patrick Kane is in his career, do you think the agent will be looking for assurances that the Red Wings are going to add some gas to the engine? That, hey, this team's going to go for it a little bit more now? That because is he going to want to come back if they're like, well, we're still waiting on players to develop. We have no plans to go after Sam Reinhart or anything like that. I mean, because I'm kind of watching for that.
Well, if you're Patrick Kane or any player, I guess with this, at his age and this level of his career, whatever, what do you want to do? That's one of the questions Eisman wants to have answered too, if he doesn't already have the answer. I mean, is Kane looking for another big payday to get a multi-years out of a deal? A 2-year, $10 million deal? Is he trying to get something like that? Or is he just, hey, I'm going to play for the 1 year? Does he want to play in Detroit because of DeBrincat and because of the friendships he's made with the rest of this team? Because he likes playing on a Steve Yzerman team, he likes Derek Lalonde? Is that why he wants to do it? Or is it he thinks that this team has a chance to do something special, make a run, and he wants to be part of that? What does he want? And only he can answer that question. Everybody's different. He's already won multiple Stanley Cups, so to chase the cup again, I'm sure that is certainly appealing because you always want to be a winner. But other things might be appealing too, like, hey, I'm still playing at a really high level, but you know what? I'm happier if I'm playing with people that I like to play with.
Mm-hmm.
And that can mean a lot to somebody who's 35 years old, has already won multiple Stanley Cups, and just got reunited with one of his former teammates.
Something to think about. I mean, I'm going to be watching this one closely. I think I would be in favor of right price Patrick Kane coming back. I'm curious as to if there's any other inherent message here if he does indeed sign, which would be, are they committed to building a Stanley Cup contender relatively quickly? Kane's timeline isn't long in his career anymore.
No, but
so he doesn't want to be part of a team that's a few years away.
Well, again, you don't know what he wants.
No, I don't. I'm speculating, Gator. I don't know, but I'm speculating, and I'm wondering if this means if that can possibly be one of the variables here.
Well, I just laid out, I think there's a bunch of variables here. Don't know. I mean, as a Red Wing fan, would I like to have Patrick Kane back at a reasonable price? Yeah. I hope it's coupled with some other additions to this team, because if it's just Patrick Kane and then you're promoting guys from within the organization, that's not going to get it done.
Kind of underwhelming.
It's very underwhelming, you know. But the Reinhart talk. Oh, wait, my ears just perked up. I'm sorry. What's that? A 50-goal score? Hello. Yeah, something like that. That interests me. You know, the rumors out there that some high-end players could be on the move, whether it's Mitch Marner or Brady Tkachuk. Apparently, there's rumors that he could be had from Ottawa. Yeah, hello. I'm listening. I'm listening, and the Red Wings apparently have a bunch of prospects. So if they wanted to make something happen, maybe they could entice one of these teams to give them one of their superstar players, because you can't compete in the league without superstars. And right now, the Red Wings have a really good player in Dylan Larkin, and they have some other really good players. Maybe a budding star in Lucas Raymond. But right now, they don't have the superstar, and I'd love to see them get it.
248-539-9797. Let's talk some Tigers. Another win last night. We'll get to that at 11:32 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. We're going to open up the big old tub of pretzels. Question of the day next hour.
Nice.
Yep. Tigers with a win last night at Texas. So they've won 3 in a row here. This road trip, Boston and Texas, these two teams so far are teams kind of in Detroit's position, battling for a wild card spot. And the Tigers they've gone 3-2, which is nothing to particularly celebrate, although both those teams are looking up at Detroit currently, both Boston and Texas. And the Tigers are the next team out, the first team out of the wild card, 2.5 games behind the Minnesota Twins. Riley Green with a home run last night. Zach McKinstry with a home run last night. He had a couple of hits, did McKinstry. Jack Flaherty.
Had a triple. Yeah.
Very good. Very good outing. 5 innings, just 2 hits. And I think it's second consecutive game. He was perfect through the first time through the order. Alex Faedo coming in and did a good job out of the pen, although he did walk some guys, but got out of messes unscathed. AJ Hinch had to use, there was a back issue with Flaherty. They probably took him out a little bit earlier than they wanted to after just 60 pitches. Of his 60 pitches, you know how many were strikes?
40?
44.
Okay.
Which is an incredible. I don't even know if you want to live in the strike zone that much.
No. Well, I get nervous when when you hear back injuries. And Flaherty is a big hulking guy, weightlifting guy. So I worry about that. Hopefully it's nothing. He says, I should make the next start. We'll find out. Yep. Well, hopefully, knock on wood, that he's just fine, because he's been a revelation this year. He's rediscovered his stuff. And I've gone over this before. When he makes double-digit starts in a season, he's good. He's really good. And he's already at that double-digit mark. He's only happened a handful of times in his career where he's done it. But when he's done it, he's been great. And when he hasn't, he's been horrible. So we're getting really good Jack Flaherty right now, and continues to build on that incredible strikeout-to-walk ratio. Now he's got 94 strikeouts to 10 walks. Gives the team a chance. They should have had the shutout last night, but a misplay on a pop-up behind second base. It was Riley Green and Zach McKinstry, not sure who was going to take it. You got it. Drops right between them, and a run scored and made things a little more nervous with a tying run at the plate, but Foley gets the strikeout on just a few pitches.
So, 3 wins in a row. There was that tweet from Bill James last week that we have discussed ever since he put it out, because it feels like it was directly targeting the Detroit Tiger fan base. But the tweet was 100-win teams and teams that are expected to be good, they don't live and die every night. They know they're not going to win them all. And 100-loss teams, you kind of are resigned to the fact that there's going to be a lot of losses, and you're really kind of just watching your team for what future assets might blossom in your organization and what you might be able to sell off at the trade deadline, because it's a long play in Major League Baseball. The season is long, games every day. It's hard to change narratives about a team quickly. And you usually don't. It's usually done over the course of time. 500 teams and their fan bases live and die every night because they want to distinguish themselves as that team that can make a run. In the last couple of years, they're prime examples of teams that were right where the Detroit Tigers were, or in worse position, that went on to make the playoffs. And that doesn't mean the formula to the playoffs is to be a 500 baseball team at this point in the year. It'd be great to be 20 games over. But it also means you shouldn't give up on the season. But I don't know if that's how Detroit fans look at it. There's a couple of ways to look at this team. One is to have your prevailing thought be driven by what they didn't do in the offseason. And some people, that's the way they look at it. They're like, yeah, this is great, but had they only ... signed this free agent, signed that free agent, shown a more aggressive posture to try and add veteran talent to this roster. There is that way of looking at it. And then the other way of looking at it is, hey, they're 2.5 games out of the wild card, and there's probably some in between as well. To me, all the wins are important, and a win streak is also meaningful, and all the losses are also important. And I get slightly discouraged with the losses, and I get slightly encouraged by the wins. And I feel like we are handing out encouragement and taking it back and taking on some being discouraged on a night in, night out basis. But I do pay attention to the standings. I'm still paying attention to the standings. And some people think it's foolish. And I'm not mad at you if you think I'm being foolish. It's the reason I pay attention, though, is last year on this date, Philadelphia was 27-32. They made the playoffs. Last year on this date, Toronto was 5 games over, but they were a 4th place team. They made the playoffs. 2 years ago in 2022, Philly was 24-29, made the playoffs. Cleveland was 23-25, made the playoffs. Seattle was 23-20, made the playoffs. And that's why I stay interested. That's 5 teams in the last 2 seasons that it's in a similar place, not exactly the same, but the Tigers are game over. So, I'm intrigued. I also think watching the standings is important because it might dictate what they do at the trade deadline. Lynn Henning sent out a tweet last night, and longtime baseball, like Godfather type baseball writer in Detroit. He tweets out, Jack Flaherty is going to fetch a pretty penny at the MLB trade deadline. Tigers have to act with their future in mind. He's signed through this year. He's set up for a free agent fortune. And so the reason why these wins and losses are important is because it might dictate what they do with Jack Flaherty and Mark Canha and others. And it might dictate what they do with Jackson Jobe and Jace Young and others. Because if they put together a little streak here, they will have coveted assets for teams that want to rebuild. They seem more committed to rebuilding right now than going for it, but their play could change that. So anyway, I guess I'm wondering how people watch this team. Do you watch this team for this year? Do you watch this team with a veil of disappointment because of what they didn't do? Are you watching this team exclusively for the future?
I do a little bit of both. I certainly watch for the future. I have more interest in a Colt Keith at bat than I do a Gio Urshela at bat.
Okay.
But I'm also paying attention that, and it's strange, this team is 2.5 games out of a playoff spot for the last wild card position, that you can do it, you can get there with really good pitching and good defense. You can. And they haven't gotten good defense. They did for a stretch to start the season, and since then it's been iffy. Their pitching was outstanding to start, and then since the last few weeks, it's been iffy, the bullpen in particular. And yet here they are. They're still right in the mix of it. They've gone down to Texas and won 2 games by scoring 5 runs. But they've held Texas's offense to nothing. Now Texas's offense is, for whatever reason, just hasn't gotten on track and good. I'm glad it hasn't. But the Tigers have thrown the best 2 pitchers at them. Well, I guess Reese Olson has had a better season than Flaherty, but this is what's happening right now. That they've got the pitching that gets them just enough to get by. I'm not looking at it and saying that this will be fool's gold and thinking, well, this is all you need, a lineup like that. And I don't think the Tigers would think that either. I think the Tigers would be like, somehow we're still in it. We don't have a lineup. Our lineup is pathetic, and yet we're getting it done. It's not going to stop us from trying to find the right guys in that lineup. So I don't think that this is going to prevent them from still looking ahead. Torkelson was sent down.
Yeah.
Because he's not playing well. Because he can't hit right now. Doesn't mean he can't hit, period, but figure it out before you come back up. Justin Henry Malloy brought up 2 games. He's hitless, and he struck out a bunch of times already. I don't know if he's going to be here for weeks and weeks. I don't know if Badu is going to be here for weeks and weeks. I think they're going to constantly be shuffling guys between Toledo and Detroit to give them opportunities, because they have to still figure out for themselves who they really think is going to be the foundational pieces of this team. Because right now, you look at this lineup, and outside of Riley Green and Kerry Carpenter, I can't say they're foundational pieces just yet. I think Colt Keith is. I think he'll be one.
248-539-9797. I'm always interested in what the audience is feeling when you watch this team or listen to this team or read about this team or listen to us talk about this team. Are you thinking about this season? Are you thinking about, are your prevailing thoughts driven by what you hope happens this season, what you hope happens in the future, or are they driven by what didn't happen this past offseason? 248-539-9797. We'll get to your phone calls and feedback on this coming up. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. The car, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Hope you're doing well on a Wednesday. Talking a little Tigers. Look, this team's on a 3-game winning streak, which I didn't expect we'd get in today, and there'd be, a full rack, 12 lines lit up, Tiger calls. That's not how this works, long baseball season. So as you're watching and listening to them, just kind of wondering, are you watching more for this year, watching and listening more for this year, what you hope they can do this year? You watching and listening more for next year, or is what driving your prevailing thoughts what they didn't do in the offseason, and hence maybe you don't care all that much because there's been a lot of heat. I wasn't overwhelmed. I also wasn't overwhelmed with this free agent class, which made me kind of probably temper my disappointment, is it just doesn't seem like it's much of in retrospect, was much of a free agent class. And hell, I mean, the guy I loved is terrible. Blake Snell's having an awful year. 248-539-9797.
Well, I want to get ahead of the narrative out there that if this team makes the playoffs this year, that people would think that, oh, well, great. Now that's the message that sends the Chris Ilitch, that they don't have to spend money to be better. Because I don't think that's at all what would happen. I mean, because it's obvious this team needs to be better in the lineup. There's no question.
Yeah.
There's no question about that. And that there needs to be moves made in the offseason to improve that lineup or at the trade deadline. I'm hoping to get ahead of that narrative before people start to dispute that, because I just don't believe it. I mean, I refuse to believe that they don't care about the product. I think they have a plan in place, and they're trusting the plan. They're trusting their process. And you can disagree with the process, but I think you also need to respect that it's a Scott Harris process.
248-539-9797. Let's get to your phone calls. We got a Pete in Ann Arbor on 97.1. Hi, Pete.
Good afternoon, gentlemen, or almost afternoon.
Yep, getting there.
I was calling Doug. I know that we are similar in age, and as I recall back in 1977, I don't think that we knew that Ellen Trammell and Lou Whitaker were going to be Hall of Famers at that time, but I feel like we do have some prospects in the system that could be not necessarily Hall of Fame, but that type of prospect. And I think patience is what we need to do. Back at that time, we had Jack Morris, young again, Roger Taylor, a guy that never made it. But we have some guys that are the Jack Morris types, maybe not, again, Hall of Famers, but we've got those arms. Get through a couple of years, sprinkle in some Chet Lemons, some Darrell Evans, and see what happens from there. So I do feel like that the Lions' success has gotten a lot of people into jumping on board that we need to do it now. I think patience is where we might need to be and see where our prospects pan out, and then go sprinkle in those free agents.
First of all, I like the way you're thinking. I'm from a prospect standpoint. Do I like anybody as much as being potential middle infield Hall of Famers? No, but right now Skubal's doing things. I mean, I guess he's not a prospect anymore, but Skubal's doing some stuff that hasn't been done since Jack Morris. And you have to make the right next move. I mean, I'm personally glad they didn't invest in Blake Snell. Very happy about that.
Yeah, right.
And at this point, I'm glad they didn't invest in JD Martinez or Matt or Chapman either. But those guys might be helping them win a little bit now.
Well, and those guys also might be available at the trade deadline if you really wanted to go still get them.
That's true.
Now it would cost you something, a prospect in return, but or maybe not, because those teams may not want to carry the weight of the contract anymore and just it's prorated, but we don't want to pay the $8 million the rest of the year.
248-539-9797. Jason's in Toronto and next. Hi, Jason.
How are you guys doing, man?
Hey.
All right.
All right. My last caller sort of stole my thunder about patience, but I think I have got a little bit more than patience. I got a question for you guys.
Yep.
How much faith do you have in the scouting and back office of the Detroit Tigers? Seriously. How much faith?
Scouting
in the league?
No. I mean, it's hard to say because we're in year 2 here with Scott Harris, and he's in charge, so it's hard to know yet. I don't have a strong opinion yet.
So guys, you're going to go in the market, and one of you guys on the radio, I don't know which one, actually suggested trading. Tarek Skubal. Our pockets are going to get picked until that back office is amongst the best in the league. Otherwise, you're all tight. Your team is playing decently, and cut the guys that obviously have a problem. Maybe. The guy we just sent down, I forgot his name. Torkelson. Maybe put him on the trading block. Something's up there. But to trade for the sake of trading, and yes, we do need another bat. No argument. Absolutely no argument. We need another bat. But to trade for the sake of trading, quote unquote, to build up the stock, the draft picks, until our back office and our scouting is that good, Come on. Aren't they looking? What did we get out of the JV trade or the JD Martinez? Our back office wasn't good enough, no? Like, to play that game. What do you think?
Well, I don't not make a trade because trades didn't work out in the past.
Right,
I
got that.
Yeah, that to me would be foolish. At some point, the Padres traded for Fernando Tatis Jr., right? I mean, I think they gave up, who was the veteran pitcher? James Shields? I think it was James Shields, and they got Fernando Tatis Jr. So you can make a trade that sets you up for the future as well.
You could, but the fact of the matter is, until you're good enough to be better than the other team, let's say the Yankees, whoever you're going to sell it to, and say, yeah, that guy, the guy that he's going to be the next Derek Jeter, or he's going to be the next
Judge.
Hernandez, or whoever it's going to be. And until you get good enough, you're just going to get picked. No, they're not going to give you their best.
I don't know. I think teams. You sound like you have no faith in them possibly making a good trade. There are trades that are mutually beneficial. Teams that are trying to win now get the player they want now, like Flaherty, and you in return get the player that you want for the future. And that's okay. Every trade isn't a fleecing. Every trade isn't lopsided.
Well, no. Did the Tigers fleece the Marlins when they traded for Miguel Cabrera? They fleeced the Marlins.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure that the Marlins got what they wanted out of that. I don't remember what they
did. The top two prospects. Yeah. And the Marlins gave the Tigers Miguel Cabrera and Dontrell Willis.
Didn't they want to get out from under Willis's contract? Wasn't that it? Part of their motivation?
Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, but
we got the Hall of Famer out of it, and they got, Maben and Miller. And, Maben had a okay career.
You don't, when you open trade discussions, you don't say to each other, to the two sides, okay, I'm interested in fleecing you. Like there is an assumption that you're two teams after two organizations that are going completely different directions. One is saying, I am trying to get your piece that helps me win now. The other is saying, I want your piece that it's going to help me win in the future. And it's agreed upon that that's the way. Everything isn't a fleecing.
Now, did Al Avila strike out in his trades?
Without question.
Without question, he did. Do the Tigers have the same scouts in the organization that they did then? I'm sure they have some same scouts, but the upper tier of scouting is the scouting department
Scott
has totally
Harris
changed.
Very well would have said no to the JV trade. He might have accepted some other JV trade. But yeah, I feel like that guy's gun shy because of problems in the past.
Yeah, I can't worry about that.
I would not operate that way.
No, I'm concerned about who do they have now, and it seems like the top scouts they have now are from reputable organizations, along with Scott Harris, that they're in a better place. I mean, I like the early returns on his draft class.
248-539-9797. Let's go to John in Flushing. You're on 97. Want a ticket? Hi, John.
Hey, guys. I was talking to your call screener. He's got to be a new guy. I can't remember his name. I think it started with an A, but what a good guy. I think he said, I was talking to him for probably a couple of minutes. He's from Africa, I think.
Yeah,
real nice guy.
He's great.
He's cool.
Yeah, he's a real good guy. And I was telling him that I think you guys are going a little bit off the rails here. And I keep wanting to go on those betting websites there to make a bet. But I'm going to tell you right now, and I don't mean to be a bearer of bad news, but this team ain't winning. They're going to win 77 games. They're going to finish under 500. They don't have any hitting. And when I listen to you guys, and I love listening to you guys, and you guys are always upbeat, and your friend there always tells everybody to treat everybody kindly when he gets off the air. You guys are good people.
Why are you so convinced that they're going to finish with 77 wins below 500
they got no hitting?
Right, and
How'd they get here?
They're above 500 right now.
But it's going to fall apart.
Then it comes back together. This is what this team is right now.
It's not going to come together. What they're doing right now.
Hold on a second, John.
Okay, go ahead.
None of us is saying this is a playoff team. What we're saying
no,
is
I'm not either.
Oh, no kidding.
I'm telling you, they're not going to finish. They're going to finish
I
under
understand
500.
that, John. But there is a path for them to be a 500 team or better with what they have right now.
Get hitters.
Oh my goodness, what are they right now? They're above
Right
500
now-
right now.
Right now, they're above 500. What I'm telling you is that historically, if you go back on teams when you got no offense at all, they just got rid of
Yeah,
Torkelson,
we all recognize
and
that
he
the
probably
offense
was
is
projected
pathetic.
to be
We recognize the offense is pathetic, and yet somehow this team is still a game above 500. Are they going to flounder at this point the rest of the year? Probably will. Probably will. So you're preaching to the choir when you say that they have to go. Oh my God, I've had it. I had to because he wasn't listening, Doc. He just wasn't listening.
Well,
I understand.
That's not treating him with respect. Our friend likes to say that. The Vegas over-under right now in the Tigers, what do you think it is?
For a win total?
Yeah.
As it's adjusted, I don't know, 78?
It's 80.5.
Okay.
Okay. Now, I would bet
more 500 than
I was about to go Karsh Casino with him and bet him that they would be over 77. If you and it's not if he's convinced they're only winning 77, I would take the over on 77. Not because I'm some sort of great baseball mind. It's because they're willing to go that much lower than what Vegas has him at. And if you move any line 3.5 games, I'll gladly take it in my favor. But there are problems that have occurred so far this season. Very well may occur as the season goes on. Like everything that they've endured so far is probably going to continue. They're 31-30. You know,
would you say that this team offensively has more to give?
I don't know. I think maybe, but I'm not sure. There's some pretty big disappointments this year offensively, right?
Right. So with those big disappointments, would you expect that some of those big disappointments can start to be better than what they've been? They don't have to be all-star level.
I don't know. I'm
and mind you, I don't think this team's a playoff team. But I think this team is probably what they are, which is a 500 team. And if they got some hitting, whether externally or internally, if they were to start hitting, then yeah, it's a better than 500 baseball team. There's no question. Because they've got really good pitching. And they've gotten some timely hitting that is maybe misleading where the record is where it is. They've gotten some timely hitting late in games and in extra innings where they get these wins by one run and it comes late. That's awesome. But that's not sustainable. So what can be sustainable? Can guys be better? Colt Keith is hitting 223 right now. Would you be surprised if Colt Keith finished the season at 240?
No.
Okay. So that's a little bit more than he can give. And that's just one example. You can go down the list of the team and see if these guys can give more. And it doesn't have to be a ton more.
I guess you could make a case that it feels like there's a lot more guys underachieving than overachieving. And then, so I don't know that there's many overachievers that are they're gonna go backwards. But 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Big old tub of pretzels at 12:35. 97.1 the ticket. We'll get back to your Tiger calls in a moment. Kang, you were out yesterday. You missed it. We were talking about a fictional character yesterday, turned 43 years old.
Am I playing this game right now?
Yeah,
too?
you can. I mean, you can. I'm sure everybody wasn't listening.
Because I don't know the answer. I didn't know you.
Any
you
guesses
did
off the top of your head who that might have been?
a fictional character that turned 43 years old yesterday?
Yes. No, it wasn't yesterday. My bad. It was
This year?
June 3rd. His date of birth was June 3rd, 1981.
1981.
Yep. So, and yesterday it was brought to our attention.
Tony the Tiger.
No, that was the date of birth on
Interesting guess.
I have no idea.
the fake ID that Fogel purchased.
Oh, Fogel.
Yes.
McLovin
turned 43 yesterday.
Fogel.
Yeah. The organ donor from Hawaii.
That's right. Yep. McLovin from the movie Superbad. On this date in 1985.
85, all right.
Yep. On this date, 1985, was the setting for this famous movie.
The setting for this famous movie?
Yeah, it was the day. It was basically the day of this famous movie.
Is this sports related?
No, there is a sports scene.
But there is a sports scene.
1985.
Gator, this should be your wheelhouse, my man.
It kind of is your wheelhouse.
Hit me up with a 1995 or 2000.
Yeah, I know. I hear you. I would say that this is Gator's wheelhouse.
But this movie didn't take place in 85?
I believe it. Yeah, I
was
believe
it
it
released
was.
in 85?
Yeah, I think it was. I don't know if it was released when it was released, but this is the date in 1985.
Can you give me the release date of the movie?
I can look it up. It came out in 1986.
Okay.
Yeah.
At 86, talking about 85.
Yeah.
There's a sports scene in it.
June 11th of 1986 is when it was released.
Is it Back to the Future?
It is not Back to the Future. Right arrow, though.
Is it a comedy?
It is a comedy, yes.
Comedy.
Yep.
Was Naked Gun released back then, or was that the 90s?
Oh, that's a good call.
It's not Naked Gun.
It was a little bit later in the 80s.
Okay.
What a great movie.
Yep.
Don't get me started on that.
I won't. Stop.
Sports. It has a sports scene.
Scene.
That's
Just one scene.
Not sports movie.
themed.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not gonna be like
And it's a
Brewster's-
comedy.
It's not like Brewster's Millions.
No.
And it's a comedy.
Comedy released in 86, Gator. Come on, man.
Yeah, you would be the first person I would expect to get this.
I was like, Can't Buy Me Love. I don't know.
Great movie. Great movie. Can't Buy Me Love.
Was it Top Gun?
It was not Top Gun.
That is 86.
Yeah.
That's a
Oh, is
great
it?
call.
All
Yeah.
right.
Can you give me an actor in the movie?
No, he doesn't know any. He has
No,
none.
I happen to have a list. I'll give you, let's see here. Let's go with
Ferris Bueller's Day Off.
Matthew Broderick.
It's the Ferris Bueller's Day Off.
Yep. It was on this date in 1985. Ferris Bueller took the day off from school. And I would say that Cameron Fry had a life-changing day.
He made a horrible mistake.
Yeah. But I feel like he grew up a little bit. And
good.
yeah. And
Trashed a Ferrari, but I'm glad you
yeah, well, he
ruined your relationship with your father.
He
but
broke out a little. His relationship with his father was already ruined.
You can
Maybe
try
this
to
was
fix
more
it.
of a drama than a comedy. It's about a ruined relationship with a father and a flailing professional educator who is struggling with keeping his pupils under control. And one of my all-time favorite movie characters, Ed Rooney.
Ed Rooney.
Yep. Okay.
It's a solid flick. Solid
is.
cast.
It is.
Sarah is cast as his girlfriend.
Yep.
Charlie Sheen was in the scene of the
That's
police
right.
station at the end. Jennifer
right.
Grey was his sister.
Mm-hmm.
Good stuff.
It was a very good movie, and it was today, back in 1985. Ferris Bueller's Day Off was June 5th.
There's a scene in the movie where they hand the keys to the valet driver.
Yes.
The keys to this amazing old Ferrari, vintage Ferrari, and the valet driver takes it for a ride.
Yep.
If you were a valet driver, how tempted would you be? Like if you just didn't care about your job, like, hey, I'm I'm an 18-year-old kid. I don't care about the job. It's a summer job, but I'm a valet, and somebody hands you the keys to some sweet vehicle.
Would I do that? I mean, you know me. I'm scared no matter what I do, I'm going to get caught. So, do you remember the spin-off movie, though, that's been discussed?
A Ferris Bueller's Day Off?
Yeah.
No.
It was about what the valet drivers did that day.
Oh, right.
It was their day off, is the spin-off.
What would they have done?
Yeah. Ferris Bueller Day Off spin-off about those Ferrari joyriding valets in the works at Paramount. So these are done by the same guys that did Cobra Kai. Are going to basically tell the valet's story. Kid comes in, has the keys to the Ferrari, and they take it out for the entire day. What did they do? You know what? I bet they end up at the same Cubs game.
I was going to say they're going to go to the Cubs game.
All right, 248-539-9797. We started a topic there last hour. The Tigers have won 3 in a row. And I think, if your team has an expectation and people are fired up about them and they're watching, or in our case, many of you listening or even just reading or hearing us talk about them, 3 in a row can be something that gets your juices flowing a little bit. But I don't really see that people are doing that necessarily. And I don't really expect it. It's kind of the life of being, a baseball in a baseball town with a 500 baseball team. But we're kind of wondering how you take in the Tigers this year. Are you watching for what can happen in 2024? Are you watching for what you hope happens in 25, 26, 27? Or are all your prevailing thoughts about the Tigers driven by this past offseason and what they didn't do? How are you programmed to consume your Tigers this year? 248-539-9797. I am still paying attention to this year. And I told you about the 5 teams in the last 2 years that were in similar situations. 2 Phillies teams were both 5 games under 500 in each of the last 2 years on this date and made the playoffs. Seattle was 23-30 2 years ago on this date and made the playoffs. The Tigers are over 500. Which it should tell you that they're in the mix here. They're 2.5 games out of a wild card spot. Do they need to play better? Yes. The question is whether or not this group in general has the ability to play better. And that's subject to debate.
Well, that's the question. Because the lineup is not good. And, Riley Green is perking up again. Great. If Riley Green is what we hope Riley Green is, that's one. Mm-hmm. But they need more than that.
Yep.
If they could somehow find somebody else to be offensively consistent the rest of the way, like Kerry Carpenter was, because it looks like Kerry Carpenter may not be available till maybe after July.
Yeah.
If they can somehow find somebody of that ilk, they might still be in the hunt for that playoff spot.
248-539-9797. We'll get your phone calls and feedback coming up on this. 1235, Big Old Tub of Pretzels question of the day. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. Allende, who's answering phones for us today, pointed out that Richard Edson, who plays one of the valet drivers in Ferris Bueller's Day Off, was also the original drummer for Sonic Youth.
Wow.
Now, we're talking about that just because Ferris Bueller, if you're just joining us, Ferris Bueller's Day Off was on this date back in 1985. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Bill in Madison Heights. Hi, Bill.
Hi, guys.
Hey.
First things first. Happy belated birthday to McLovin.
Yeah. Yes.
Hopefully you celebrate with the hops.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, God. What a movie. And, Doug, you'll like this one. One of your favorite movie characters, great line from that movie is, I did not achieve this position in life by having some snot-nosed punk leave my cheese out in the wind. That's the greatest Ed Rudy line.
Oh, there's so many. I love Ed Rudy.
Yeah, I know. Back to the Tigers. I'd be very hesitant. In fact, I wouldn't move Jace Young, Jackson Jobe. If you could throw in Max Clark, in that matter, if you wanted to. But even if they're in the trade deadline, in my opinion, even if they're still like 2.5, 3.5 games out of a wild card, they're still in it. And Flaherty is continuing to pitch this well. And if Scott Harris thinks he could really feel strongly about a young bat prospect that they could get for this team, I would do it, even if they're still in the hunt. This team's not winning the World Series, so that's the ultimate goal. And that's just what I think. I think they should still, unless they go on this like incredible tear or something. But if they're just kind of like doing what they're doing right now, in a couple of months.
You're right. Time's running out on them going on an incredible tear, right? I mean, they've got like 7 weeks, and I would imagine if I were in Scott Harris's shoes, here's how I'd be handling it. I would be making calls about adding and making calls about selling, and I'd be preparing to go either direction. And I really do hope that there is a degree of definition before they get to the trade deadline so they don't have an Eduardo Rodriguez situation. I want them to know whether or not to deal Jack Flaherty, because Jack Flaherty, by all accounts, will be awfully coveted and fetch more than he did a year ago at the trade deadline when he got traded from St. Louis to Baltimore.
Yeah, and if they think if he just keeps pitching like he's pitching and doing great, someone's going to want him. A team that has, a really good farm system that's got a real high prospect bat.
I mean, I think
that would be my favorite move.
I think the ideal situation works out here. First of all, Jackson Jobe needs to start pitching again real soon, which he apparently is like any day now. Let's go to recover from the hamstring injury, and let's go.
Do you think he makes his rehab start in Detroit?
No, but I'm saying, so you got some time before the deadline, right? Hopefully, it starts with Jackson Jobe not missing a beat once he comes back to playing baseball again, recover from the injury. Second thing is that Flaherty continues to pitch as well as he has. So when you trade Flaherty and you get a young hitter in return, somebody can step right into the lineup right now. Maybe it's somebody's ultra high AAA prospect, but they just, hey, we got to give something to get something. And they get that player on this team. That can coincide with the same time, roughly within a few weeks of when Jackson Jobe is ready to make his jump to the major league level. So when you're losing a guy like Flaherty, you're replacing him with a guy like Jackson Jobe, perhaps. And in addition, what you got for Flaherty, which would be somebody that contributes to your everyday lineup. That would be ideal.
Yeah, dude, the ideal. That is, yes, indeed, the ideal scenario.
And I don't think it's terribly far-fetched. The far-fetched thing might be the timeline of Jackson Jobe because the injury slowed him down.
Yeah, it's what we're seeing, and I'm thinking, politely, 50% of prospects that you get really excited about make it, and only 50%, if that, and so. Getting excited about who they're going to get for Flaherty and Jackson Jobe and expecting them both to make it might be a little bit optimistic. But but I'm all here for the optimism. 248-539-9797. Kevin and Macomb, you're next. Hello, Kevin.
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Hey, real quick, the best part of that valet scene is when the driver is about to take off and he says, "You ain't got nothing to worry about. I'm a professional." And then Cameron's like, "A professional what?" But back to the Tigers. Yeah, I'm in that pool where I'm tired of being patient with the team. I don't like the direction right now. I see this. The team has no talent basically right now. You have Riley Green. The team right now, you have Riley Green and Skubal. That's all our talent. Obviously, Colt Keith is young, and I'm not done with him. But at the same time, it's like you have a guy in Skubal who, and it's a touchy subject for some people, but his value is the highest it's ever going to be right now. Pitchers are a ticking time bomb in terms of injuries, and I know you can't predict that. But you just look at trades over the years, like when the White Sox traded Chris Sale and what they got about 4 or 5 guys. And then I'm not saying that Skubal is Juan Soto value, but the Nationals won that trade with the Padres. They ended up getting that C.J. Abrams. They got their top prospect, James Wood, who is a top prospect right now, like top 5. They got that Mackenzie Gore, a left-handed pitcher, and then they got another outfielder. So that they got a lot of value and a lot of promise. What I see is if we don't trade Skubal, my worry is that Scott Harris is just going to try to sign some low-level rentals, and the Mark Cannas of the world, the Ursulas of the world, and the Kenta Maedas.
Well, let's say this, Kevin. If you're tired of being patient, what you're asking to do is asking for more patience. And just so you understand that, I'm cool with it. If they decide to go that direction, a Skubal trade, and we've discussed this, is not something that's top priority for me. Has got to deal Skubal, but it's a absolute king's ransom back if you're going to.
For sure. He's a left-handed pitcher, too. And it's just, I get the hesitation of the past, but it's like we got a new guy in. And obviously he didn't show much last year with that Rodriguez trade, but I just think if he makes a trade and he shows that, we are trying to build up, I'd be a little more patient. But if we're just going to stand pat and wait for Spencer Torkelson to come back, that's not enough for me. I know we got Job down there and he's looking good, and I know Jung, and obviously
it's weird though because I would argue that you could probably. I don't know that you're wrong. I mean the two Green and Skubal, but I don't know that you're 500 with just that at this point in the season. I think you got to be doing more right than just having 2 really good players. But those are 2 of their best, sure.
Yeah, and I don't want to trade Skubal, but if somebody comes up with that amazing offer, you have to consider every offer to begin with if you're Scott Harris. But for you to make a move, it would have to be a spectacular.
It would have to be spectacular.
And what the White Sox got in return for Chris Sale was not spectacular. They got Yohan Moncada, Michael Kopech, and a couple other guys that just didn't pan out. Kopech has been okay. Kopech has been okay. And Moncada was okay. But neither has been a stud player.
Now, the Soto trade is something different, but there are trades. Yeah. Nick is in Oak Park next year on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Nick.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
I got to take a little bit more of an optimistic view just because me personally, I didn't expect the Guardians to kind of get off of this hot of a start and Bobby Witt to be the best player in baseball.
Right.
I think our division is usually a pretty weak one, and if we were where we're at now in a normal year, we'd be a little bit more optimistic, even though it's the same record, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to continue to watch. I find the pitching to be really exciting, actually, and it's kind of one of those things with the Lions, right? We were all so mad about their defense, but they were still kind of chugging along, and the offense was helping them out. That's kind of what the pitching is doing right now. I would have liked a veteran bat to come in. We did sign Canna and Urshela, I know, but more for the reason that I think these guys need a veteran to teach them. When you're going through a slump, here's what you can do to kind of get your mentals back, right? Like Torkelson, Keith, all those guys. So I'm actually kind of optimistic about how the season can end. You mentioned, 80.5 is the Vegas line right now. That's what it was in the beginning of the year. So it's not like we're underperforming. I just don't think we expected the division to be this good.
I just looked on FanDuel. It's still at 80.5. It's at 80.5 as it is right now. So, the division is appearing to be way better than we suspected, right?
Well, yes and no. The other thing to look at is that Kansas City is starting to come back down to earth. They're 3-7 in their last 10 games, while the Tigers are 7-3 in their last 10 games. The Twins are 6 games above 500. They're just 2.5 games above in front of the Tigers. Cleveland's running away with it. They're 20 games above 500 through 60 games in the season. It's pretty impressive to see that they've won twice as many games as they lost. That's a hell of a start, and Cleveland is clearly the class of the division. I think the rest of the division is up for grabs, but that doesn't. All that means is that you're competing for a wild card spot. Can they still do it without doing anything personnel-wise? This team, I don't think so, but they've got plenty of time to make some personnel moves to bolster that offense.
Big O Tub Pretzels, 12:35. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Dan, who's next on 97.1. Hi, Dan.
Hey, Doug. Hey, Scott. What's up, guys?
How you doing, sir?
Howdy.
This isn't exactly the hot stove league. I guess it's the hot barbecue league. I don't know. It's exciting to talk about. Last year, Doug, I spoke to you climbing Mount Holly out of this division, and now we're kind of competing. Why isn't this exciting? It's fun. So
I would call it exciting adjacent. I don't know what they're doing is exactly exciting, but they're keeping me interested in listening and watching.
So the trade, I think, I want Amundo Sosa, who's the current, the Trey Turner fill-in for the Phillies right now, to be a member of this Detroit Tigers ball club. I was surprised when the Cardinals moved off him 2 years ago of the trade deadline and sent him to Philly. I thought he was going to be the Cardinal shortstop for the future. They moved him for Jojo Romero, who's a left-hander out of their bullpen. I'm a Cardinals guy. I think Sosa could be a great person on this team. Again, if you're willing to sort of finally get Javi Baez off this club and put something here. That maybe is Flaherty moving to the Phillies, and maybe that's where we're at.
Well, Sosa's never been a full-time player, right?
No, for the Cardinals he was. And so he was a great asset for them when they went on that crazy 2021 run after that August time when they went 20 wins in a row, right? Mm-hmm. And he was exceptional. And he's been great now. And he's got a good sort of, fill-in position now. I don't think Flaherty's here, right? So we got to sort of get rid of that illusion, and you move off him, and you get a better position player here.
Interesting idea. And, Philly right now is in a very healthy spot. It's funny because they were the team I've cited the last 2 years, each of the last 2 years on this date, both times, 5 games under 500 and made the playoffs. Right. This year they are a mere, 24 games over 500. So healthy spot. And, that might be a team that's they could be looking to shore things up, but it's going very well for them. But what is their future with Sosa? When's his contract up? Well,
he's arbitration eligible.
That contract the Cardinals gave him, so he's probably.
He still has 2 more years of arbitration. He's a free agent in 2027.
Okay, and under club control.
Yeah,
it's an interesting name.
He's at
spare part, useful. Give him an everyday spot here.
Interesting.
Rick Hummel, the former, and I really reference it because Rick Hummel, the guy in St. Louis that covered baseball forever, he saw him, I'm going back, but he saw him as the Cardinals' everyday shortstop a couple years ago. And, after kind of, this was all sort of the postseason analysis they did when the Cardinals fired Mike Schmidt and, sent him on his way packing from their manager position. He's like, man, this looked like a great playoff team. So I feel like, like Doug, you said, he hasn't been an everyday player. He really was for the Cardinals in that 2022-21 season.
21 season, yeah. He played 113 games that year, hit 271, 735 OPS.
I like it.
Yeah, and this year it's been limited time, 33 games this year, 110 plate appearances. In 110 plate appearances, 4 home runs, 4 triples, and 5 doubles.
Yeah,
that's a ton of production.
Name to keep an eye on. I like it.
Yeah.
What's his on base percentage?
367. He's only walked 7 times in 110 plate appearances. And he struck out 29 times.
Seems a little low for a Scott Harris type player, but that doesn't mean.
But the on base percentage is it does. It's 64 points better than his average. High strikeout rate, lower walk rate. That doesn't scream Scott Harris.
But not every player ever is going to.
No. But this is a guy 28 years old. Is he defined as a extra infielder, or is he somebody who screams he deserves a chance to play every day? He's killing it right now this year.
Yeah,
in limited duty.
All right, you ready to answer some random questions?
I am.
It's called the Big Old Tub of Pretzels.
That was random.
So here's the thing about this. We like to replenish them, so text over any random questions, debate points, things that you and your friends discuss. Text them to Kang.
That looks pretty healthy there, Kang.
It does?
Yeah.
I add them. I try to.
Text at 248-539-9797. Random questions you would like us to answer. And we occasionally do. About once a week. Maybe.
It's kind of got a smell to it now.
Well, how old is that tub?
It's got to be.
We need a new tub?
I don't know.
Do we
6,
just need to
7
clean
years?
the
I have
tub?
no idea. Oh, you know, it says it expired. The original pretzels expired in 2018.
Okay.
September
Pretzels have
1st.
quite the shelf life. But, all right, ready?
Ready. Are
Here
you
we
guys
go.
ready?
Yes, we are.
Hopefully I can read these. My handwriting sucks. All right, here we go. All right. If you could hang out with a group or a pack of animals for a weekend without getting killed, which group of animals would you choose? That sounds fun.
I get to hang out with a pack of animals.
A pack or a group of animals for a weekend without getting killed, which animals would you choose? Gator sounds like he already knows.
I know. Yeah, you feel like you.
I've got a couple in mind. I mean, this could be fun.
I have two, but you go ahead. Let me think about this.
All right. I'm thinking bears.
Bears, okay.
I'm thinking bears.
They look like they have fun?
Yeah, the bears look like they have fun. You know, they just kind of they can laze around if they want. They can walk at their own pace. People are terrified of them. You know, so you don't have to worry about being attacked by something like I thought about raccoon.
I thought about raccoon too.
Because raccoons are up to
That's
no good,
weird.
right? They're up to
Well,
mischief.
the thing about bears is they'll get you fish. Like they can help you.
Oh, Doug, he's
help
all about
you eat.
Finally, something he can eat. That's why.
Yeah, they can help you eat. They can go get you some salmon.
Yeah, but I don't picture a bear being active enough for you. Like for you, I would think
Yeah.
like wolves. You know, like Doug likes to be part of the team.
Yeah,
I
Follow
think
the lead of somebody.
Doug would
do
annoy
his
the
part.
Bears because the Bears would just want to be lying around. Doug's like, let's go do something.
Right. Like, guys, are you up yet?
No, yeah, come on, sunrise. And they're
That's
like,
a good
dude,
point.
stop.
Yeah.
Bears want no part of Doug.
No.
I tell you what I'm considering here is dolphins. I think the idea of swimming with dolphins for an entire weekend.
Is it a pod of dolphins? Is that what they're called?
I don't know. School? Are they a school? Are they a pod?
They're a mammal. They're not a fish.
But there's one animal that I am dying to see in the wild that I feel like everyone in my family has seen and we have never seen. And my first thought was moose, but I'm not quite sure what I would do around hanging out with moose. I think I'd swim with dolphins for a week.
So you're a moose, huh?
Yeah.
That's a pretty interesting rack you got there. Does that hurt? Is that heavy? Yeah, I got bear. What about you, King?
Gorillas. I think those guys have sense of humor. They're funny, right? You always see those. Maybe it's just because the YouTube videos I end up watching or something. But they're like, I feel like they'd fart and I'll laugh about it. Like that was funny.
Well,
that was a good one.
laugh.
Yeah,
I mean, farting
it's
is
always funny.
funny.
Yeah, but I think it's like they won't kill you. You're one in the gang.
Yep,
that'd be cool.
Well, then when they fight, it's vicious though.
Hey man, I'm the peacemaker in that.
You're guaranteed your safety.
Yeah.
All right, next question.
All right, next question. Doug would stay away from giraffes because he just want
right.
he just want to fight them.
Yeah.
They don't want to step.
Would you swim across a lake with one alligator in it for $1 million, or an Olympic-sized swimming pool with 50 baby alligators in it?
Okay. One lake.
Yep. So
with
you don't know
one
where the
alligator for $1 million.
You don't know where the alligator is. It's a lake.
How
But
far
you know that's
across
one's
the
in there.
span?
I didn't write that.
Are people making a decision like this? They're out there at Alligator State Metro Park, up 96.
Probably.
Yeah. I probably go the baby alligators in the Olympic-sized pool.
So you just got to swim across the Olympic-sized pool with 50 baby alligators in it.
Yep. I think I would do that. I mean, it's like death by a million cuts. I'm sure the 50 baby alligators could do you in. You end up bleeding out at the bottom of the pool, but
you're getting out of the pool.
yeah.
You
Well,
think?
I would hope. Olympic size. How many yards is that?
It's 50 meters.
50 meters
across. Yeah.
That's a long way to swim. Swimming is
Oh,
so
that's
difficult.
tiring in itself,
It's
yeah.
yeah. Swimming across a lake.
With one
like the
alligator?
bigger the lake, the less likely the gator finds you. But it's a long way to swim. It takes
Yes.
a long time. I think I'm taking the Olympic pool with the 50 baby alligators.
It's a no-brainer for me as a former swimmer. I am taking the baby gators and I am swimming across the 50 meters. It's going to take about 45 seconds to do so. And I'm
Whatever happens, happens. Right?
right. Baby gators going to swim next to me.
Yep.
I can push them away. The wake of
They wouldn't
my
attack
kick-
one of their own.
Well, you would think not.
Clever.
Yeah. And at the end, you know what I would probably do? Once I get out of the pool, might want to grab one of those guys and pick him up and say, "Hey, buddy."
Oh, for a pet or something?
Yeah, it's a baby.
Oh, look at the little baby alligator. Yeah, this is a no-brainer, guys. You got to do Olympic-sized pool. Even if it's a small lake, Doug, Yeah, your chances are the alligator could find you in a smaller lake, but you need a smaller lake to swim it because a big lake.
If you're ready to cross the lake and let's say you even see the alligator and the alligator's on the shore, just sunning himself, having a good time, I'm still not doing it. I'm like, no way. You see him over there? You know how fast that thing moves?
There's a lake size to gator finding you ratio that is interesting. Like if you're telling me there's one gator in Lake Michigan and I can stop and rest, I don't think that gator's going to, but I don't know if I can swim across Lake Michigan even with rests and a boat to get up on. But a gator's not going to find me.
Well, you're not swimming across Lake Michigan.
No, we're not in one. Probably never. All right, well, let's do one more.
Pine Lake, maybe,
Yeah.
All right.
It's warm. What do you want?
If you came with a warning label, what would it say? Doug would say
a strict diet.
Organic fed.
Yeah. I came with a warning label. Yeah, it'd probably be that. It'd be don't feed the Doug.
It'd probably say sugar free.
What would yours say? Dangerous sense of humor.
Yeah, right. Dangerous sense of humor. Tends to be at rest more than than you would expect.
You know, like they say, like when you go to the zoo and parks, don't feed the animals.
Right.
Feed me. I get very hangry.
Okay.
That's my warning label.
Yeah,
If I'm hungry, hanger happens right after.
Understood. All right, send your questions over to the Carson Anderson inbox, 248-539-9797. Get to send me your feedback on the Tigers. Also coming up, something went viral last week that we need to discuss. We haven't talked nearly enough about. We'll get to that at 105. Here on 97.1, The Ticket. All right, good portion of this hour has been discussing the Detroit Tigers and you know, I guess where you're at with your game watching intensity or game listening to intensity. Certainly, we're in a weird spot where, I mean, the variable that we haven't mentioned yet is them being blacked out to, I don't know, 80, 90% of our audience, whatever it is, that used to watch the games on Xfinity. And yeah, I caved and got the app. I've been called a sellout. Call it what you will. I did, Gator. You had a shorter leash and jumped in with the free Fubo subscription for a week, and then you got the Bally's app. Today's my day to cancel the Bally's app. I'm not going to. I will pay the $20 but I've had problems with pixelation. I've had problems with the feed freezing. Last night I was driving back from the airport watching it. I wasn't driving. Let me be clear about that. I was in the back seat. And so you're going through different cell areas and it's video just stops. And like, I guess I wouldn't be watching with cable either, but if I were in a car, but at the end of the day, yes, there is challenges to the streaming that typically aren't there when you just are watching over cable. We haven't really brought that up because it could be impacting everything as far away as this team is consumed. But the question was really, they won 3 in a row. Is it 3 in a row? You go, okay, they won 3 in a row, but I'm really concerned about Justin Henry Malloy's at bats and Cole Keith's at bats. Are you watching for the future? Are you still hanging on to what this team might do this year? Or are your overriding thoughts influenced by what happened in the offseason? And maybe better way to put it is what didn't happen in the offseason. Kang, we haven't gotten your 2 cents on this. How are you digesting this Tiger season?
I'm watching for the future. You know, I hope they win. I think it's always a good thing to win, to get that kind of environment around the young players, but I just don't have playoff expectations for this year. And then honestly, it starts from Scott Harris and the upper management. The players in the field and then the managers on the field every day, they're trying to win games, as they should be. But I feel as far as from Scott Harris and Chris Ilitch and Greenberg, they are using this year, and they've said it before the year too, that they have not earned any rights for expectations. They're trying to build a core. They're trying to build a foundation. So with all that said, and then you'll see what they did in the offseason, which was meh signings, right? I believe everything they're telling me. And that's what they're telling me is they're not, quote unquote, trying to make the playoffs this year. They're going to eventually, and if you believe them, they're going to
try.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like as far as resources from Chris Ilitch, they spend this money, go get this guy, trade for this guy. I think right now their biggest concern is building that core and foundation. That's why they signed Colt Keith. No one's blocking you. Torque got an extra long leash, if you ask me, right?
Yep.
They want these guys to try to develop. They're doing everything they can to develop the core. So if they're in that playoff chase and within striking distance, I just don't have enough belief in this current roster that they will take it to that point. But if they do, I'm all on board, of course, but I just don't see it. I'm looking for next year and the years beyond.
248-539-9797. Here's some feedback from Neil and Carlton. Maybe I'm just a glutton for punishment. I've been listening to the Tigers, hoping to see them sneak into the wild card so our top 3 pitchers can give somebody fits. I'd have to sit down and look. Skubal, Flaherty, and Olsen feels like one hell of a formidable trio. Now, they don't have Skubal and Olsen have like no track record.
Right.
Yeah, they no postseason experience.
But statistically, for the season they're having, yeah, I mean, that thought has crossed my mind. If this team, let's just say they got to a playoff situation, the pitching is huge. But it's a long season, and we've seen Tiger teams before with amazing pitching staffs completely fail in the postseason.
Yeah, but it is
Series,
it is an interesting point though. To make the playoffs, that trio is going to have to be good.
No, that trio is going to be great.
Yeah,
make the playoffs.
And so if they get to the playoffs, throwing that trio, and I'm previewing it. I'm in another town, and it's a short series. One of those wild card series. I'd be like, hey, their pitching's legit.
It's so good. I'm just looking at their numbers right now, stacked up 1, 2, 3 here. With Skubal's gone 73 innings. Flaherty is a third of an inning less than that. Reese Olson's gone 61 2/3 innings.
Mm-hmm.
Their WHIP Tarek Skubal, 0.88. Jack Flaherty, 0.96. Reese Olson, 1.07. That's walks plus hits per innings pitch. That's basically, a one runner on base per inning for all three of these guys. And it's actually, if you combine the three, it's less than. ERA, Skubal at 1.97. Reese Olson at 2.48. And Jack Flaherty at 3.22. And it seems to be dropping by the second. Based on what he's pitched lately, he's been so much better the last few outings. I mean, 5 shutout innings last night, 6 2/3 shutout innings against Boston prior to that. So, I mean, it's no runs in the last 11 2/3 innings. That's awfully good. That's lowering that ERA significantly.
Best of 3, Skubal, Flaherty, and Olson.
I'd like my chance.
Neil and Carlton, there's some truth in what you're saying. You'd have that valuable asset, but only Jack Flaherty has pitched in a postseason. Joe writes in, it really shocks me that Tiger fans are more concerned about winning this year than the future. I'm not concerned about the playoffs until I see Green, Clark, Young, Keith, McGonigal, Dingler, and Job on the roster.
Well, to see all those guys is going to be a while.
I would say this, Joe, if those guys are all up here and performing well, I mean, you're talking about a dream scenario that all your prospects pan out and you're good. But I don't think you ever pass at the lottery ticket. Would you take the lottery ticket? I mean, are we concerned about ruining our draft positioning? What's the downside to making the playoffs this year? I guess the one thing you brought up would be conspiracy theories about Illich saying I don't have to spend.
Well, if that comes to fruition, but I don't think that's at all what the message sends. The message would be sent that, okay, what have we got that we like moving forward? You're finding those foundational pieces, which might be in the form of pitching.
Yeah.
But beyond that right now, it's hard to find those guys.
More feedback here from Ramiz. This win means nothing. We are an 80 to 84 win team, and we are on pace for that yet again. That's this winning streak, I think, is what he means.
Right, which might get you into the playoffs, by the way.
84 wins. Yeah. I mean, look, in some years it could. I mean, nobody ever wants to hear be patience because a lot of times patience isn't rewarded. But if you look at the Tigers all time, like the last few years, if they get to 500 or better, it's another step forward. And it's not yet again. They will have gone from, they'll be the last 5 years, 62, 65, 52. But then 74. Then if they win 80 to 84, they're getting better with, quite frankly, a younger roster and relying on more young players. So, I don't know. I wouldn't call it yet again.
Well, I'm excited for the rest of the season because I'm one of these people that didn't expect this team to be anywhere near the playoffs, but I wanted to see guys develop.
Right.
And when I heard Scott Harris say that, we don't want to block guys from progressing through and having their opportunities, I thought, great, let's take a look at that. And to this point, we've seen some guys, get their opportunities and not really flourish with them, but they are getting the opportunities. That's what I want to see. I'm not going to be surprised when Dylan Dingler comes up or Jace Young comes up because they should. They're playing well enough right now that at some point they should be here. Will those opportunities come because of injuries or simply because they deserve it and guys around this roster don't?
248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Okay. Something went viral last week. We didn't get a chance to talk about it. We'll bring it up at 105 here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Kenta Maeda taking the mound tonight. Tigers try for the sweep of Texas. 8:10 the first pitch right here on 97-1 the ticket. They enter tonight's contest a game above 500, 2.5 out of the wild card. Tigers have won 3 in a row. Lions continuing mandatory minicamp today in Allen Park. Running back Jahmyr Gibbs dealing with a soft tissue injury, according to head coach Dan Campbell. Lions are favorites to win the NFC North this year at plus 145. Green Bay at plus 185 at FanDuel. Former Lions cornerback Cam Sutton, recently released by the team after being charged with domestic battery, will sign with the Pittsburgh Steelers, according to his agent. NBA Finals beginning Thursday night. Tickets for the first 2 games in Boston start at $700. For Game 3 in Dallas, lowest price, a cool $1,000. This is the Corwell Health Sports Desk. For more, 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
You know, over the years, you get to know a lot of people in the media.
Yep.
And there's word today that one of our favorites is going to retire soon. Mike O'Hara is going to retire.
DetroitLions.com, a long time of the Detroit News.
Yep.
Awesome guy.
He's a great dude. He's it's going to sound weird, but he's one of those guys that when I felt like he was being friendly and accepting to a young Doug Karsh, I felt like, wow, Mike O'Hara might like me. And that felt like a big deal. There are guys like that you have read for a long time and look up to, and he sort of just acknowledged me as a peer in any way, felt like it was a BFD. And I was like, wow, that's Mike O'Hara. And now I love seeing Mike.
Yeah, I love it. I look for every game. I look forward to seeing him at halftime. We have kind of a little tradition and have an ice cream sandwich and talk about what's going on. He's become a good friend of mine over the last 10 years or so.
Mm-hmm.
When similar to you, when I first got into this, when we first got the Lions contract in the 1996, and I was going out to practice every once in a while getting sound and stuff, and Kurt Sylvester of the Detroit Free Press was the beat writer while O'Hara was with the News, and Kurt and Mike were really good friends. So I kind of became friendly with Kurt because of the affiliation with the radio station, and kind of introduced me to Mike. And I think it took Mike a while to warm up to me.
Oh, really?
Well, Mike's old school, right? But eventually we have similar interests.
And you're
and
a new school doofus.
I'm a doofus. Yeah. So, but we've become pretty good friends, and I do value and treasure our friendship, and I really like seeing him at the games. And it's not going to be the same with him not there at Ford Field, but I wish him nothing but the best in retirement. He deserves it. He's been amazing. Just a great sense of humor.
Yeah.
Really great sense of humor. Sarcastic as hell.
Oh yeah. There was another guy like that. That when I got the approval from, like somebody, wow, they actually don't dislike me.
Yeah.
It was Red Berenson.
Yeah.
When Red Berenson sort of started having conversations with me that realized I might actually not, this guy might actually have some respect. I was like blown away. And Red had that effect. I don't know if I should say that effect on everybody, but I was cracking up because my favorite Red Berenson story and how he was thought of by people at other schools. I went to the Michigan-Wisconsin outdoor hockey game at Camp Randall Stadium. And I went with a guy and his son. Our sons played hockey together. Andy Kilbride, who played basketball at Wisconsin. And he got us tickets in sort of a former Wisconsin athlete section. And so we go sit down in Camp Randall. The great seats are right in the middle. And it turned out there was a whole bunch of hockey guys, hockey alums. And I sat next to Mark Johnson.
I was
for
just
that
going to
kid.
say, did you get a chance to meet Mark Johnson?
Yeah, and Mark, one of the heroes of the 1980 U.S. Olympic team, didn't even realize it for quite some time. And I'm like, wait, that's Mark Johnson. But Red came walking out for that hockey game, and it was bitterly cold. And Red was wearing like a sweater vest and a toque. He wasn't wearing all bundled up and everything. And the Wisconsin hockey guys went crazy. Like, look at that, man. That's a man. And they stood up and they all saluted Red Berenson. And they were like, look at this guy. What a stud. And it was cool to hear players who played at another school and how they felt about Red Berenson. They loved Red Berenson, and he just solidified his legend with them by wearing the sweater vest out there when it was like, 12 degrees and windy. But he grew up in Saskatchewan.
Right.
I completely got carried away there. All right, so something went viral last week. It was a Tennessee fan, and they decked out their basement that essentially looked like a Tennessee-themed sports bar. Like a B-Dubs or a Twin Peaks or 24 Seconds, places that we're familiar with here at 97.1. It looked like a Tennessee-themed sports bar. And Kim turned to me and said, would you want your basement to look like a sports bar? Or do you want it to look like a standard livable space, but it's your man cave? So the difference would be, as soon as Kang said this, I'm like, yep, I want high top tables. I want high top tables. We decked out the basement, but I haven't gone the high top table route yet. I kind of want high top tables in the basement. I want it to be sports bar-ish. And Kang, you want it to look like a livable space.
Yeah, I still want the couch.
Yeah.
Like, I want the man cave, but I want the couch. I think you're ready to just kick the couch to the curb and just have high tops all over the place.
Yep.
Like, a server's about to show up to, there's Keno on the tables.
I feel like urinals,
Yeah. See, this guy's obsessed with urinals, Gator.
He is obsessed with urinals.
What makes me obsessed with urinals?
It's not the first time you brought up urinals.
I only know one dude that put the urinal in his man cave, and it's awesome. But no, do you? What would you? I feel like I already know your answer because you kind of redid your house and you went with standard livable space.
Yeah.
So you wouldn't want the basement or the man cave sports bar.
Well, it's not entirely true. I guess
Okay.
I wouldn't set it up with high top tables.
You also it's basically the main living room. You've kind of got two in your house. His house is sweet, people. But it'd be hard for you to. You could do it and have the other living room be
the staging room.
Well, you got the front living room, and then you got that side sort of living room.
But the way I would do it, like if I won the lottery type thing, how would I do it? If we're talking about totally redoing a basement, because not that I've thought about this. It's the sports bar part to me would be just the bar area. Like I'd have a nice long, not a long bar like Vegas long bar, but I would have. There'd probably be like enough seating for 8 or 10 people, 8 or 10 bar stools on the bar. The bar would be sweet. There's the most amazing, liquor setup in cabinets behind it. Everybody you can see, and it's a functional bar. There might be a kitchen in the back that you can make food. Okay, I've thought about this.
Is that the door? The swing doors? You get those?
Yeah, a swing door.
Wow. Now this is a bar. What are you talking about? This is a restaurant.
Well, I'm just saying, if you're going to entertain, you're going to want to have the stuff available to you, and it's kind of a room away from all. And you don't expect it. It'd be a hidden door to get there. But yeah, we're on comfortable seating though. That's the thing, and I never envisioned sitting at a high top table as being comfortable seating. The tables are always kind of wobbly.
Oh, always.
Yeah, I'd rather sit.
Okay, I'm looking for quality high top tables. I'm not looking for wobbly tables.
That's great, but I'm looking for a comfortable setting where I'm just sitting in a chair. I don't need to be, constantly adjusting my feet like you are in a high top. I'd rather have
I think
the
you're
table
doing
that's
it
next
wrong.
to me. I'm not doing it wrong. I don't like the high top table. And I think you apparently love the high top table.
Well,
and urinals.
What I refer to as Animal Day, which is where you just kind of show up at noon on a Thursday during the NCAA tournament and you're there till midnight. I've put in some Animal Days at a high top table and loved it.
To me, the only advantage of the high top table is to see over the people that are below you. That's it. But if you're all on the same level, what difference does it make?
Kang, your normal standard living
I need
space.
the L-shaped couch or something. The love seat on the side, and maybe a recliner or two,
Comfortable
whatever.
chair,
Yeah,
yeah.
like I want people to be able to lay, kick their feet up, and to the side. To your point, Gator. Yes, the bar is going to have bar stools. You're going to have that kind of top shelf liquor, all that stuff over there. If you have a pool table or billiards, I wouldn't mind having a high top in the corner so people can set their drinks down if they're playing
Fair
pool.
enough. That I can
That's
see
fine.
that, yeah.
But I don't need this thing to look like B-Dubs or Twin Peaks. I don't. It's still part of my house. I'm not, I don't want salt pepper shakers on every table. I don't like. Yeah, this is not a business.
How old is that mustard?
Yeah,
I don't know.
exactly.
The way the house is set up now, though, by the way, it's a little bit of both, because the kitchen island, the kitchen looks into the
Right.
main room now. It's all open up like that. The island is massive, and there's enough seating there with bar stools that I guess that would suffice your high top experience.
You are in a position where I think you can do you have the flexibility to do whatever you want, and to a degree I'm jealous of that, but
I did whatever I wanted. I have the nice bar. I enjoy it.
yeah. So what would you prefer? 248-539-9797. If you ideally, is your man cave a standard living space with maybe just an extra TV or the fridge easily accessible from the couch, just a little or subtlety, or do you want it to look and feel like a sports bar? Because Tennessee dude, we have to find that and retweet it out so people can see what we're talking about. This Tennessee basement, full on sports bar. It was a bit wild. 248-539-9797, 97.1 the ticket. Tennessee fans basement has been tweeted out from our Twitter account. You can check it out for yourself what we were talking about. 248-539-9797. Okay. So something to be maybe a little bit more leery of. Pro Football Focus has put together a list, and we don't love Pro Football Focus's grading and metrics here at the 10 to 2 time frame, but we bring them up on occasion. This is not based upon their rankings, their player rankings, although they have ranked the 8 last place teams most likely to go from worst to first in their division. Okay, so there's only 8 of these teams. And there's obviously some moving parts in this, like which division has teams that the last place team can pass. How strong is the division in general? What kind of offseason that team had, et cetera, et cetera. I will read down last year's NFL standings and the last place teams. This is just basically from, as they're always listed, from the AFC East to the NFC West. The 8 last place teams were the New England Patriots, the Cincinnati Bengals, the Tennessee Titans, the Los Angeles Chargers, the Washington Commanders, the Chicago Bears, the Carolina Panthers, and the Arizona Cardinals. So you start thinking about which of these teams have the best chance to go from worst to first. Well, my first thought would be Cincinnati. They went 9-8 last year. And I think of all the last place teams finished technically the closest to first place. They have the they have the shortest way to go from 9 wins. Baltimore had 13 wins. Everybody in that division was over 500. Now that also might mean it's tough, obviously, because it's a pretty damn good division. Teams that probably get zero consideration for this: Carolina, 2-win team last year. Doesn't feel like they had a monster offseason that could turn things around quickly.
No, but worst division in football.
Yeah. Arizona Cardinals.
Well, they're terrible, but
they get Kyler Murray back.
San Francisco's the class, and it seems like the Rams and
that's
Seahawks
a pretty good division outside of the Cardinals. But I would probably eliminate those two. Others that are interesting. I feel like people have praised the Commanders offseason.
Well, the thing you don't know when you have a new quarterback in place is how are they going to enter the National Football League? Are they going to enter like most quarterbacks do and struggle, or is it going to be a C.J. Stroud situation? And do they have a quarterback that can be a C.J. Stroud type impact?
Yep.
I love their quarterback. But I'm not sure if Jaden Daniels is going to get off this great start in Washington. It's a tough division.
Yep. The Chargers. Seems to be a lot of Charger enthusiasm based in large part on Jim Harbaugh coming in.
Well, and obviously you got Kansas City, class of that division, but they only won 11 games last year. The Chiefs didn't. They won the Super Bowl, but they won 11 games, and you hang another year on some of these guys that they are hanging on to. These are veteran players that have been in the league for a while now. You could see that the Chargers, I think that's a legit team that has a chance to take first.
Patriots, if the Bills take a step back, the Patriots, it's a big ask to go from 4 wins, and I don't know that they have a quarterback. I mean, is Drake May going to win that job?
Eventually, I think he does, but I think it takes a long time. I'm not a big Drake May fan, so even if he does, I think it's going to take a long time for him to have that kind of an impact.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see it in the rookie season. I don't know. I mean, you got Buffalo and Miami are the class of that division. Miami's awfully good too.
Yeah.
I know that you left them off on purpose because you hate Tua.
I know. I just don't know. Hate is a strong word. Tennessee. I always feel like I get fooled by Tennessee. No more Derrick Henry, Will Levis there.
Well, if you don't believe in Houston and C.J. Stroud, if you think that was a fluke, although they did make some other additions in the offseason, Houston looks tough, and it's a division that has Jacksonville there as well. I just don't see Tennessee coming through.
Then there's the Chicago Bears. Added Caleb Williams, and it seems like added a lot. But they added a lot 2 years ago, 2 off seasons ago as well.
Yeah, and it's obviously you got the Lions, and Packers are an improved team. Vikings, not so much.
So according to Pro Football Focus, as they rank the teams most likely to go from worst to first, the number 1 team that they came up with was the Cincinnati Bengals.
But Doug, Joe Burrow is never going to win a Super Bowl.
That's Gators' belief. Number 2 is the Chicago Bears.
I'm sorry, what's that?
They've listed the Chicago Bears as the second most likely team to go from worst to first. Oh, we'll get back to that in a second. 3 is the Chargers. 4 is the Commanders. 5 is Tennessee. 6 is the Cardinals. 7 is the Panthers. 8 is the Patriots. I would probably go Patriots before I'd go Bears, even though I'm not a huge Patriots fan. Are the Bears going to do this with a rookie quarterback in a division where I mean Green Bay is a legitimate threat to the Lions? Are they going to jump both of them? Both seem to have pretty good off seasons. I don't know.
Well, if we're discussing the Bears,
yep.
I think it's really interesting because of what they have done. They've overhauled their team in the last couple of seasons. Much like the Lions have overhauled their team over the last few seasons. But they're starting over again with a quarterback who's incredibly talented. And they're giving him a chance because they have some weapons for him to work with offensively. And they've also added a little bit to the offensive line. Maybe that can help them. They bring in a running game or running back that might help them out too. So it's a situation where he can succeed. Can he succeed enough with the Bears to be better than the Packers or the Lions? It doesn't seem likely, but compared to the other teams that we're looking at, talent-wise, the Bears might be the most talented team of that group.
They have a ton of talent. They got a lot of hype going into last season and how much they'd improved, and specifically the 2 linebackers they brought in and DJ Moore. And I mean, they were better. No question they were better. But I don't know that this division is ripe for them to go from worst to first.
But they've changed coordinators, right?
Yeah.
Offensive coordinators, and obviously changing quarterbacks can make a huge difference. It's a talented team. The Bears are a talented team. I think it's too early for them. I personally don't see it because I think what happened with CJ Stroud is so out of the ordinary that I wouldn't expect it for Lightning to strike 2 years in a row and have another guy that's going to do that. Let alone the fact that the top 2 teams in the division with the Lions and the Packers, those are really good football teams that got better in the offseason as well.
Feels like there's some pretty there's a lot of second guessing and questioning of Matt Eberflus as well. But Kang, what do you make of this?
Well, it's the NFL, and they always say any given Sunday, right? But any given Sunday, consistently throughout a full season, 17 games, that's the hard part. The Bears could upset any team any week. That's just the NFL. Can Caleb Williams put it together consistently week after week after week, what C.J. Stroud did? Probably not. I'm not fearful of the Bears. I will say this. They have built a really good roster around him, and the key is Caleb Williams. I think the defense definitely got better. They got the linebackers from a couple of years ago. This year, they went out offensively, went and got weapons. Keenan Allen, a solid veteran to go with DJ Moore. They're trying to build up that offensive line. It goes back to Caleb Williams. Can he replicate what C.J. Stroud did last year? You just don't see it happening the first year. Now, that can't happen. It can happen maybe year 2 or 3 because he was drafted 1-1 for a reason. He's got that potential. Am I fearful of the Bears? Not yet. Is my answer. I'm more concerned with the Jordan Love and the Packers. I am more fearful of the Bears and the Vikings, though, if that makes any...
I would agree with that. I mean, I think if I'm a Viking fan, I'm pretty... I don't know that the future's very bright yet. They're building around Justin Jefferson, have an elite receiver. J.J. McCarthy, we'll see what he turns out to be. Some people think he might be great. Others pretty skeptical. Well, time will tell on him, but... They got some pieces defensively, but bottom line here is, I'm not as fearful. I'm more fearful of the Bears, yes, than the Vikings. But I mean, Bears and Vikings, I feel like in some order are finishing 3rd and 4th in this division.
But it does happen every year. The worst to first thing.
It does.
So you just got to go around and find out It's not always obvious. Like the Houston Texans was not obvious.
No.
Not at all. Rookie head coach, rookie quarterback, rookie like everything.
No. 248-539-9797. Should we be more leery of the Chicago Bears? Is anybody like see this and go, yep, that's what I've been saying. That's what I've been saying. Chicago's a team that's going to threaten Detroit. Maybe not the Packers. 248-539-9797. We got open lines. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Got feedback covering a variety of things, including the Tennessee fans bar. Do you want to look more like a sports bar or more like a typical livable space? John in Lake Orion says, my aunt and uncle have a sports bar-ish set up in their basement. After about the third Super Bowl, numerous guests, they pretty much have shut it down. Okay.
Well, they changed their hours to always closed.
Yeah, I guess. I was just in Scotland, and this hotel pub had low tables and low chairs and almost footstools to sit on. Weird. Unnamed texter, I put a urinal in my man cave in my barn. Drunk friends kept missing, so took it out. Told them they had to go pee by a tree.
Kept missing the urinal?
Yeah, I mean, I would imagine the urinal probably doesn't have the accuracy rate of a standard toilet.
No?
Maybe.
You ever think about that, Doug, before installing?
No, I didn't. Splash rate. Unnamed texter, I go old school, half the garage with chairs, tables, fridge, TV, the other half open for easy repair jobs. Allows entertainment, harassing the guy while socializing. I don't quite get that. From Scott, mine would be all sports bar, except the seating would be a couch. There would be a couch and a recliner. So a mix of the two. Regarding the Bears, picked as the second most likely team to go worst to first in the NFL. Cam in a cubicle says, oh, no, this isn't regarding the Bears. This is still sports bar. I have a whole man cave in my garage, 2 55-inch TVs, a couple couches, full beer fridge, and pool table. Have a gas heater for the wintertime and still enough room for the car as well. Wow. Cam, you got a huge garage. A lot going on. Adam in a car. Remember how many times the media claimed that the Lions were the team that would go from worst to first? It seemed like it was every freaking year. The Bears may have may be decent this year, but I don't buy it. Adam, I'm glad you brought that up. We used to be in that category. We used to be eligible for that category.
Yeah, of course,
it was a lot. And the Lions, always you could find the one-off pick from them to be that team. We were always a candidate for Mr. Media Guy who was going to be different.
Yes.
There was always somebody that would predict great things for our Lions.
Peter King.
And we would latch onto that and squeeze the life out of it when that happened. Ooh. See what Peter King wrote.
Oh, we're getting sexy picks again. Look at
Some
this.
dude from Sporting News that once, I think, picked the Lions to actually go to the Super Bowl. I can't remember who it was. I think Dan Pompei did it once. Like I when that happened in the past, even if it was only one guy, we'd do 4 hours. And we'd get calls.
Well, I'm glad to not be in that position again.
Yep.
We have a really good football team, and now we're defending the positions, and we're going, Bears.
Right.
Number 2.
Yeah, but how do you think they're taking this in Chicago?
I don't care.
But Doug just said
he's right. In Chicago, on
if we're Chicago
on the
radio
Score, we're doing 4 hours.
Listen, if I were a Bears fan, I'd be excited as hell about what's happening here.
I'd actually be excited as a Bears fan, kind of long term.
Yeah.
I don't know that I'd look at this division as one that's ripe for the pickings.
No,
but
I don't think the division's right for the pickings. But
we're
I'm
just settling in to being the top dog here.
Yeah,
we're just getting used to this. Let us grow some roots.
Right, we are the top dog. But for the Bears, they're getting in on the ground floor of a brand new quarterback and all this offense that they've added, and that's got to be exciting for them. It's cute for them.
I mean, yeah, people get excited about their new quarterback, and then you turn around and you have Tua. No, you turn around and you have somebody that's, you got Josh Rosen.
Unbelievable.
Consistent.
Just no respect at all, Kang. He gives him no respect.
Well, look, I was never a Tua fan as a next level quarterback.
This is a big year for Doug and Tua.
Oh, is Tua going to get the contract?
I know. We'll find. They might let him play this thing out.
From an unnamed texter, is it fair to say the Lions have run every starting quarterback out of the NFC North?
Yeah, chased away Kirk Cousins, chased away Aaron Rodgers, chased away Justin Fields. Yep. Done and done and done.
I had never thought of it that way, and there was a time not that long ago where people would say, I'd rather have every other quarterback in the division than the one we got. What happened? Our guy ran them all out.
Get out of here. Scram.
I would definitely have a livable space in my basement, but I have kids, so that's their play area. But I would love to do a sports bar in my garage with all teams, college and professional, in Michigan. More regarding the Bears. Eric in Waterford said, guys, what is the NFC North? What if? Guys, what if the NFC North is now going to be just like the AFC North that has 3 teams competing for a playoff berth every year? It's possible. Look, I think the Bears have had a good offseason. The one variable that I think keeps them from winning the division is a rookie quarterback, even a talented rookie quarterback who might go on to great things. The rookie transition to the NFL can be tough.
Yeah, I mean,
and typically is.
3 years from now, this division, I'm curious to see what it's going to look like, right? See, first of all, is Jared Goff still doing great things? But Jordan Love's on this trajectory that looks like he's the real deal. How much better is he going to be in 3 years? Caleb Williams was drafted first overall for a reason because of his crazy talent. So what is he going to look like? J.J. McCarthy, is he going to unseed and end up being starting quarterback at some point this season? And is he everything that is being hyped up. We'll find out, but it could be a really exciting division based on the youth of the quarterbacks, and then, the not that Jordan Love's all that young, but the elder statesman of the crew is Jared Goff.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Guys, I'm sorry. Don't forget this is from an unnamed texter. Don't forget the Chicago lost to the Lions by 15, and in Detroit we needed a miraculous finish to pull it out. Don't sleep on the Bears. They are scary. So, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of close games played in the NFL. The fact that the Lions swept the Bears last year and one of them was close doesn't change my opinion of them. I would say that I think it's unwise to sleep on anybody in the NFL if you don't go into any Sunday think this is a punch button win. Wasn't Carolina's first win against the Texans last year? Carolina was 0-6 and they beat Houston. And I'm sure Houston, in retrospect, after winning the AFC South, was like, how the F did that happen? But it happens. And I think that's it. As far as feet. No, here's one more. With the former Seattle OC now being in Chicago, if Williams can just be Geno Smith, then yes, Lions fans should be concerned. The Bears also likely will have a top 10 defense. It's from Brian and Monroe. Yeah, the Geno Smith conundrum. And we'll see him again.
Good God.
Yep.
This is the year. This is the year the Lions beat Seattle.
Yeah, I just see it as Geno Smith, man.
We're just down to Seattle, man.
Remember they couldn't beat Trubisky either?
God, that was crazy.
Wasn't that weird? Everybody beat it, Trubisky. Not us.
Beated?
Beaten-dinded. My bad. I apologize. Everybody beaten-dinded Trubisky, not us. Sorry, that's an embarrassing mistake. I apologize. 248-539-9797. You know something that hasn't come up yet? And maybe it has via text. And something that is just something to keep an eye on. We haven't mentioned it. I thought at one point you were going to bring it up. Wasn't a great time for Flaherty's back to seize up. You kind of mentioned you have concerns about it.
Mm-hmm.
That's not going to be a story here, is it?
Hope not. I hope that the reports today, when AJ Hinch meets with the media prior to the game, I hope they're like, yeah, nope, look, talked to Jack this morning. Woke up this morning, felt great.
Yeah.
Hope that's the case. Yeah, guys took a look at it. It was nothing to be terribly concerned about. We're going to keep an eye on it, of course, but he feels great. Keep it stretched out. We're gonna be fine moving forward.
Because of the way the schedule's laid out, he's not supposed to pitch again until a week from yesterday. So he's going to get a full week off. I don't want to see that he's going to miss any starts.
No. Please not that.
This is not the luck that we need right now.
No, because that would be, that's like same old Tigers, right? You got somebody that can either help you for the rest of this year if you want to hang on because he's pitching really well, or two, probably more than likely, be an excellent little bit of trade bait.
Mm-hmm.
Not a little bit, but
I was about to say a little bit is under
this is like a whole bucket of chum. He's a pretty good pitcher this year, really good pitcher this year, and would this be just Tigers' dumb luck to have somebody who's totally tradable that everybody knows you're going to trade and then all of a sudden gets hurt? That would suck. Let's hope to God that's not the case.
Yep. It's a story that when I heard yesterday after the game that it was a back, I wasn't, if they mentioned it during the broadcast, I didn't notice it. The game was kind of on my phone, but yeah, that really can't be. It can't be a thing. Not now.
Well, when that happened, just to give you a little insight of how I was watching TV last night, because I had my laptop sitting on a bar stool in front of me while I'm watching TV, watching whatever else was on.
Just like a great sports bar.
That right. And I noticed that sixth inning, and here's a new pitcher on the hill. It was Faedo that came in and pitched sixth.
Yep.
I'm like, why is why is Faedo pitching? How many pitches did Flaherty throw? I mean, it doesn't seem like that many. Why are we going so early? It's a 3-0 lead, and it seemed like he was coasting. Fortunately, the app has the rewind part. So I went back because I had missed the part where they had shown him stretching the back out. And so I went back in the broadcast and found on the TV broadcast where they were talking about it and showing him stretching out the back. I'm like, that's not good. 60 pitches in 5 innings is awfully good. 12 pitches an inning, that's amazing. And he was on his way to maybe getting into the 8th inning if he continued on that stretch, which would have been truly amazing. But to see that happen, my thoughts were not good thoughts last night when I first saw it.
Yeah, I just really want to make sure that it's a one-day story and not a few-week story.
Right.
Not the time for it. Not the time for it.
No, not the time for it.
248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. A Twin Peaks made some changes for the summer, and your favorite bourbons and brews has a sexy new twist officially starting tonight. It's Tequila and Cerveza parties. Wednesdays all summer long. They'll be featuring and sampling their best drafts and bottles along with the high-end and special tequilas. Twin Peaks girls are dressed in the red lingerie through the summer, ready to help you cure those midweek blues. Sampling takes place from 5 to 7, so get in early and see why it's the hottest night of the week. They'll even sample some of their excellent craft cocktails. This week's feature is the amazing Lunazol Silver Mexican Mule. And did you know that Twin Peaks has added more time to their daily party? All lodges are now open later. That means an extra hour of happy hour Monday through Thursday night. Late night happy hour starts at 10 p.m. Monday through Thursday and runs through midnight. Bring the crew and enjoy their amazing deals on shareable items like $3 fried pickles, $5 hand cut and breaded to order mozzarella cheese bites. Wash it down with great drink deals like $3 Wells and $4 tall domestics. Or buy a round of cheap shots for the group priced at $3.99. Come in and see why Twin Peaks does it better than anyone else. Find a location nearest you. Go to TwinPeaksRestaurant.com. Twin Peaks eats, drinks, scenic views. Maybe this is easy, maybe it isn't. MLB Insider has put together his early All-Star team. Gator, who do you think local representation is?
For the Tigers?
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to guess it's Tarek Skubal.
Yeah.
Is a representative. Would they have two? If they would have two, I would guess that Flaherty would be the second one.
Well, to answer your question, indeed, they do have two Tigers. And you go with Jack Flaherty?
Mm-hmm.
It is not Jack Flaherty.
Is it Reese Olson?
It is not Reese Olson, although I'm pushing for Reese Olson.
So it's a position player for the Tigers is the second projected All-Star.
Don't forget, it could be a bullpen arm.
So it's a position player for the Tigers. I just can't see a bullpen guy.
Okay.
I mean, there's nothing really to get excited about, so I'd be surprised no matter what name you're going to throw at me, I guess.
Okay. Kang, do you care to venture a guess who the second Tiger All-Star might be?
Is it Torque? No? Not Torque?
Not so much?
Wow. Position player for the Tigers?
Yep.
Or bullpen arm, he said.
Yeah. Dude, I have no idea. Honestly, no matter who you're going to say, I'm going to be surprised.
Well, I will say some of the criteria, it says this is a really shallow room at this position.
At the position. So, good God. I mean, I'm thinking that before you said that, I was like, okay, Riley Green or Matt Fearling, one of those two guys. I mean, Riley Green's hitting 249, but his OPS is over 800, and so is Veerling's. They're both at 809 with OPS.
It'd have to be Veerling between the two, wouldn't it, though?
But why? Because he's got a batting average? He doesn't draw walks.
All right, pick somebody. I'm going Veerling.
I'm going to go with... yeah, sure.
All right,
Riley
what?
Green. I don't
You're going
know.
green? This is Squid Games. You pick somebody or you die.
Right.
What are you picking? You're picking Green? One of you is correct. It is Gator. Reluctantly, you're correct.
Well, outfielders are just trash this year in baseball in the American League?
Well, this is Jim Bowden's All-Star team in the American League. At left field, he goes with Riley Green. And he writes, this is a really shallow left field room for the American League this year. I went with Green because he leads all AL left fielders in on-base percentage and slugging percentage and is tied for the league in home runs with 11.
So he's going specifically for left fielders as opposed to just outfielders, and then you spray them.
I didn't know that.
I didn't know that either. That clearly would have made a difference.
Yep.
Wow. Well, hey, all right. Congrats to Riley Green so far.
You know, it's usually the opposite. Usually, like, our guy deserves respect. You seem stunned that there is a...
Well, I guess, you know what this is? This goes back to how bad offense is in baseball all around right now.
Kind of lost in the shuffle, and we took a call earlier in the show where I felt like the caller wasn't acknowledging how much offense is down across the board. We never got around to it because we had other calls and we were trying to keep the show moving. But yeah, this might be because of that variable mostly, that the offense is down.
Now, on May 25th, Riley Green was hitting 230 after going 0 for 4 against Toronto.
Mm-hmm.
He's now up to 249, so he's brought that average up almost 20 points, which is great. He's brought his OPS up 46 points, almost 50 points there. He's been a lot better over the last week, basically, is what it comes down to, and good to see. And the home run he hit last night, good. Is he one of the guys you watch that looks like you can definitely tell he has changed his launch angle, trying to hit the ball higher?
I haven't noticed that, but you have?
It seems to me like maybe he's always hit like this, but that uppercut, he's got a big uppercut swing.
Yeah.
And it's paid off. He's got 11 home runs on the year.
Yeah, look, it's not the batting average year, but in a year where offense is down across the board in baseball, and Riley Green now returned and playing some center field. I mean, that's the other thing is whether or not that has anything to do with it. But 11 home runs and a 809 OPS, 1.9 WAR.
I mean, yeah. Well, I don't pay attention to WAR stat as much because I think it's just BS. But the OPS I'll look at, and that's over 100 points better than the league average.
Yeah.
So this is why you can live with. I mean, batting average at 249 sounds like it's terrible. I don't know what the league average batting average is, but I'm guessing
it's like it might be right around there.
I was gonna say he might be slightly above the league average.
Yeah.
So
I saw a number last week, and I think the batting average, the average batting average, I used to think of it as like between 260 and 265
because it I think used to be.
Yeah, and now I'm pretty sure it's below 250. And now that could be a product of a couple things: people swinging for the fences, the changing approach at the plate, and you couple that with, I mean, certainly I don't want to discredit pitching. Pitching might be a lot better, but yeah, batting average is way down. So from what it used to be, it's 240. Am I seeing this right? Current?
I'm not going to disagree with it. I'm telling you, it's down significantly.
Okay, so back in my baseball card era. It was through like the 80s. I mean, between 256 and 270.
Yeah.
Pretty much every year. Speaking of baseball cards, our guy Kang hosts the Kang Collects podcast. Kang, did you see what action figure just sold for $525,000?
I did. Do
you think it's worth it?
That's one rich nerd that bought that. No. Do I think it's worth it? I mean, I guess so because I just go by whatever the market tells us what something's worth in collectibles, and
it was some sort
the
of
market has spoken.
A rare Boba Fett action figure.
Yes, but here's the thing: it was the first one with this rocket launcher.
Okay, I remember the rocket launcher.
It's got to be worth this much because they still have the rocket, that little thing. Like that's what kids lose the most, right? Is that anything that shoots?
Wow. Was this thing even taken out of the box?
I don't know. But yeah, I don't think so.
That's why they had the values because they never take them out of the box.
Because had they open it, I mean that rocket's gone, right?
I could.
It's under the couch somewhere, never to be found again.
It ends up in a dog or a vacuum.
When I was a kid, I loved Star Wars action figures. Yep. Loved them.
Yep.
Can you imagine being told, "Don't open the box. Don't ever open this box"? Like, what do you?
It's so funny because we got some mountain bikes in our garage that haven't been ridden for a while, and I'm like, we need to get rid of these things. And I'm thinking, now wait a sec. If I hang on to this for 50 years, is this going to be like some vintage relic that will sell for $1,000?
Probably not.
Probably not.
Depends on the model. If that's a very popular model they don't make anymore.
And what'd you say? Worth $1,000? So what'd you pay for it? You know?
Yeah.
Oh, great. So it increased in value over 50 years.
Well, is it going to be valuable? Don't get more worked up at the price. I'm just wondering if it's going to be, because honestly, my wife, a few years ago, one of them was my wife's original mountain bike, and she rolled up on it, and somebody goes, wow, vintage bike. And I'm like, vintage? Anyway.
Well, if another pandemic happens, it will shoot up in value.
That's true. Very true.
Bikes are hot then.
So let me ask you this then. What do you have this week on Kang Collects?
This week, I talked to a couple guys from Kruk Cards, K-U-R-K, about eBay Live. I don't know if you guys know anything about eBay Live at all.
Do not.
It's like live auctioning. Like usually when people buy something off eBay, it's either buy now or you wait 7 days for auction items. But they do now eBay Live stuff where they have like put an item up and you got 5 minutes to bid on it and people go at it and then move on.
Sounds exciting.
It's fast paced, my man. Fast paced.
Yeah.
Jerseys, cards, anything.
Okay.
CDs. Yes, CDs still
pressure
exist.
buying.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Rico's in though.
And what else on Kang Collects this week?
Oh, that's it.
That's
Yeah, that's this week's episode. I mean, hey, if you miss any episodes,
go back.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Kang Collects the podcast.
To get into a fight?
What are you talking about?
You hit Doug.
Oh, the eye? Yeah.
Gator. Use your words.
Rico was there when I got hit in the eye. Knocked my glasses, the lens out of my glasses. It's a push to get back into the dorm after a fire drill.
Yeah.
I did not hit him.
No.
Just want to let you know.
No, that was.
You don't strike me as the kind that would throw hands.
Not anymore.
No, it was quite a night. I'll just say that.
Was that the Tyson?
No.
The night he lost to Buster Douglas?
Yeah, no, it wasn't that night.
Okay.
But no, it was a fire drill. Everybody was outside. Everybody was pushing
wasn't
him to get
it was
back
like
in.
One of those nights that you could probably make a movie of that evening.
I don't remember. I wasn't there because I remember where I was when Tyson lost to Buster Douglas, and it was not at the Dorm. But
I remember where I was.
That is a tease, kiddies.
There was stuff going on.
What a humble brag going there.
What do you guys got playing?
Hey,
coming
I
up
got to
next?
find out what happened to Tyson fight. I'll be right back.
There's two different perspectives when it comes to the Tigers.
Yep.
Gibby called the morning show. Let's try to bring it, super positive, super negative. Can we meet somewhere in the middle?
Okay.
That maybe, guys, we're the Spider-Man meme. We all kind of want the same thing.
Right. I think we shade super. I know we're not super positive. I shade positive. I mean, even if they finish at 500, it's another small step forward.
No, I think what we try to do is find a route or a path for them to be where you ultimately want them to be. And to get to that, that route is going to be tough unless they add to the offense.
Yeah. And then also, sports, gambling, is it eroding the sports that you love?
Interesting question. I remember when this got approved, we debated how much this would get talked about on the air. And it feels like more and more all the time, but I guess it is what you make of it. It depends what direction the hosts take it.
It's like, you know what? Because I don't know, you got to go. But sometimes I feel like, I don't really care that this bench player did something, but then in the bigger picture, I guess you kind of actually do.
Have a great show, Rico, and good luck. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
We're brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. Kenta Maeda on the bump tonight. Tigers try to make it 4 straight wins and go for the sweep in Texas. 8:05 the first pitch. That's right here on 97.1 the ticket. Tigers enter the contest a game above 500, 2.5 out of that final wild card. Tigers a plus 115 underdog tonight for those of you keeping score at home. Lions continue mandatory minicamp today and tomorrow in Allen Park. They're back at OTAs the 10th through the 12th. Running back Jameer Gibbs dealing with a soft tissue injury, according to head coach Dan Campbell. Lions, by the way, favorites win the NFC North this year at FanDuel at plus 145, while Green Bay not that far behind at plus 185. Former Lions corner Cam Sutton, recently released by the team after being charged with domestic battery, will sign, according to his agent, with the Pittsburgh Steelers. NBA Finals beginning on Thursday night. Tickets for the first 2 games in Boston beginning at $700. How about for Game 3 in Dallas? Lowest price, a cool $1,000. Oh, that's it? That is it. I'm Jeff Lesson. This is the Corwell Health Sports Desk. For more, 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Welcome in on a Wednesday. We got a lot to do today. I think the attitude is pretty good. It's probably because Kenny's not here. Very exciting.
Ayande's joining us.
It's all vibes.
Yeah.
And certainly a knowledge of things besides hockey.
You know what,
I got to
David?
get Kenny to watch baseball and football and things. It's always hockey with Kenny. It drives me nuts.
Or maybe we should just vote on a lot of stuff. We have the majority today.
Oh, I like this. I like this. Rico insinuating the Black Caucus is in. I'm out. All right, I've been voted out.
I'll give you a nice cup of Merlot.
All right, so
some of that canned bolognese, Costa style.
Bolognese. All right, let's try to get into this, shall we? We thought the vibes were pretty good yesterday. We talked about the Tigers at 500. We talked about the next step, what it would take to be a buyer, and no one responded. So I was listening this morning to our morning show, Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather with the news, and out of nowhere, Kirk Gibson called. Now, I've heard Gibby do this before occasionally. And look, I listened, and it was evident from the start. I don't think Gibby was interested in a conversation. I think he was interested in propaganda, and that's his prerogative. It is no secret he is a legend. He's also a guy that has worked in different capacities in and around the team his whole life. That's fine. But this idea was, well, I'm hearing negativity. The tenor of the conversation for John and Jim was simple. Need more offense, pumped up the teams above 500. Can they sustain it?
Yeah.
I don't deem that as negativity. But it got me thinking on something. Gibby started preaching patience and then telling 1984 stories, which I'm just here to tell you I don't care.
Okay, here's the funny thing about it, Mike. If those who listen, Mike's telling the truth. Like, he really said, hey, you know what happened 40 years ago?
Right, and my point is, you don't get to preach patience when you're still telling me what happened 40 years ago. So right off the rip, so I said, let me update this stat. Forget about 1984, and how about 2014? A decade. Since you got blasted out of the playoffs, do you know every team in the AL Central has won it except you? You don't get to tell me about patience. But I said, you know what? Let's make this a topic. Because I do think Kirk Gibson does represent an element of the fan base. Just like there are people we represent. I want to see if we can bring people together on this and try to gain a better understanding, which is, look, on the same day that Kirk Gibson calls the morning show, you see, Lynn Henning talk about the Tigers trading Jack Flaherty. See, you can't preach patience if patience gets me trading my best players. Mm-hmm. So the question I make is this. Are you Team Gibby in that just enjoy the ride, everything's great, be patient, team's improved, and it still might result in you selling? Or are you the type of fan where I think patience is on the left, I think passion is on the right?
That's a great way of putting it. Patience, I like that.
I can leave. That's probably the best point I'll make all day. The point is, passion is, it's not that negativity makes you a bad fan. It's that you're burning to win and you don't
want more.
Yes. So, look, I said this yesterday, and I want to make sure I am unequivocal about it because I think people get twisted up in this. At 248-539-9797, there's not anyone at this radio station that's behind the glass or on the other side of it that wants anything other than the Detroit Tigers to win and to go to the playoffs, even if you take human emotion out of it. I mean, Rico, it's a business. I want to win.
Right.
So I want to win, and I want enough that I don't have to. I told you, I laid down my sword a couple weeks ago. You know where I stand with the offseason. It will never change. No. I could argue they'd be 5 games better had they done the things that I wanted or things that Cookies wanted.
Here's the thing. Patience has a shelf life. And
Yes.
I think some people don't believe that. They think, oh, you could just be patient all the time. No, it has a shelf life of probably about 5 years. If you come into an organization and you're starting all over, fans are willing to wait 5. They hope that you do it sooner.
Yeah.
But 5 years after that, they're going to be like, well, you know what? Maybe you're not the guy that we thought you're going to be, and we got to do this all over. So when you're now 10 years in since you've last won and been to the playoffs, and you're still looking at another 2 to 4 years from now, waiting for all the guys in the farm system to come up here to be your core, that's 15 years. That patience is expired. It's like the ants, expired. That's where it is right now. So to sit there and say, well, just wait, you don't get to do that, because that's not fair to the fans, because the fans have waited by the sidelines. They were patiently there for you. They supported this team through some dog crap years. Now they just want to see winning because they see winning every place else. You shouldn't. The thing that got me was he was like, well, you're not the Yankees. Okay, first of all, the Yankees haven't won in a while. No offense.
God, man, why do I take a stray?
No, but it was a boomerang because that stray's not there for you. But if the Yankees are still considered the gold standard, why not try to be like the gold standard?
How about the fact that you ace the Yankees out every time you see them in the playoffs?
But if the Yankees are considered that team,
right,
then try to be like that. Emulate that team.
And
have some pride in yourself. And don't sit there and undermine, we'll never be the Yankees. Well, not with that attitude.
And second of all, nobody asked you. See, I didn't like the comment because it's a straw man argument. No one has ever suggested the Tigers should spend like the Yankees. They can't. But when we are so far below league average, we're having a different conversation. See, again, and I thought Jim and John handled it as best you can. You're not going to get into a knockdown drag out. It's just this idea of, look, are you Team Gibby where this is fine, patience, hey, we're the Tigers, we're not the Yankees, and, it's all positive right now? Or are you more passionate where it's, hey, I'm pumped up, they've won 8 of 11. I'm excited we're finally a game above 500, but what happens next? Because on the same day that Gibby calls the morning show, Lynn Henning talks about how much you're going to get for Flaherty at the deadline. Now, that flies in the face of being able to be positive. That's going to be gut-wrenching. If they're 4 games over 500 and we just sell Jack Flaherty, Mark Hanna and Matt Vierling go bye-bye, you get rid of a bullpen arm, that's very difficult. So I would love to know where you are at as fans. And if you just simply don't care, You are totally apathetic. I know that's a weird thing to say, hey, call up and tell me your apathy. But I'm trying to gain an understanding of where the fan base is at on June 5th. They have scratched and clawed, and as flawed as they are, they're a game above 500. They're earning their right into a different conversation. I know where they got to be on July 15th for us to really put the screws to the organization and demand something. Mm-hmm. But in the here and now, Rico, they could be saving themselves. And I'm here for it. But I want to know where the fans are. Gibby waiting to call in until they're a game over 500. Come on now. Come on. Well, you've been negative. Well, the team's been lousy. So if we want to do gotcha society, we can do that,
and
I guess.
You wonder how long has he been waiting to make that phone call?
And that's why I don't care. Because we deal in real time. And we don't have an old English D on our paycheck.
Here's the thing.
And I'm not going to tell you what you want to hear. I'm going to tell you, through my view of the world, what I think you need to hear. And if you like it, great. And if you don't, there's plenty of other things to listen to.
Because I think the passion, I think most Tiger fans would like it when you go down to the ballpark, you down to Comerica Park, and the Tigers lose a game, you're angry. Because you feel like that was a game they should have won, rather than, well, we had a great time, David. Yeah, we did. It was sure nice out here. Wish they would have won the game. Because that's where a lot of people are, and I think that's where Gibby kind of wants the people to be, is just enjoy yourself, have fun, think of the 40 years ago, hey, Leland's going to get his number retired. Just think of the good times while we sit here and wait. And while you're at it, go watch Matt Verlaine.
I think it's very difficult to justify patience and positivity when you're still telling the same campfire stories 40 years later. Wow. That don't work for me.
I'm glad you stuck around.
Thanks, buddy. All right, now I'm done. 12 minutes in, I've made a couple decent points. Caught a stray about the Yankees not having been to the World Series since 09.
It was just because he's like the Yankees, and I'm like, okay, but the Yankees haven't won. But even if the Yankees are the gold standard, okay, try to be the gold standard. You know what's different? And I'm not trying to mix the sports, but what's different about the Lions? It used to be that we play football, other teams win Super Bowls. Now it's, oh yeah, we can beat these teams. Why not us winning a Super Bowl? It's a mindset. But when you sit there and say, well, we're not that team, that's that broke mindset. I can't help you with that because you've already defeated yourself.
248-539-9797, and I'll even open up Pandora's box with it. Again, we're referencing Gibby called in out of nowhere. The guys handled it well. Obviously, Gibby wanted to go a different direction and go uber, Bally sports positivity. I don't think that's in order for a 500 team. I think it's okay to love the team or want the team to win and have a more negative tone because they seemingly, look, they're 25th in OBP and 25th. They're not a good offense. They don't spend money. It's okay to say, damn, let's do more. We can do this. This pitching is so good. How long have we said they got a 90-win pitching staff and a 75-win offense? That doesn't mean you don't want them to win.
Right.
So are you more patience, Team Gibby, or are you more passion? Team us, I guess, or Team Cookies, or whatever you want to call it. Or is it option C? You're not paying any attention. That the Comcast thing took the starch. You're not going to turn on the transistor radio as much as we'd love to have you with 97.1.
Please listen. It's free. But, brother, no, I was reading
Why do I just imagine Rico's like one of the starving kids in the ad for 10 cents a day, and Rico's like, looks at the TV screen. Listen, it's free.
It's me with a little shaking dog. Please help little Tim Tim.
Listen, it's free.
Nah, because I read an article today. This Bally's thing ain't going anywhere.
It's not. Soon. I just read an article from the Minneapolis Star-Tribune. They've extended the negotiating deadline till July 30th, but essentially it sounds like Comcast is entrenched. Diamond Sports is at least publicly saying, hey, we're trying to negotiate, but Comcast won't. I can't speak to that. The other angle is Diamond Sports is running out of time because without the checks coming in from cable, it sounds like they're going out of business. Mm-hmm. I'm paraphrasing. There was a line in the article I read today, because, again, Twins fans can't see their team. It was basically we're running out of time.
Yep.
And then you're creating an issue for the fall sports leagues because of the RSN relationship. So it does feels like no one's going to be seeing this tape.
A slow death is what it feels like.
Yes. Okay. So everything's available to you. 248-539-9797. Let me take care of some business if you'd be so kind. Companies out there offering a BOGO deal, AC, furnaces. Look, nothing's free. You want a fair deal? Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They have got you covered 24/7. Locally owned for over 40 years, and they back their work with a 5-year warranty. Mastercraft, your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical, and they'll beat any price. You bundle a new high-efficiency AC and furnace, you save yourself up to $2,000. Fast installation, great same-day service. Just visit mastercraftheating.com. All right, we're off and running, and I'm legitimately interested. You've got a baseball team that is in the midst of its hottest stretch of the season. The pitching is it's unbelievable. Even last night, Flaherty, they dodged a bullet, back tightness. They pull him after the 60 pitches. The pitching between the big three, which is Olsen and Skubal and Flaherty, you want to know why you're going to be a 500 team at minimum? It's those guys. If they're healthy, 3 out of every 5 days, you got somebody better on the mound than the other side. All 3 of these guys have pitched at damn near Cy Young level. It's also why, right, the other side of the fan base that isn't as positive, where I lie, is like, yeah, and if you had bothered with offense, you'd be contending for the division. That's really what it boils down to. You know what I don't need is John Jansen reading the standings to me. Well, Texas only has 7 more. No. Stop. Go back to reading the funny pages. We watch this team. When they score 5 or more, they're unbeatable. And when they don't, they suck. Now, congratulations. You won 2-1 and 3-1 in Texas. Is that really how we're winning ball games all summer? Absolutely not. The pitching has been incredible.
But you knew that.
Right. But and that's why I picked him to win 84 games, mind you. So Mr. Negative over here has said, I thought they were an over 500 team. So naturally, when they're under 500, I think I have a right to be upset. Especially when they can't score in a whorehouse. And you lose 1-0 and 2-1. It's like, yeah, I have rights. I'm a human. I'm a fan. So when Gibby called in this morning, you're either on Team Gibby, where you're like, not everything is awesome, but hey, it's positive, and give them a chance.
Go have a hot dog and a beer and go enjoy yourself. The young guy's going to be up, and look at Veerling. He's good.
Oh, when Cookie said, yeah, but Gibby, with all due respect, the offense and look, torque is a major concern. We're going into Matt Veerling stories. Like, all right, I see where this is going. I just don't roll that way. I feel like
Max Clark will be here soon.
Oh boy. So you're either team positivity or team passion. And I don't know that either side is wrong. I think this Tiger team has been completely maddening. That's what 500 teams do to people. We all want the same thing. Go to Odyssey.com rewind. Go pull up yesterday's show. Go pull up 2 shows from last week where I talked about the pathway to positivity. And what is it going to take for us to not have to say that S word we hate, selling? What will it take to buy? David, what did the Ticket Text have to say? And we'll get to the callers.
Team Gibby, his 84th story was a correlation to some of the guys on the team today. Tigers are playing better. You guys are negative. Okay. Patience doesn't get me to buy World Series tickets or any ticket to any game. I want to be on the passion side and enjoy watching ball games again. Ryan in a car.
Okay, there's both sides of the fence in 2 texts.
Patience expired when Chris said the rebuild was over. No longer patient. That's like telling Lions fan to be patient. Come on, Gibby. It's been how many years now?
I think the stat that's damning is that in a decade, every team in this division, including the garbage White Sox, has won it except you. Don't ask me for more patience.
Chris in Canton says, a lifelong diehard Tigers fan since the age of 8. For the very first time in my 51 years on this earth, I have zero interest or expectations for this team. I can't even have any patience anymore.
I think I think that's why it's so important what they do in the next month. That the 4th of July for a lot of people will mark real baseball. And if this team becomes a story, if they are able to be 6, 7, 8 games over 500, maybe possess the last wild card, that will change for people like that.
And with the patience, as I said, it has a shelf life, but if you show you're competitive, people in this city, that's enough for them. Okay, you know what? We're going to extend that time. We're going to go to 7, 8 years because you're competitive, because you're even making the first round of the playoffs. You're doing something, but just nothing, and you're watching everybody go past you and lap you. Yeah, that's where you just you can't. It becomes what you hate. You know what? Just go down to the ball game and have a dog and just sit there in the sun. And
you've hit the daiquiri phase. Yeah. All right, let's go to Larry. Okay. What was that, Rico? Can we do that when we play the Tiger promos? There's no better sound. And it's gone. Let me talk to Powers. We have to get that in a promo.
Only if I can get it down at the headquarters.
Yeah, where I feel like that's where that call came from this morning. Let's go to Larry, 97.1. What's up, Larry?
Well,
Larry?
Unlike a lot of people, can you hear me?
I hear you now. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Larry. Yes, loud and clear. How are you?
All right. Unlike a lot of people who call in with opinions, I don't have one, but I'd like to ask your opinion.
Sure.
The Tigers seem to have good pitching, and your station's been talking about selling a couple of pitchers or trading them or doing whatever you got to do. Do the Tigers, they got this $60 million. They're under league average.
Mm-hmm.
Get rid of this Baez guy, do something with his contract, maybe get a little more money. Would they then have enough money to go out and buy themselves like 40 or 50 home runs and a couple of guys that can hit 280, 290?
They have the money right now.
Yeah.
I mean, Larry, look, if you're on team passion, it's what we've been talking about. I mean, Chris Ilitch is one of the wealthiest owners in the sport. You have a team that is well below league average, not top 5, not top 10, well below league average. Larry, they have the money even with Javi Baez. They are choosing to not do it, both in the offseason and then look, now to answer your question in real time and not beat a dead horse, if they're in position at the trade deadline and they don't do anything, I don't know how that would be acceptable. So they've got to earn the right to be a buyer. And right now they're fighting their way into the conversation.
So the problem with this team is, I mean, they could use help at almost any position.
Agree.
And they got the money to buy him, but they just won't spend it.
You know what? You've said it all, Larry.
So succinctly.
It's been what I've been talking about for years. And then as Rico so exquisitely has stated a million times, hey, we were told when the Cabrera deal fell off the books, we'd Mark Canna.
Yep. That's
Please
what I was
listen,
thinking.
it's free.
Yeah.
Let's go to Josh. Hold on. What do I have to do to get that in one of our promos?
You know what? Call my agent.
No, I'm gonna go. I gotta go see Jimmy.
Call my agent. I want a piece.
David,
I am not free.
No, that's fine. David, can you pull one of the promos out of the rotator? And
I'm ready to do it. I just need to make sure I can do it. That's all. I am ready to do it.
I will have the conversation because how could the team be mad? Please listen, it's free. Like that's not a shot. I think it would be a delight for the listeners. And after all, aren't we corporate partners? I will have that conversation momentarily. 248-539-97.
You should have left 15 minutes ago.
I probably made the best 2 points I'm going to make all day by 212, so you're probably right. David, just give me a moment. Rico's going to handle some business. We'll get back to the calls. I want to see if we can update one of Dan Dickerson's promos and just add a little chef's kiss at the end.
I hate you.
Tell them all about it.
Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's leading the way. It is Hamilton, Chevy, and Warren. Rev up and drive with unbeatable deals at Hamilton. Andrew and the sales staff, they want to be your Chevy dealer. It's time to hit the road in style in Hamilton. It's your go-to destination for top-notch vehicles and sleek savings. Powerful cars ready to conquer the roads, and Hamilton Chevy has them all, from the fuel-efficient compacts, rugged SUVs, even on those bright sunny days. Yeah, Hamilton has convertibles. They've got the wheels to match your lifestyle, and with Hamilton, you know you're getting excellence. It's not just about selling cars. It's about delivering an unmatched driving experience. They are more than just a dealership. It's a commitment to quality and customer satisfaction, and right now, take advantage of that June Rico deal, a 2024 Chevy Equinox, $279 a month for 24 months. You walk in with $995 down, you drive off with 10,000 miles a year. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mile. Go see my guys at Hamilton for more details. More at HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
No sweeter sounds.
High fly ball right field. This one's deep.
Hear the game. Here.
Jumping up. It's gone!
On the home of Tigers baseball all season long. 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
All right, talking a little Tiger baseball to start the day. Another win in Texas. They're over 500. They're like just on the precipice of being able to buy in. And I know people are scared. One thing we've referenced, Kirk Gibson called in this morning to the morning show out of nowhere, unannounced, and just was like, it was all, look, call it what it is. It's propaganda. I mean, that's just what it is. And campfire stories from 40 years ago. And it's like, look, man, no, it's not negativity to want more. It's not negativity to be frustrated and desperate to win. But Gibby was of the mind, look, these players are developing and it's better than you're giving it credit for. And it's like, okay, well, first of all, the conversation happens whether you call or not. And when you wait to call until they're a game over, where have you been the last 60 games? Second of all, wanting more doesn't mean you're negative. You're calling it for what it is. A team that largely thumbed their nose at offense, and the offense is the only reason you're not on Cleveland's heels. Your pitching is so good. That's called living in the real world. Now, whether you're Team Gibby or not, we all want the same thing. The question of whether you're ready to buy in or not is just, it's a personal one. That's up to you. I just feel like I'm nervous because they're starting to get my hopes up. I had them winning 84 before the season. They kind of feel like that type of team, but I don't know that that's going to be good enough. So how do I get to the point where I can go shopping for things that make me good enough? And look, on the same day that Kirk Gibson calls the morning show, you got Lynn Henning talking about what they'll get for trading Flaherty. Mm-hmm. That flies in the face of being able to be positive. I mean, can you imagine? They trade Jack Flaherty to Atlanta. Heaven forbid they trade him in the division to Cleveland. I mean, that'll break this fan base.
It depends on what you get back in return. But yes, initially it says that, guys, it's the team holding up a mirror saying we're not ready. And I think that's what Gibby was trying to say. We're not ready and we're nowhere near close to being ready. And you have to be okay with that and you have to accept that. That's a tough pill for fans to swallow because you've been waiting patiently for over a decade.
But here's the other thing. Like, you can be whatever kind of fan you want to be. I don't understand people who just go, well, it's fine enough. No, I like being the type of fan I am. The angst is the fun. I mean, that's why we like sports. I don't know another way to go about it.
The truth can be in the middle. You're a little bit of a red ass when it comes to your teams.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I like that.
Right. It's like, Mike, they just won the Super Bowl. Yeah, but they didn't hoist the trophy the right way.
Right. It was not proper form.
LT would have did it this way.
Hold on one second. I want to preview something, and you tell me tell me you're on board with this. David, hit it.
I'm out.
Good night. I'm done. Come on. If we put that in the promos, that's exciting stuff right there. It's factually true. It's free, and we hope you listen.
Please listen to the games.
The team's playing well. The team can't be mad. We're encouraging people to listen to their product.
You know what?
And you say it with such enthusiasm. David, let me hear it one more time. That's a win. To the people. Let's go to Josh, 97.1. Josh, what's going on, buddy?
What's going on, Mike? Rico, love the show. Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Welcome.
Also, can we get that promo permanently?
No.
I gotta find our program director. He's not in his office. He must be on another 2-hour lunch.
Josh,
I'll find him though.
Tigers, you can listen to the Tigers here for free. I'm not, so no. You want me in that promo? I'm not the Tigers.
Yeah. I just was going to call in because I'm a Nats fan. I'm from Virginia. And the one thing that, I hear you guys talking about a lot is should they be buyers? Should they trade? When the Nats won the World Series a few years ago, the one thing that when we get to the playoffs is our bullpen would always choke, and it would cost us the series. And the one thing that I've been listening more and more that I kind of think the Tigers should be doing here is, when you're just kind of sitting doing the same thing, going 500, not going anywhere, like if you're $60 million underneath the average salary, like put your onions to the wall and go out and get some veteran bats.
Yep.
That's exactly what the Nats did. They went out and they got Howie Kendrick. They added some other big pieces in their bullpen, and they got hot at the right time around this time, and they went on to win the World Series. I'm not saying it was pretty, but they put their onions out there to go get some players to change the narrative.
Yeah.
When you're sitting here, no one wants to watch a product that's just going to be the same old, same old. If you're a Tigers fan, you should want to do whatever it takes to win, regardless if that's giving up and not bringing back, trading Scooble or trading Flaherty. Like, regardless of what they do, they need to put themselves out there. Everyone in D.C. hated when we didn't re-sign Harper, and we used that $300 million towards rebuilding the areas where we were slacking in, like our bullpen. And ultimately, it's you have to come to a point where you say, you know what, it might take some sacrifice or getting rid of players that we like, but you have to win. You have to provide a product.
There
and
it
if you're
is.
just
Okay.
going to stay at 500, where are you going?
Josh, I think so. This is I love the call, and it's a great comp because I think what people like me are looking for is true direction and true accountability. And you mentioned the whole thing about, you got to put a product out there that you want to watch. Realistically, look, am I happy they won the last two nights? Of course I am. But those games are unwatchable. 2-1, 3-1. That's I'm sorry, it's not entertaining. Now, you have to ask yourself, would I rather be entertained and lose or bored and win? All right, both can be true. But, Josh, I'm with you. My dream is for them to be in a spot where they get to be a buyer. Be in a spot where, be in a spot where they catch fire, Josh, and you give Scooble a contract, and you don't trade him. But, show me something, because I'm a believer they owe. Just like the Nationals owe you, the teams are indebted to their customers. You owe the customer a product worth their time, emotion, and ultimately their money. And I don't feel like the Tigers have really been with a fair bargain with their fans.
Yeah. I mean, the only other thing I was going to say was, now that they've taken the ability to watch the Tigers on TV, if you're not even realistically going to make a move or do something bold, no one's going to care. Yeah. And the Nats did the same thing here. They stripped away Masson from all the TV networks. So unless you pay for the premium subscription to their, either MLB network or to the Nationals streaming service, you don't get to watch them. And quite frankly, right now, they're not doing anything.
I was going to say, that's not necessarily a bad thing.
Predicament as Tigers fans. So it's just ridiculous. Go out there, put yourself out there. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But at least you're making moves to try to put your team in a better position to win. Because like you said, your fans are the most important thing, and they are what is driving your franchise. That's the people that are going through the gate. And if you're just going to sit here, you haven't made the playoffs in 10 years. So what are you holding on to? If you go out there and
I'll tell you, Josh. I'll tell you what they're holding on to. 1984. That's what you hear Gibby call in the morning show, and I got to keep hearing about stuff that most of my audience wasn't alive for. It does not compute. It's not negativity. It's passion. It's desperation and desire to win.
I know. Because when you started off do you know what happened 40 years ago? Where are we going with this?
Right. I mean, why stop there? Why don't we just go back to the Kennedy assassination while we're at it?
68.
Let me tell you a World War II story.
Willie
Ever hear
Horton.
of the Meredith line? What are we doing? Want to win. Call number.
Yeah, 68. Let's talk about Bill Freehand.
Let's give our man Seth the final word, and we'll move to some football. Seth, how are you today?
Going on, fellas?
What's up?
Just a couple things, and then I'm going to give you one more name today. One, to Gibby call. I mean, seriously, guys, what's with this Valley Sports propaganda? Seriously, I mean, you can't come out and say player development. 10 years player development. What do we have to show for it?
Nothing.
Mike, tell me if I'm wrong. you tell me if I'm wrong. If let's say, for example, I don't know, throw me a name, a Yankees legend name, Jeter or something, whoever.
Okay, all right.
If they said that on, the Yes Network or whatever, his head would be on a stick. Yes or no?
I don't know if he said what, just so I'm clear. I don't know what you're asking me.
If the Yankees have gone 15 years without the World Series, right?
Right, no one's happy.
If a player with that caliber came out and said, what Gibby said today.
Oh yeah, no. He'd be laughed at. Yeah, no, he'd be laughed at. Yes, but it's different. And in that sense, Seth, look, man, I've lived my entire adult life out here. This is my in total 24th year in radio and 20th with you guys here in Detroit. This is home. I can't make this place New York, and I don't want it to be. I want pieces of it to be New York. I want a little bit more passion from you guys. I want a little bit more of a standard. We're great just the way we are, is that this town will go to war for their teams when their teams go to war for them. And I just don't feel like we're getting a fair shake from 3 of the 4 teams. Now, if that makes me negative, well then cool, I'll buy the t-shirt. But what I'm not here to do is hear stories from 40 years ago or be told that I'm supposed to be happy that Matt Vierling just isn't insufferably bad. Come on, man. What are we doing? 248-539-9797. All right. Youth sports. It's just killing David. He ain't got no time. Plus, David can't cook his way out of a paper bag. So Hungry Howie's
and
would
it is
be
not free.
Mix and match. Look, it's not free to mix and match, but it's $6.99. So partake. Get dinner on the table for everybody. Volleyball practice, soccer practice. You got no time. The menu's huge. Damn near the whole Hungry Howie's menu is available on that mix and match for $6.99 each, and the possibilities are truly endless. 8 flavored crusts. Don't settle for less than the best. Get with Hungry Howie's and order off that mix and match menu tonight. All right, let's touch the table. Little football. I think we're going to start with college today. David, a little music, please. So are we under 80 days?
I think we're close, though.
Okay, we're right in that range.
I think it's the low 80s.
All right.
Yeah, it might be like 84, 85, something like that right now.
All right, so, come on.
So here's what we're going to do. I didn't get a chance to do this yesterday, so we're going to go through it today. They have 2 tiers when it comes to the college football playoff, and they have odds next to them.
Oh, God.
We're going to talk about some of the teams that we really haven't been able to talk about, okay?
All right, Michigan State.
So in the second tier, at the bottom of the second tier is Miami. They are 50-1, and they say this is Mario Cristobal's probably his best roster since he got there.
Yeah, here's your issue. I once saw him with no need to snap a play, blow a game at Oregon, handing the ball off against Stanford, fumbling, and then losing. I saw him make the exact same mistake this year when they could have taken a knee against Georgia Tech, didn't, and lost. At that point, you are unbettable. You are unspeakable. You are the Antichrist of game management. So, yes, it is the best roster. Yes, he is building talent. Their NIL program is outrageous. In a big spot, he needs a diaper. I'm out.
Yeah, you know what? When I look at Miami, David, every year they just underwhelm. That's a lot of hype. It's at least Texas showed up and went to the college football playoff. But they were kind of the southern version of Miami. Oh, watch out for the hurricane. Hurricanes are back. The hurricanes keep coming back. And, man, they're not even a tropical storm. They're just a little gust of wind. Sorry. Hard pass.
Next team on the list would be Texas A&M. They are listed at 40-1 right now. What they say here with them is that the talent acquisition was not the issue under Jimbo Fisher. So he's inheriting, Mike Elko that is, inheriting a group of significant difference makers.
You know what? Everything I said about Miami, move that over to Texas A&M. Same thing. Elko, I think, is not going to be the guy for the job. You could look. I'm not one about the press conference, Mike, but that was just an awkward press conference where he was just like, "Dear God, what did I just sign myself up for?" I don't think that this is going to work at A&M.
I actually disagree. He's right about what he's saying about it being weird and tense. Elko's an elite defensive mind, and Lord knows offensively, they know how to bring along a quarterback. I don't like their quarterback at A&M. I love him. That Wegman kid, and he ended up hurting his ankle. He's legit. I don't know, man. I got a weird feeling they surprise.
Maybe next year, but I think Elko is going to have to weed out a lot of people because remember, Texas A&M was all about the bag. Yeah. Texas A&M and Miami, ironically enough, the 2 teams that David started off with, everybody went there to get paid. Nobody went there to actually play for the university. So I think Elko has got to get rid of that group of people, and then he can build upon something. But this year, I think he's going to be butting his head saying, geez, where'd this guy come from? But he's a 5-star. He stinks.
So I'm going to lop the next 2 teams together because they are in the SEC. Both of them are SEC East teams. So right behind Georgia, we know what Georgia's going to do in the SEC East. These teams are Missouri at 35-1 and Tennessee at 30-1.
Which one you want me to tag? I'll pick one. You tell me if you want to hammer that one or talk about the other.
Go ahead.
Tennessee completely comes down to this kid whose name I can't pronounce, the $10 million quarterback from
just call him Nico.
Iliala Makalaka Roladaka, whatever his last name is. He was an alleged $10 million NIL player. Again, supposed to be immensely gifted. That's a timing offense and an accuracy offense. Those are 2 things Joe Milton is not good at. This kid, if he's the goods, Tennessee's got a shot. If he's not, they're dead. Missouri, it's just Brady Cook in year 50. I mean, seriously, he's one of the only quarterbacks in college football that's got 30-plus starts under his belt at the same school. Mm-hmm. And Eli Drinkowitz, Rico, you know I like their weapons. I like that program.
Brother, I think Drinkowitz was a dark horse for the MSU job. It was like people were like, no, you don't want him. Like, actually, you do. Go look at Missouri football. Yeah, as far as Tennessee and this is call him Nico, guys, I've yet to really see the highly paid QB pay off. There's a lot of guys that have just grifted schools and gotten paid, But how many of them actually went out there and you're like, you know what? He was worth every penny at the school. It's almost like the higher the price, the harder the fall for that quarterback.
As far as guys who have moved locations,
I
don't disagree with you. It is. I don't have some great list to argue.
No, there isn't. But it's just like this guy went here, and it's like, all right, well, he really didn't do it. I guess it took a while before Quinn Ewers actually turned into.
But he stayed there,
right? But when he left Ohio State, and went there,
that felt like a grift.
Oh, Ohio State was a grift.
Carry on.
So what I'll do for context so everyone knows, I'll give you the rest of the teams in Tier 2 before we jump to Tier 1 so everyone knows who's here. You got Clemson, USC, you have Florida State, Notre Dame, and Michigan. Those are the remaining teams in their Tier 2.
No to all of them.
Okay.
I can give you reasons why, but no, absolutely not. Look, in the Michigan one, before they start wailing like big babies, look at everything you lost. Who the hell's your quarterback? And you lost the ultimate difference maker, Connor Stallion. So really, what are we talking about here?
See, I think the Michigan thing is, I was talking to some Michigan. If you get the quarterback right, you keep this thing going.
But I got to see it. Who the hell is it?
If you don't choose the right QB, it may cost you a game or two this season before you finally get the QB. And what are you talking about? I was like, okay, let me harken back to, had Michigan State figured out Connor Cook early, they may have a national title. They didn't. It took them 3 games before they finally said, you know what? Maybe it's this Cook guy. Same with Michigan. I have no idea if it's going to be Orgy, if it's going to be, I forgot the other two. But, yeah, the Indiana transfer and then Jaden or whoever.
Jaden Davis?
Davis, yeah.
Did I get that right?
Yep.
So, I don't know.
Here's the other thing. You're actually playing a real schedule this year. So, geez, I don't know.
So, you're going to be leaning on Donovan a lot early in the season.
Correct. So going to Tier 1, I'm going to lump these 3 together. It would be Ole Miss at 15-1, LSU 15-1, Bama 13-1.
Ole Miss, dark horse. Love everything about them.
You said LSU, Ole Miss, and Bama?
Yes.
Rico hates Ole Miss. I know.
I don't hate Ole Miss, Mike. They're the SEC Penn State with big games, fold and collapse.
But they have college Dan Campbell. Every fourth down.
They do.
Whee!
They do, but it's like I've learned big game, always bet against Penn State. Big game, always bet against Ole Miss.
But here's the thing with all 3 teams.
Baby blue uniforms. I love them.
Battle blues.
Here's the thing with all 3 teams. All they got to do is win the SEC West. And they're all right there.
Look, and my opinion on Ole Miss is equal as much as I think they have the goods. It's how little I think of LSU and Bama this year. Again, just allow me the free roll. Last year, I nailed Texas. Allow me the free roll. This is the year Lane Kiffin gets it right. Joey Freshwater.
You know
let's do it.
Because you got Texas,
just one free roll. That's it.
I'll allow. You sure that you want to go with Ole Miss?
I do.
And Lane?
Yeah.
Okay.
I do.
And then let's close it out by lumping the last 2. Let's talk Big Ten. Oregon 17-2, and Ohio State is 9-2.
Oregon. Look, Ohio State's got a spoil of riches, but I'm like Rico. You got to show me you have a quarterback.
Right.
Once Oregon has the goods.
Right. If you're Ohio State and you don't pick the right QB, now you've wasted 2 or 3 or 4 games. Oregon, I think they got Dylan Gabriel. Dante Moore has accepted the fact he's going to be the backup, so it's no controversy there. They're ready to go. They're David, I know he's not going to like this, but yeah, Oregon may be your Big Ten champion. I know it sounds weird.
No,
Get used to it.
I hate it, but we're just talking football.
Right.
They are designed like an SEC team. They win the line of scrimmage. Dan Lanning has built a monster up front.
And kind of like Mike watching all types of weird races in Japan. Yes, I did watch the Oregon spring game. I did.
I don't watch overseas racing, and I resent that remark. How can I watch horse racing? They're running the wrong way. They're running backwards.
They're making right turns.
They're going the wrong way.
And that is your college football blitz.
All right, NBA Finals are about to start, and right now, new customers at FanDuel get $150 in bonus bets and a winning $5 wager. That's $150 to use on SGPs, live bets, title futures, even a prop bet of Kyrie flipping off the crowd in Boston. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. That's FanDuel.com/ticket to get started. It's FanDuel. the official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online, real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
And we're brought to you by the good people at Cars for Kids. The inaugural 12-team college football playoff begins with the first CFP first-round game on Friday, December 20th in the evening on ABC and ESPN. First-round action continues the next day, Saturday. TNT Sports presenting games at noon to 4. ABC and ESPN broadcast the third game of a triple header at 8 p.m. Each of the 4 first-round games will be played on campuses to be announced on Selection Day, December 8th. Quarterfinals will then follow, the semifinals, and then the CFP National Championship game slated for Monday, January 20th. That'll be at Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz Stadium. We have Tiger baseball tonight right here on 97. Win the ticket from Texas. First pitch, 8:05. Tigers going for the sweep with Kenta Maeda on the mound. They're actually a game over 500 and 2.5 out of the wild card. Tigers a plus 115 underdog tonight. Running back Jahmyr Gibbs dealing with a soft tissue injury that could have happened last season. According to Dan Campbell today, Lions, by the way, are the favorites to win the NFC North this year at plus 145. Green Bay at plus 185. Lions also at minus 240 to make the playoffs. According to his agent, former Lions corner Cam Sutton, recently released after being charged with domestic violence, will sign with the Pittsburgh Steelers. NBA Finals beginning tomorrow night. Boston hosting Dallas. This is the Corwell Health Sports Desk. For more, 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 3 o'clock. If you're looking for Tiger baseball, we open the show with it. Above 500, got a shot for a sweep tonight. And it was a question of positivity versus passion. What more, are you ready to buy in, etc. It's all there. I don't know what to do because they're winning in unsustainable ways, but they're winning. And all I care about is, can I do radio in mid-July where we can have legitimate conversations about buying, going for the wild card, and having a pennant chase. That's all I care about. Do not care about anything else. So see what they do tonight. See if Maeda can not throw batting practice out there. Very disappointed in him. It's a guy over his career I've liked. He has been dreadful. I want to bring up something else. And I don't know if this goes anywhere because I'm not sure fans even read these stories. But it's about sports and gambling. And not people. Not the obscene revenues that the sports book are making. And make no mistake, I have a contract with a sports book. I have never said it's a great idea. It's an entertainment product, and if you've got a little extra cheddar and that's your fun,
and
cool.
You're responsible.
Yeah, if you're a ding-dong and you end up under an overpass, that's your problem. The point I'm making is it's invaded sports. Now, work with me. I may bomb setting this up. You may. Please listen, it's free. So
here's your runway. Go ahead.
All right.
It's like the Tigers.
No, it's just, I feel like you're seeing more players getting busted. And now you have the baseball story about the Padres, 3 other players around the league betting on baseball, betting on their own team. That's a whoa moment. You have the Ohtani scandal that, I'm sorry, I will go to my grave refusing to accept how neat and tidy that got buttoned up. You have Jonte Porter, who by no means is he a good basketball player, but Jonte Porter was an active player, diming out gamblers, telling them to bet the under on his totals, and then forcibly pulling himself from the game. Like Phil Garner back in the day. Is Gonzalez playing tonight? Flu-like symptoms. You're talking about the integrity of our product. You're talking about when you watch a game, are you able to just watch it and enjoy, or are you left with a seed of doubt? Now, part 2 of it is, has the sports betting gotten too deeply embedded? If you want to say it's too deeply embedded in our radio station, you are welcome to. If we're talking television-wise, though, watching your games, I am seeing the sports betting on the court, on the scroller. I'm seeing different NBA or NHL games you watch. Hey, here's the live odds right now. Your team's getting their asses kicked, want to play. It is, I want to know where you're at with the sports betting thing, both from a viewer standpoint and then from a credibility of what you're actually watching standpoint. 248-539-9797.
I think you did a good job with that. As far as a viewer, it's I don't care. Like when you see all of these athletes and it's like, oh, this athlete just got busted. And it's like, oh, okay, well, for most of them other than Shohei Ohtani, you didn't know who they were in the first place unless you were just a hardcore baseball, hardcore NBA fan. You're like, oh, okay. But other than that, it's just like, I don't really care. But then you brought up something, it's about the integrity of the game that, yes, if you can manipulate games, and that's where you are with sports, is that you don't want to become wresling, where it's predetermined because people already feel that way. And I've never believed that what was it, Tim Donaghy, yeah, in the NBA. Like, I don't believe that he was the only one, but the NBA needed a sacrificial lamb to show, hey, we are above reproach. We found the problem when we took care of it. But when you're watching the game, yeah, I guess long term, yes, I do. I should have a problem with people betting on games, but I don't, if you want to be honest. Like J-Mo last year, when he got suspended, people were like, oh, you guys are hating on J-Mo. I'm going to agree. I thought it was a ridiculous suspension because had he gone across the street from the facility, he could have placed bets on whatever things he placed bets on. He didn't even bet on his own sport, but because he did it in the facility, he got popped for it. Made no sense to me. But the bigger picture is, yeah, I do see how it can undermine, but yeah, when I see this stuff, I kind of shrug and I'm like, man, are we killing flies with cannons out here? Like, do you have to be this tough? And give me 2 seconds.
Take your time. I'm here till 6.
But yet and still, when it was going to be the face of your league, you found a way to absolve him and blame everybody around him. Looking at you, Shohei. Yeah, that's where it got hypocritical for me.
Well, and again, you have now several players in the sport of baseball actively betting on baseball in games they're playing in. Look, I have always been cynical in this regard. Even before sports betting became legal, you know the lines, you know what's going on. Whether you're in Las Vegas or you were, not betting above board, the point I'm making is you see things, and I admit this, you see things now and how it correlates to the line or the total. And are there moments where you make an offhanded remark or an offhanded thought of, well, guess he bet on, he must have bet on the Marlins tonight.
Right.
Like, that's really weird for that to become normal for me.
And I guess, where does it stop? Because in theory, if you're a beat writer and you're watching the team all the time and you see something before anybody else sees it, and, what if you place money on that? Like, oh, wow, Mike Valenti's not going to be pitching tonight because something just happened. Let me throw a ton of money on there. Like, is that person, did he violate some rule? Because he technically is not a part of the team.
So that's the question. And it's not about, hey, what's your most questionable incident? No. It's the idea of, have you begun watching sports differently? That this presence of sports gambling, and make no mistake, we are all in business, okay? This radio station's in the business, TV stations, publications. It is the way of the world. I'm not sitting here telling you that's going to change or somehow it's wrong. It is that, what is the impact of that reality? And now we're just getting normalized to athlete X busted for sports betting on sport they play in or games they play in. I think, look, I'm not being an alarmist. I'm not telling you hundreds of guys. It doesn't take hundreds. It takes one. These games, it's your time, your energy, your emotion, and in some cases, your money. Rico, it's just starting to hit a little close to home and make me question the integrity of some of the things I watch. And how about the NIL era? Let's think about this for a minute. Wow. Player X feels like they're undervalued. I'm not getting my bag from my school. Well, it's an easier bag to go and get when all you have to do is drop a dime on somebody and say, hey, this is what I might do. See, information is power. When you always make jokes about the mafia and gambling, it very rarely would rise to the Henry Hill, Boston College stuff. Open point shaving. No, it's information. Mm-hmm. Well, now that information's in the discourse.
Yeah, this starting quarterback just broke up with his girlfriend last night.
Hey, do me a favor.
Not in the game.
Guys, if you're going to call up, can you not call up and hang up on Ayande, please? What is going on? The man has screened 9 phone calls, and I think he's been hung up on 8 times. What are we doing here? 248-539-9797. I'm trying to make your job easier. My goodness. David, what's your take on this? And don't be holier than thou about it.
Oh, I'm never holier than thou on this, because here's the thing.
On Sundays.
Here's the thing. I have no problem with what's going on. These athletes getting caught is a problem. I get that. But I think it's been going on. I don't think it's anything new. Okay. I just think that it's now more accessible to where they can track the players now. That's what's happening. Every league now is in business with these gambling companies, and they track every player. Before, that couldn't happen. So it happened, and I believe it's always been happening. They just now have access to know what you're doing in the facility and outside of the facility.
So you believe players are gambling on the sports they play in even before these scandals?
Yes, I do. Yes, I've always believed it.
So then what the hell are we watching?
I'm not going to say that just because they're gambling that they're fixing it, like the Jonte Porter where he's, I'm not feeling well, or this and that to get himself out of the game to affect the result. I don't know if that's happening, but betting on a game, not necessarily your team, no problem with that. I've never had a problem with that. And I believe this has been happening for years.
And no impact on the integrity of what you're watching.
No, I think the worst one for integrity was Tim Donaghy. That was worse to me than any player. Because that's a referee that has the game in his hands.
He can
on
blow the whistle.
Calls, who gets free throws, who gets texts. That was more damning to me than anything a player can do.
Yeah, I mean, even going back to like what Pete Rose said, well, I would only bet on my team to win. And I do think that it's been going on for a while. I don't think that it's been a lot of people. I think it's the minority. I think it's a very small minority of players.
I still think college is the biggest issue.
I think college is the easiest as well, because
college football, college basketball, and now the players have access to it. And even if they don't do it themselves, providing very sensitive information to very bad people. Oh, I'm telling you, that scares me.
You got well over 300 teams, so you can't even. There's no way that you could sit there and monitor all of these teams. That somebody could just leak out, hey, this guy kind of got roughed up in practice. He's not the same. Or
this
you know
dude
what?
Just got his girl pregnant. Which one? Both of them.
Right.
Like there are. Yes.
Now that is concerning because of the influence that you can have on a younger person. Yeah. Someone that's 17, 18, whatever, just out of high school, wants some money, wants a little bit more. Yeah, you can influence that person a little bit more.
You know, give me some information. Yeah, he broke up with his girlfriend. Really? Yeah, his head's not, and he's really taking it hard. He's listening to the Sade songs in the dark in the locker room.
And again, if players are dumb enough to bet on the games they're playing in and they get busted, I'm not sad about it. I'm not good. I'm talking more about when you watch games, do you feel overwhelmed and besieged by the gambling stuff? And two, do you begin questioning the integrity of the game you're watching? This is not some sympathy party. No. If you break the rules, you get suspended. 248-539-9797. We'll get to the phones next. 97.1.
Planet Fitness is the home of the judgment-free zone. $1 down, $10 a month, and you too can have a membership at Planet Fitness now through June 14th. Head over to your local Planet Fitness to sign up. While you're there, you could check them out. You'll see a lot of them have brand new strength training equipment, cardio equipment. And yeah, if you're like, you know what, Rico, I don't really have a ton of time, you have 30 minutes to invest in yourself. Just use the Planet Fitness 30-minute circuit. Get your workout on. And if you need a little extra motivation, all Planet Fitness memberships include fitness training at no extra cost. And even if you like it, you can even upgrade to the Black Card. But right now, head into your local Planet Fitness right now. $1 down, $10 a month, now through June 14th. That's $1 down, $10 a month. Planet Fitness is the home of the judgment-free zone. Head to your local Planet Fitness right now to sign up or go online at planetfitness.com.
Well, now's a good time to tell you that driving in this state in the summer sucks. Yeah, violent rainstorms, terrible roads, 18-wheelers, construction, car accidents. And if you're injured in one, injury attorney David Feminini and his team are ready to help you right now. And David doesn't take a fee until he wins your case. You can speak to David personally right now by calling 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That is one of the greatest Tiger baseball promos ever. And factually true. Teams above 500, and it is indeed free to listen to. Rico, you have truly done your community a service.
Can't wait for that royalty check. All right.
Man, please, they won't spend on bats. You think they're spending on you?
Okay. Well, it'll be a limited time run. Record it.
I have a feeling for multiple reasons it'll be a limited time run. David, the ticket text, we're talking about sports betting and sports. And look, another scandal for Major League Baseball players betting on baseball. Some of it games are involved in. Jonte Porter, more details about what he was doing in the NBA and forcibly pulling himself out of games so bettors could hit the under. Look, is it making you question what you're watching? But part two is, do you just feel like, okay, enough's enough? I'm watching the game. Do I really need a floating mascot that says -110 next to it? Like, hold on. It's a TV timeout. We're back, and now half the screen is taken up by some bozo screaming to me about an in-game parlay. Buddy, my team's down by 20. I already have enough problems.
Of Shaq and Kenny telling you in the middle of the first quarter what to bet on.
Guaranteed. You're like, okay. Oh, boy.
But Chris Paul just hit a 3. Cut it down to 42.
With the high glass. All right, David, go ahead.
We are at a critical juncture in sports and its relationship to gambling. It could get real ugly soon if it hasn't already. Never thought about it as much as I do now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a casuals fan. I have 3 boys. I think the gambling is out of control. Constant lines, prop bets. The market is saturated. I could not imagine being a compulsive gambler in this environment.
Oh, dude, you are toast.
Mm-hmm.
Toast. I've never run from the human cost of it, which is why I'm partially a nightmare for someone like FanDuel, where I shoot people straight on it. You ain't going to hear me telling you it's some kind of retirement plan. And you got a problem, man, don't be losing your marriage over this
you
crap.
don't do any absolute guaranteed lead pipe locks?
Hell no.
Take your kids' college fund on this one.
Bet the house, bet the farm.
No, do the opposite.
This will hit. Yes.
Hell no, man. It's an entertainment product. Anyone telling you something else, stop. You know what? Here's the bottom line. If it were something that were healthy for players or people, you'd meet a lot more people who were professionals at it. You know what I've never met? Someone who's a professional at sports betting or a professional at playing the horses. It's because they don't damn exist. And if they do, they live in a cave.
In professional soccer overseas, players are getting popped left and right for gambling on their sports, including their own teams. It's a matter of time before it hits the U.S. I find myself saying all the time watching hockey, seeing a weak penalty call and reflexively saying, ref must have money on the other team.
See, here's the thing. To go back to the other one, David, I do think that unless it's egregious, I don't think the commissioners really want to know. I think that ignorance is bliss, because if we really, pull back and see what's going on, it's like, wow, okay, this person, like, so long as it's, Michael Porter Jr.'s brother, because that's really what he's known for, it's okay.
Let me back Rico up on this with a headline. Ready? Commissioners don't want to know, right? The NBA nearing a $76 billion TV rights deal with 3 different networks over 11 years. ESPN, NBC, and Amazon. $76 billion. Adam Silver Jonte Porter, who?
Yeah.
Jonte Porter, who?
Right.
They don't want to know.
Right.
And baseball? Listen, I'm not CSI. All right? You can call Grissom. But the way
Great show.
Fabulous. The original, though, not this new one where they're all 90 years old and Grissom is on a walking cane.
Right.
The point is, the way that they so neatly buttoned up the investigation. I mean, first of all, they didn't want to investigate.
No. From day one. They told you it will not be Shohei. It will be everybody around him. He had nothing to do with it. We haven't investigated it yet, but I have a feeling he didn't have anything to do with this.
Guy had $17.6 million vanish. Okay. So, look, bottom line, you're 100% right. That willful ignorance.
Yeah. Because if all of a sudden, let's just say, new face of the Ant-Man.
Oh, no.
Not saying that he is, but let's just say that he's in there or your Celtics duo is in there.
Again, I catch a stray.
Or Joel Embiid. It's like, whoa, wait a minute. We can't suspend them for life because we need them.
It destroys the credibility of the sport.
Yeah.
I'm telling you. 248-539-9797. Nick is up next, 97.1. Hi, Nick. How you doing, buddy?
Good. How are you doing?
Excellent. What's on your mind?
I've got a Tiger take for you.
Sure.
Well, I actually got a question for you guys. So I'm going to give you two bats that hypothetically teams are trying to trade tomorrow, and I want to see which one you'd rather see the Tigers go for.
Okay.
Or if you'd want to see them go for them. So the first player A, 800 OPS, 290 average, 490 slugging, 7 home runs, and 30 RBIs. Player B, 296 average, 6 home runs, 27 RBIs, 800 OPS, and a 417 slugging.
Okay. Well,
which one of those players?
Well, I need the contract value and team control.
Both players. One player B, you got a year control. Player A is the same, a year. They've got the same contract.
Are these Toronto Blue Jays by chance?
One might be.
I was about to say,
one. So no, Nick, you're thinking
sounds
alike.
like little Vladdy. Yeah.
I brought up Vlad, not Bichette, because they're not going to get rid of Baez. And look, Bichette's having a bad year, but Vlad was who I brought up. Torque is likely done. You don't have a first baseman in the pipeline. You get another year of arbitration. I believe he won his arb at $20 million. And while he'll never be the 48 home run player he was in COVID, he's a 30 home run guy, and he's a professional hitter. Yeah, no, Nick, we talked about it yesterday. Like, I want them to earn the right into that conversation. Like, be 7 games over on July 15th, and let's hope the Blue Jays still tank. I would love to see it. Now, who was the other player?
Well, that's where it's funny, actually. So the better numbers that I gave you, those were Matt Vierling's numbers. Yeah. The worst player was Vladdy's numbers.
Yeah, but again, it's believability. I don't believe in that.
I know. But why? He's actually got less at-bats than Vladdy by like 50 or 60. Like, he's got less at-bats than a lot of the players in the league that he's up there with in average, OPS, home runs, RBIs. Like, he's proven to be a pretty good bat. And when you say he's not a starter on a playoff team, I bet you if you put Matt Vierling on the trade block, every team would come knocking at the door begging. Like, he's
all right, so hold on. Let's do a real exercise with it. Like, is he starting for the Yankees? Is he starting for the Orioles? Is he starting for the Dodgers? No, he's not.
I think he starts for all those teams.
Who are you replacing in the Yankee outfield?
Do you think Vladdy's going to start for those teams? Because his numbers are objectively worse than Vierling.
But you need a first. Hold on, stop.
Yeah, that's not apples to apples.
You're doing whataboutism. One's a first baseman who I desperately need. Second of all, I don't have to get rid of Matt Vierling. You get to keep him. I'm trying to keep you from having to watch Gio Urshela at first for 400 at-bats.
Okay, so use those guys as examples when you talk about the team having a terrible offense stuff, because Matt Vierling's one of the best ball players we have on the team. So I just don't like when you use him as an example, because I think he's a great all-around ball player. He has 0 errors this year on the field. He plays third base for you when you need him to, doesn't make errors, plays the outfield really well. I just think that.
All right, so here, let me meet you in the middle on something. You can keep Matt Vierling and buy his jersey and be totally thrilled. He can't be one of your best 5 hitters. No, Nick, I'm not being insulting. I'm saying to win a World Series. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm trying to just talk to you. Nick, he can't be one of your best players if you want me in the same breath to believe they're a playoff team. You have to have guys that are simply superior to him on pedigree or in different time frames. David, I'm sorry. I wanted to give Nick time. Nick, I'm sorry. David's yelling at me. We're at the end of a break. I agree.
Right.
I can be more fair to Matt Vierling if you like, but don't be telling me he's starting in the outfield for Blefty.
No.
Don't do that. Come on now.
I don't see him starting for the Braves.
No. Neither's Acuna. All right, Northville Lumber. That now we're even. Oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more. Nobody sells more than Northville. Last year, contractors, homeowners, they bought enough Trex from Northville to cover 26 football fields. Why? Because it's all in stock. Why? Because it's in their warehouse. Oh, and by the way, lowest pricing because they move product. They move volume. Now, I know right now is not a great time to tell you it's deck season, but don't worry. It'll be nice in like 3 hours. The point is, call Northville Lumber today. They'll intro you to a Trex certified pro. Call Northville or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com.
We're brought to you by the Michigan Lottery. The inaugural 12-team college football playoff set to begin on Friday, December 20th at 8 p.m. That will be the first of 4 first-round games. There will be 3 on Saturday, December 21st. The actual venues of the first 4 round games will be played in campuses to be announced on Selection Day, December 8th. All leads up to the national championship game that'll be played Monday, January 20th at Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Tiger baseball tonight right here on 97 The Ticket. First pitch from Texas at 8:05. Kenta Maeda taking the mound for Detroit, who entered the contest 1 game above 500, having won 3 straight games or 2.5 out of the final wild card. Lions back a mandatory minicamp today and tomorrow in Allen Park. Running back Jahmyr Gibbs, so says head coach Dan Campbell, is dealing with a soft tissue injury. And former Lions corners Cam Sutton, recently released by the team after being charged with domestic battery, will sign with the Pittsburgh Steelers. This, according to his agent. From the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Lesson. For more, 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, Odyssey.com Rewind. You missed anything. We talked Tigers to open the show. And look, I was up against it there. And Nick, if you're still listening, look, I love the conversation. Understand something. We're talking about 2 different things because even I didn't get to finish my point. And I don't think Nick did either. So I'm sorry, man. We got towards the end of the road there. It's simple. If you like Matt Vierling and you believe in him more than I do, that is just fine. But what you cannot deny is he cannot be one of your best ball players for you to take the team seriously. And second of all, you can't do this comp between, well, he's better than Vlad Guerrero Jr. Well, one difference. One dude's got the pedigree of an MVP caliber season and is a multiple-time All-Star and plays first base, which you don't even have a human being to do it. And second of all, Nick, please, as much as you like the young man, he would not play for the teams I listed, which are, in fact, the teams we are aspiring to be. He'd be a depth piece.
Yeah, I think he fell in love with him. And
that's okay.
Right, because, it's like, brother, he's not – because when people say, well, you could play on this team, the next question is, okay, then who sits down?
Correct. That's all.
And you're not. You're not going to say –
it doesn't mean he's bad.
Right.
But I can't when I speak about it. And yes, I can be acerbic and terse. I guilty. But the whole point I make is I'm not going to go bally on you guys and turn a nice, fine enough on my 26-man roster player into Hank Greenberg. Right. And I also don't believe he's this good. Now, he's got the rest of the year to prove me wrong. Remember when I was getting made fun of when Canna was this amazing thing? No, in fact, he's just Mark Canna. Yeah. No, I'm just...
No, Mike, right, you're right. One has been doing it a lot longer, and yes. And the Tigers need a first baseman. And Vladdy can play first.
Now, the point, I'm going to give Nick credit for this, even though he didn't say it. On a per dollar basis, Vierling's of value because Vladdy makes $20 million. If you want to argue that, please play Moneyball.
And hypothetically speaking, yes, you gave me the shot. But let's just say Atlanta just says, Acuna is going to be gone for the year and we need somebody right now. Okay, a Vierling now becomes a viable option.
But
why?
That's the only way.
No, because they need an
right,
outfielder.
That's what I'm saying.
Because a man died.
Right. Like the Tigers may need a first baseman. So that's why it wasn't an apples-to-apples comparison.
Oh, also, fun note, this is a blast from the past. Did you see who got bought out today? Designated, if you will, whatever. They own the money. The Marlins designated Avisail Garcia. They signed him to I think it was a 3-year, $54 million deal before the start of 22. He's been one of the worst players in the game. The Marlins just went, you know what? We don't want to look at you anymore.
I didn't think you were allowed to do that.
Stop. Okay, here we go. David, you ready? He's put me in a position I got to defend the organization, but I'll do it. I'll do my job. There's a difference.
Hold on. Coming up next, Bally's new host.
Right. They say so. There is a difference between 24 million and 90. Mm-hmm. But your point is well taken.
But in the grand scheme of things, I don't like to spend other people's money, but to that billionaire, It's not that big of a difference.
They should just bring them back to Detroit. I mean, they're going to retire Leland. Bring everybody back for it.
You're right.
Oh, what are we taking?
No.
What are you taking a shot at that now, too?
How about what? And we make a trade. We bring Verlander back.
Guys,
Bring the band back.
Guys, I'm a little concerned for both of you. Could you look behind you for a
I've
moment?
already looked.
The sky is black.
They say.
It's good knowing you guys.
Well, I mean, yeah.
Sometimes it rains. What happened? The sun was just out.
Well, that is a tenant window as well. So
it looks darker than it is, but it's still dark.
It don't look so nice over
there. It does not.
Oh, my. David, a couple ticket texts. We'll get to some football.
So Gibby called earlier in the day. Now Veerling's brother called you guys. Who's next? Will from Ann Arbor.
Listen.
He did a player A, player B.
And I love it.
And it was a good comparison until he was just like, well, he could play on any outfield.
The other thing is he did it to a host who actually watches the game. So, you're not going to get that one by me. But respect. I like it. And, Nick, you're welcome to call anytime. I'm not mad at you.
Right. And
I think he ended up agreeing, dude, I could be nicer to the guy, but he can't be one of your best players.
And if you want to say, okay, you call back, who do you sit down? That's it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, we're just gonna tell Aaron Judge it's time. 2-4.
We got Baby Judge. We don't really need you.
Decisions. Baby Judge's name is Spencer Jones. Okay. He's a prospect with a 34% K rate, but he's 6'6", 240.
Until he gets it done, he's Baby Judge.
Hey, he could come here. Love to see him at Comerica. All right, David, a couple more quickly.
Who didn't see this coming with the gambling problem? It's always been a concern, legal or not, advertised or not. Anyone gets caught, gets reprimanded to the fullest, and they leave it at that.
Mm-hmm.
I believe players should be allowed to bet on their team to win, and that's it. It shows they want to win the game. And someone else says Killian Hayes should be investigated. He must have been throwing games for the Pistons.
Okay. Up next, the under on his career. All right. How could I tell you with a straight face that the weather has us ready for a road trip? No, in fact, it doesn't right now. So we'll suspend disbelief.
I mean, it's a little rain.
Moran Buick GMC. Get out there. And for this summer, when the apocalypse is not upon us, get yourself a new vehicle. GMC Terrain, $279 a month. The Buick Encore GX, $229 a month. Best deals in town, MoranExpress.com. You need certified service, they got you covered. You'll get the free loaner. You don't have to sit around in a waiting room all day. They'll call you when your vehicle's ready. It's always fast, always easy. MoranExpress.com at Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or at MoranExpress.com. All right, let's get to a little football, David. I assume NFL as we turn the page, and I do want to lead with a question for you, but music first. David, I have to ask the question because I heard the story this morning during Crosstalk with Cookies and Jansen. Lions released Cam Sutton, charged and, was on the lam. The Steelers signed him today? Mm-hmm. You want to take me through that?
Well, apparently they met with him a month ago. We discussed that shortly on this show, that they did meet with him. I know his charges were reduced to a misdemeanor, and I truly believe, this is what I believe, that Mike Tomlin believes that he can get back in that locker room and he can mentor this kid. That's what it's about.
What's your feeling on it?
I don't like the idea. I really don't like the idea. I don't want him around the young players. What he's accused of doing and the details of it, oh my gosh, no way.
Mike Tomlin's playing the role of Captain Save a person.
Yeah, he's trying to do a Coach Carter type thing where I can come to my house and I
can fix him if nobody else can. So yeah.
So I'm not a fan of that idea. So let's talk about the NFL here for a quick second. And let's get to Bleacher Report did a listing here of every team's nightmare scenario. So I want to know if you agree with it. I'm not going through every team. I'm going through who I think are the contenders here. Okay.
The Carolina Panthers. They didn't cancel the season.
We're not doing that. We can start with Miami in the AFC East. And what it talks about here is that Tua still hasn't proven that he can win the games when it matters.
Well, it's tough, man. You look at his numbers, you look at the record, they make the playoffs. I understand they looked awful. What do you think's going to happen when the Miami Dolphins go into -10 in Kansas City?
Yeah, I mean, that's Tua's Achilles heel is the December and playoff games outside of Miami. When it's inclement weather, he's proven he just can't get it done. So, yes, David, unless Miami somehow gets the number 1 seed in the AFC, I think that will be the worst-case scenario for them. Once again, you're going to be severely underwhelming after scoring multiple games of 70 points, and then you'll struggle to score 17 points.
Next on the list will be the Jets, and it simply says Rodgers shows that his decline from 22 and with the major injury in 23 was the beginning of the end.
I'm going to leave that to him because it's the Jets.
No.
And it's Aaron Rodgers.
Listen, I think you could take the jersey and the helmet and the name of the player and throw it to the side and just start with 40-year-old quarterback. Look, you're playing this unbelievably dangerous game, and the only comp we have for it is Tom Brady, who is proven to be
an alien.
And he could play this year, and he might not be any good. Let's not forget that Aaron Rodgers, being this superstar quarterback, back-to-back seasons in Green Bay as the 1 seed, off a bye at home, losing, including one game where they couldn't score a touchdown. Mm-hmm. Then the Lions keep him out of the playoffs in the 3rd year. Then he goes to the Jets and his foot explodes. And now he's 40. None of the comps of what you remember about this man in his prime are relevant.
And if you forget, you forget that, he only does have 1 Super Bowl. So, yeah.
Next 2 teams on the list, I'm putting them together because their nightmare is the same with their quarterbacks. It's protecting their quarterback. It's offensive line. The Ravens have lost some players, and the Bengals have reshuffled their offensive line to protect Joe Burrow. So that is their weakness, their nightmare for both teams.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the Ravens, it has more to do with the running game because Lamar can buy himself time. The Burrow thing is interesting. You're right.
Because you saw it last year.
Yeah, and they've tried.
Once he went down, their season was over.
They spent a lot of money, moved people around, reshuffled Jonah Williams. They look, Bengals better get it right because when you're paying your QB $55 million, he can't be wearing a ball cap. I think the Ravens, the Bengals, it's a far bigger concern than Baltimore.
Yeah, just so people, if you don't know, he's been sacked 148 times in 52 regular season games, twice landed on the IR.
But that's also why he's so great. Because he's not given the protection. He gets absolutely killed, and all he does is keep his eyes up and look downfield.
Could you imagine if Burrow had like the Lions offensive line?
6,000 yards every year.
Back-to-back Super Bowl champion.
Forever. It'd be like a video game. I love Joe Burrow, though. I'm guilty. Okay, I'm like caller Nick earlier in the show with Matt Vierling. I love Joe Burrow.
He could start in Kansas City.
The next three teams come from the AFC South. Houston Texans is simply two-word sophomore slump. Would be their
okay,
nightmare.
why? Why is that a thing?
Because it's just always a thing. Not saying he'll have it, but saying you have to worry about it because it's always a thing to worry about.
It's a thing because you have to, right, when quarterbacks, because can he follow up, can Stroud follow up last year with this year? The tape is there. You know, it's difficult to do, Mike, especially for quarterbacks. So if it's what separates the one-hit wonders from the guys who are actually good and become Pro Bowlers because you know consistently they can get it done. It's just like with Burrow, it's like, okay, but can you do it again? Yes, he went out there and he did it again.
I just think the problem for me is A, Houston's gotten better, and B, nothing Stroud did was fluky. Like it just didn't. It didn't feel synthetic. It wasn't real,
fluky, Mike. It wasn't fluky, but it's kind of like what I talk about for the Lions this year. Houston's not going to sneak up on anybody. I don't think people really prepared for the Texans last year. You kind of saw that as an auto win when you played them on the schedule. Oh, yeah, you played a schedule game, Houston. Oh, that's a W, until it wasn't.
And then let's close it out with the contenders from the AFC West. Kansas City, their nightmare, of course, is not finding a wide receiver in what they tried to do this year. And then the Chargers is simply, can Jim Harbaugh and Justin Herbert gel?
I see for Kansas City, I think it's running out of steam. Yes, you won the Super Bowl last year. You had to go to overtime. You didn't have a wide receiver. You had people holding out at the beginning of the year. Can you keep this thing together for one more season and hope that some of your younger guys bloom? I'll let you handle the Chargers.
No, you're right. Look, as long as you have Michael Jordan, yes, that's what Mahomes is, man.
Yeah.
I mean, as far as the Chargers, I'm not going to read anything into year one. They're retooling the whole operation. They're switching schemes dramatically. Harbaugh wants what he wants, which is ground and pound. That's going to take some time. So I
think for the Chargers, it's really what's the relationship going to be with Harbaugh and Herbert? Because if they get along, that could be that team could really do something. But if they butt heads, and we all know that Jim's a little eccentric, and then it can get contentious where now it's going to be one of those.
By little eccentric, do you mean whacked out of his skull?
Well, I was trying to be nice. I'm trying to be positive.
And that is in football today.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. Lions depth going to be tested early in training camp and mandatory minicamp today in Allen Park. Quarterback Khalil Dorsey was carted off the field with an apparent lower leg injury. Also today was revealed running back Jahmyr Gibbs is dealing with a soft tissue injury. This according to head coach Dan Campbell. Lions will continue minicamp through tomorrow in Allen Park. That'll be followed by OTAs again between the 10th and 12th of the month. Kenta Maeda on the mound tonight for the Tigers as they go for the sweep in Texas against the Rangers. First pitch, 8:05, right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Tigers looking for their fourth straight win and a clean sweep of the series. They're a plus 115 dog tonight against Texas with Mr. Maeda on the bump. Former Lions quarterback Cam Sutton having a new job. This according to his agent. It'll be the Pittsburgh Steelers signing the Lions' former quarterback, whom they released after he was charged with domestic violence. And at the French Open, Novak Djokovic withdrawing due to a knee injury that will require surgery. From the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Lesson. For more, 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Donald Sterling. By the way, like we're not going to go down this road, but have you started to see the commercials for the upcoming, what is it called? Get Clipped or whatever?
It actually started yesterday.
Did it?
Yes.
Clipped. It looks absolutely horrible.
Right.
You can't expect me to watch this.
Oh, I am.
Ed O'Neill is Donald Sterling.
Yes.
Al Bundy?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
This is worse than Cuba Gooding as OJ.
No, Mike. From the commercials I watch, I think that he's going to nail this.
Okay.
You got to get past that he's Al Bundy.
I can't.
Yeah. I think it looks good. The one that gets me is Fishburne as the coach.
Doc Rivers.
Right. I was like, okay, that's a stretch.
That's outrageous. Yeah. It's not even close.
Well, we'll see.
All right.
They're great actors, so maybe they'll get you to forget that they don't look like the people.
And Sterling is such a scumbag that, like, I want to watch it, but it's very difficult to bring myself to it.
I'm going to give the first 2 episodes a watch.
Okay. Let me know, and if it's worth it, I'll follow.
Was it V. Stiviani? Or
whatever. She wore, like, a visor over
right,
her face.
Even watching that, and then the wife, it looks like it could be intriguing.
All right. I want to bring something up. We'll get to the ticket text. If you're looking for Tiger baseball, we open the show with it. We're going to get back to it at 5. Above 500, shot to sweep tonight. Yet on the same day, you have Kirk Gibson out of nowhere calling the morning show and doing the Bally propaganda and how everything's great. You get Lynn Henning writing about how much we're going to get for Flaherty in a month. It's just very difficult to wrap your arms around it and figure out whether you're allowed to be happy if you know you're headed off a cliff.
Yeah.
Or you know it's not sustainable to keep winning 2-1, 3-1, or have a lineup that looks like this. But yet, 2.5 out of the wild card, you know the Twins are flawed. You know the bottom of the AL is as bad as it's ever been. Is there a pathway to being a buyer? So we'll get back into it in the 5 o'clock. But you saw the new upcoming college football playoff, the 12-team, or what are we, 14 now? 12? Did they change in the last hour?
No. Well, they're still the same.
All right, we're at 12?
I think so.
Okay. So the new TV schedule for this, being that you are the resident greedmonger, a.k.a. TV executive, why don't you, there it is. Why don't you, hey, listen, it's free. Why? By the way, be on the lookout for Rico making his debut in the Tigers promo. Be on the lookout. It's in the rotator. You're going to know when you know.
What, are we giving away tickets now?
No, that's Cookie's routine in the morning. I'm sure they'll have something. You just won the sci-fi high five or whatever the hell it's called.
Well, here's the beauty of it. Mike, at least for you, to watch the college football playoff games, none of them are going to be on Peacock. You don't have to stream anything. They're on ESPN, and they're on TNT the first 2 rounds. TNT has the first 2 rounds. I've often said that they should do the quarterfinal first-round games during the first week of bowls because nobody ever watches those games. So what a great lead-in. So, yeah, on Friday, December 20th and Saturday the 21st, you're going to have 2 games on ESPN and 2 games on TNT. Those will be the home games at teams 5 through 8.
And this is December 20th and 21st.
Yes, Friday and Saturday, December 20th and 21st.
Okay, keep going.
So it's a Friday night game. So maybe MSU will get another Friday night
See,
game.
I don't like Okay, right off the rip, David, am I allowed, without being called a boomer, to say I don't want Friday night college football on December 20th?
Hold on, before you say you're a boomer.
Uh-oh.
One of the best games was a Friday night game last year. It was a conference final game, conference championship game.
That doesn't count as a conference championship game.
This is a playoff game. More at stake. Win or go home. Or you mean to tell me Oregon Washington on Friday night?
I didn't like that game.
Really?
Think.
Oh. I did. I profited.
I bet on Oregon. I hated you, Duff. I hated him.
I got a nice pullover.
I bet on Bo Nix and all 7 of his stupid kids.
But Friday, the first game is going to be a Friday night game at 8 p.m. on ESPN, noon on Saturday on TNT, a 4 p.m. on Saturday on TNT, and then an 8 o'clock ABC ESPN.
Stop the clock. So they're going against the NFL. Isn't the NFL going to have a Saturday night game?
They are.
Oh, come on. See, why?
But are they? Because college has been doing Saturday. The NFL kind of infringed on their territory.
The NFL just told the NBA to go bleep itself, and they took over Christmas Day. They do whatever they want.
Well, college football is saying, hey, we were Saturday before you were Saturday. We don't have games on Sunday.
Good luck with that.
We don't do games. So, yeah, the NFL is probably going to have some games on that.
So it's Friday and Saturday. Then how does it work the next week?
It is then it's looks like 2 weeks later or 10 days later, quarterfinal games on New Year's Eve. It'll be the Fiesta Bowl. No, only one game, Mike. One game, New Year's Eve, Fiesta Bowl, followed by on New Year's Day on a Wednesday, Peach Bowl, Rose Bowl, and the Sugar Bowl.
All right, David, I'm going to say this, and I need his microphone turned off. Not because I lack respect for the man, but I don't want to argue, and I just want to speak to you directly momentarily. This is total garbage. And I know the listeners don't have the guts to back me because they'll be called boomers too. But I want you to think about, once we sort through Rico's PowerPoint presentation, here's all I heard in this. Friday night, up against NFL on a Saturday night, New Year's Eve, Wednesday Peach Bowl. Does any of this sound really good to you?
To be honest, no, because I got to make decisions on what I'm watching.
Can I say something real? Games have always been on New Year's Day, Mike. The bowl games.
You said New Year's Eve.
No,
Friday night.
No, there's one game on New Year's Eve. The other 3 games are on New Year's Day.
Put all 4 on New Year's Day.
Which happens to be on a Wednesday this year.
I can't wait till you're hosting this show and tell me how much you like your format.
Man, I'm off that day.
248.
You want to go watch ponies? I'm off that day.
I want to hear the people on this. And again, hey, if you don't care, fine. The playoff.
Oh wait, there's
more.
Oh, that was just quarterfinals, Mike.
Go ahead,
folks. Here's where Mike heads explode. Semifinal games, Mike. Thursday, Orange Bowl, 7:30. Friday, Cotton Bowl, 7:30. Both on ESPN. January 9th, January 10th.
Why would you not have both games on the same day?
Well, you want to milk this thing.
No, now one team has a day less rest. It's stupid. Carry on.
And then the championship game is Monday, January 20th at 7:30 in Atlanta.
Okay. People, can I have 5 people who care about this? Does this actually sound good to you? All the years People like Rico demanded an expanded playoff. Okay. Does this really sound like something you wanted? Look at when these games are.
And you got to get past that.
Leave me alone.
Okay.
How dare you?
Okay.
It's one thing.
There's lots of clouds. Start yelling at them.
I'm not yelling at them. I'm saying you've told me the TV schedule, and I don't like it.
What TV schedule would you have liked?
Well,
Mike?
first of all,
You
I don't
wouldn't
need
have.
If you would allow me, A, you can't have games on New Year's Eve. B, you should never be going head-to-head against the NFL. 3, the semifinals deal where the games are on separate nights. Why? It's 2 football games. You play them on the same night. You determine the final. It's 8 great hours of TV, and both teams have an equal shot at this deal without having one less day of rest. I mean, those 3 right off the surface, and 4, who the hell invited TNT to the party? I don't want college football on TNT. What the hell is that?
Mike, here's the thing. You can't go head-to-head against the NFL except for that Christmas week. Guess what happens? NFL is on every day but Tuesday. So at some point, you got to play your game. The NFL is basically, we're going to be on Monday night, Wednesday night, Thursday night, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. There you go.
Okay, and we arrive at the point I've made to you.
But that's the NFL.
The networks are ruining sports for me. It's too much, too often. It's just not what I want, and I'm not a boomer for feeling that way.
Or it becomes the most wonderful time of the year.
Go to hell. 248-539-9797.
I need Gibby to call this show.
Right. I want to hear another story from 84. Tell me how I should be, kissing the ground that Chris Ilitch walks on. No, make playoffs. I'm excited they're winning. I'm excited that it's not baseball season's over, but oh my God.
Mm-hmm. But no, the only thing I've never liked the New Year's Eve game ever. Even when they kept playing them, I was just like, I understood because they were afraid of the NFL. The NFL was that on the first, which was a Sunday. So college football said, well, we don't want to go up against them. You get one game, you get the other 3 games spread out throughout the day on that Wednesday.
David, ticket text, or do you want to do those on the other side?
You can do them on the other side.
All
There's a lot
right.
coming in.
That's David telling me to bleep myself. Appreciate that. 248-539-9797. We got some calls coming in on it. And again, if you want to just call me old and
Mike,
mean.
I don't think it's old or mean. What I think it is, it's different. And a lot of people have a hard time with different.
You make me sound like the old people in the commercials, man.
Young people have a hard time with. Most people have a hard time with different. You always say you want change until change happens, and it's like, wait, you mean you move the furniture? Yes, that's called change.
I feel like I'm being made fun of.
No,
I feel like I'm being made fun of, David.
No, if I was making fun of you, I would say, Mike, I'm about to make fun of you. That's making fun of you. All right, every house is different, but then again, they're all the same in one way. Everybody's got those places where the Wi-Fi just won't go. Maybe it's the attic. Maybe for others, it's their basement. For you, it could be the upstairs bedroom. Well, if you had wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity, you could worry less about these dead spots. Finally, with wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity, you get fast speeds throughout your home, reliable connections in every room, and enough power for all your devices, even when everybody is online. That's wall-to-wall Wi-Fi only with Xfinity. That's wall-to-wall Wi-Fi with Xfinity now through June 21st. Get started with a 300 megabit internet for just $35 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract and get free Wi-Fi equipment included. You got to switch today, folks. I'm telling you, this is a great deal. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a store bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees are extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
Being number one, not easy. Takes years of experience, dedication, and determination. And the number one mattress, purchased by millions every year, it's Serta. They've got the experience, 111 years of it to be exact. The mattress is made right here in our backyard in the great state of Michigan. And right now, during the 4th of July summer sale, you save up to $900 off an iComfort adjustable mattress. Go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you. That's Serta.com. All right, so we just took a pit stop real quick. We'll get back to the Tigers at 5 o'clock. A little football later in the hour, but the schedule for the college football playoff is out. It features a lot of things I don't like. Maybe I'm just the people from the, hello, it's me, your future you commercial.
It's me,
your future you. You made some bad money moves. Now we're totally screwed. It's my favorite commercial on TV. Who's ready for their performance review?
Don't let your future you
hate you. It's the best. I actually like that commercial. That and the Burger King song. Basically, That's the only two I like. Yeah. All right. David, ticket text.
In the future, I can see the NCAA championship and the Super Bowl on the same weekend.
Yeah, exactly. You have to pick what you want to watch.
No, if they were smart, they would do it in that off week. Like do the Super Bowl, like the championship game. And then you know how they used to have the 2 weeks in between, play the national championship game in that week.
Can we just arrive at the conclusion there's too much football? There's too much of a good thing. It's too much ice cream.
I was about to say to some people, that's like saying it's too much chocolate.
Well, it's too much.
We have the 80 games to get to the week before the Super Bowl.
Thank you, Dave.
What are we doing?
Thank you.
I'm with Mike. This is an abomination. College football is dead. Between all the asinine changes in the last couple of years, college football is a shell of what it used to be.
I think what I want to
person who said this forward pass is just a fad.
See, that's cheap shot. That is a cheap shot.
That's your Ronald Acuna.
Okay, that's fair. The point I'm making is I think what I want is consolidation. For instance, what do we love about March Madness? Half the game's Thursday, half the game's Friday. It's established. Like the semifinal being on 2 separate days is ridiculous. The quarterfinal, let's shoehorn a game into New Year's. No. Set up a day of television for the fan.
I think the semifinal, if it's ever on the weekend, I can see them doing that. But I guess because you got the 10 days in between, or 10 or 11 days between the national championship game, it's Thursday or Friday. So they just said, let's milk this and make sure we capture the audience for 2 nights instead of 1.
David?
As long as it's football, Mike, bon appetit, J-Dub. Someone else says, I think Mike needs a snack.
Come on. All right,
They're calling you a boomer.
Okay. All right, that's fine. I'll own it.
No, Mike, you're not a boomer. Let me defend you. A lot of people, seriously, it does. Change affects a lot of people, and a lot of people don't like that. This is going to be something that in a few years we'll forget about. Just like when the NCAA tournament went from 64 to 68, and then they had the play-in games. And we complained at first until we were like, you know what? It wasn't that bad. And then all of a sudden, what do we need a play-in game for? Oh, wait, somebody from the play-in game made it to the Final Four. Maybe I should pay attention to this play-in game.
Oh, maybe we ought to add more teams. Woo!
I do think that, look, this is going to end up being 16 teams. That's going to be an argument for a later date.
Oh, can't wait.
Right now,
maybe we'll have a game on Christmas Day.
The NFL is.
It's what I can't stand. Our holiday should be sacred.
But Mike, to some people, they enjoy watching the game rather than talking to family. It means that for 3 hours, I don't have to talk to these people.
That's actually a very salient point. All right, let's go to the phones. We go to Jason, who's up next, 97.1. Jason, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, what up, fellas? How you doing?
Hey, Jay, what's going on?
Hey, I was going to do my John Keating impression just to help you guys out a little bit, but I think the Tigers are playing better baseball.
Well, they say, Simo.
They say that there's a rainbow over the edge.
Jason wins. So what's on your mind today?
Well, we talk about the gambling thing, and we're talking about, the players and stuff like that. But, who's to say that the officials aren't in on this stuff? I mean, you never know if the guy's got some kind of nephew's, second cousin's friend who's Vegas throwing down on a parlay of an over-under, wide receiver catching for over 100, and he's calling a flag for pass interference. You know, you just never know. I mean, there's no way you could even – this thing could go even further than we could even imagine.
So it has impacted how you watch. You actually have a higher degree of skepticism.
Absolutely. I mean, there's no way you can go back and follow the trail to even find these guys. I mean, who knows? You don't know who if this guy has, you know, somebody who's in Vegas that lives there that's just a friend of the family of, you know, Uncle Bob or something.
Yeah, the only way they got Jonte Porter was he's a nobody, and the biggest bet of the entire night was his prop bet under, which is just a red flag, a complete red flag.
I can just imagine in the room like, who is Jonte Porter, and why is people putting money on this?
$250,000 on under rebounds for this scrub?
Is Michael Porter? But no, that's not him. That's his brother. He's got a brother?
Right. Joe is up next, 97.1. What's up, Joe?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
How are you?
Just calling about the conflicts in scheduling. I don't think there's any consideration for the athlete being taken. And your average fan's going to say, yeah, well, they make millions of dollars, so they got to suck it up. But hey, we're already seeing injuries striking the leagues in mass force over the past couple of years. If you're adding more games to schedules, if you're giving less rest time, these people are going to get hurt. It's going to happen.
Yeah, Joe, I think that ship sailed a long time ago. It's a valid point that you're making. Please don't get it twisted. But yeah, that you more so see it because in college football you got 6 days in between, but like in college hoops, when you got to hop on a plane and fly across country to play a game in 48 hours, that's where it's just like, come on, guys. Don't give me the whole we're out for the student athlete. You're really not. This is where, Mike, I agree with you. It's about the money, and the network's trying to get as many games as possible. So, Joe, you are correct.
Joe, the worst part.
And so at college, I can see it because you don't have the star name athletes like you do in the majors. So I guess from that point, I can understand it. But it just you're diluting the product because you're having star athletes go down, and when you have to have bench players play, you're just going to have a lesser on the field.
Look, here's real, Joe. Look, I get made fun of, and that's fine. But for me, there's an ability to make an obscene amount of money, and none of us had a problem with it. But then they said, but wait, there's more. And then, but wait, there's more. You get to a point where the greed oozes out of this, and you go, what are we even doing anymore?
Because I'll say this, what happened was this. The NCAA was real dad, and real dad decided to leave. Stepdad came in and said, I'll save this family. I'll keep it together. That was the TV people. And they just put a ton of money in this, and now they're running the show. And now you're going to live by their rules and what they say.
So Stepdad rolled in, and he likes the beer, the cigarettes, and the whores.
Pretty much.
Got it.
But Stepdad is also paying.
That's the networks.
No, but you want to know what's happening? Stepdad just paid off your car. Stepdad's sending you to college.
But
and you're
Stepdad is a derelict.
And you're like, well, I don't have to be here because I'm going to go off to university.
Yeah, well, Stepdad ruined the family.
In a brand new car.
248.
Real dad abandoned us.
Well, new dad ruined the family, so it all ended up the same. College football's dead. There
at least you
go.
got a car and an education.
David, we need a pastor to comment on this.
I don't know what to say.
Yes, you do.
David, it is. The NCAA.
What a comparison.
The NCAA threw up their hands and said, we don't care. Do what you want to do. TV walked in and said, wait a minute. What if we pay you for this and this and this? Can we take this over? You took their money, and now you have to live. It's their house rules. Stepdad, the real dad can come back, but you know what? You're in the guest house. I live in the main house now.
Sounds like college football and everything and all these networks, all these leagues are the whore. That's what it sounds like.
Yes.
That's what it sounds like to me.
That's right. That's right.
Wow. And I'll give you this money.
You know what?
Fans are the accidental child. There you go.
If you preach this Sunday, I will show up with a $500 contribution to your church. College football is the whore.
The lady at the well.
I need you.
Who's the lady? No, come on now. Don't be
making. The lady at the well was a whore.
Right.
Slept with other people's husbands.
They were going to stone her.
I'm not going to say what I'm going to say next, but is that a certain somebody?
No, it was actually a story.
It was a story in the Bible.
I know. That's not who I think you're talking about, is it? I'm not going to utter it because then we'll get hit by lightning.
No.
Who, Mary?
Yeah.
No.
No, not that one.
He said it.
Yeah, not that one.
Hit
No.
him with the ball.
No.
The bolt.
No.
Like, what's happening here? No. Let me just, you know what?
And it was actually unproven that Mary was that person. It was a slander against her name. Let's just leave it at that.
All right. Hey, Grissom, calm down, okay? This isn't a theology class.
You sure?
Yeah.
248-539. Which Mary do you?
No, okay, Ben. Hey, let me tell you, it beats the dessert buffet in the morning. Hey, do you like chocolate chips? 248. Hey, the NBA playoffs, full steam.
Jeez.
Now, how in the HELL am I supposed to do this read?
Heather with the news.
Baby's head used as bowling ball on the east side. Thanks, Heather. All right, listen. I mean, her news is so sad. Like, Cookies and John are having a good time. All right, here's Heather with the news. Cutscene. None thrown off a cliff. What? What happened here? All right, FanDuel. Come on, I got to take care of this. $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 wager. It's $150 to use on SGPs, live bets, title odds, and anything you can dream up. NBA Finals, maybe you don't care. Hell, just root against me. I'm a Celtics fan. Go ahead, bet on Kyrie to flip off the crowd and dance. Do whatever you like. FanDuel.com/ticket, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only, $10 first deposit. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, we'll get back to the Tigers at 5 o'clock. Little football between now and then, and an update on the mystery that is your Detroit Pistons and no press conferences for anything. Rico will have a report. David, ticket text first, though. More about the lady at the well. I'm kidding. Go ahead.
I can't watch the college football playoff if they compete with the NFL, but is it free to listen to?
And if you haven't heard Rico's new Tiger promo, you're just going to have to be listening. It's truly art.
I actually have to agree with Mike on this one. I'm tired of having to look everywhere for games on weird days.
Yeah, also, how does the college football playoff end up on TNT? Would nobody want it?
No, but it's a part of that. It's why TNT lost the NBA, because they wanted to go and get into the whole football thing. So, yeah.
Where's ABC?
They're there.
Where's CBS?
ESPN
Where's
and
Fox?
ABC. Fox, it's not in there. Fox will have all the other bowl games.
I mean, at least I don't have to hear that idiot Gus Johnson.
So hold on. We have to watch games on Fox all year, but when it matters, nothing.
David, this is my...
And we have to jump to TNT.
They lost the bid. What do you want me to say? Pay more money. Quit being cheap.
Oh, my gosh. Friday night games take away the advantage of being at home. The home team crowd isn't going to get there till nearly kickoff.
They don't care. They don't...
Stop. You guys do realize this is also during the holiday season, so most people aren't working anyway.
And they don't want to have to... You know what? I'm not even going to say it.
So
there are games...
If your team is playing if they're 5 through 8, trust me, the stands will be filled. They'll find a way to get there. Now, to me, this is straw man. Well, yeah. What about the fans? They got to get off work. First of all, no, they won't. They'll make it. They'll make it there.
First
I'm not
round
worried.
game on the 20th and the 21st of December. I guess Rico wants everyone to take the entire month of December off from work to go to these games.
Right.
You're
the whole month
already
of
off.
December is brought to you by Cash the Ticket, as none of us work.
You're already off. Because think about it.
The
Friday, because Christmas is on the 25th, most people are going to take their week before. No work's going to get done on that Friday. Let's just be real about it. Nothing.
Look, man, I had one day off last December, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Guess what you're going to hear? Me and Mike on the radio.
Yeah.
I don't know. You'll be...
Me and David dressed in Santa Claus outfits. I'm just saying, it just, you know what, I get to a point where football is losing the ability to be special because it's never not on.
Correct.
We fell in love with it because it was Saturday and Sunday. Now it's everywhere.
Right. And for
Go
everybody,
ahead, call me Peter, call me Columbo.
No, but it's funny because the people who are upset about a Friday game, the NFL is playing a game every day that week but Tuesday.
And I don't like it. I don't like it.
And they probably got angry, like, you really can't play a Tuesday game? No, you can't.
Give me the report on the Pistons.
Okay. This is according to James Edward of The Athletic. Says there's a 50-50 chance that Monty will be staying and as the head coach. So we're going to wait to see what Trajan Langdon is going to do. They've yet to have the press conference, but Monty Williams, 50-50 chance that he could stay as the head coach, and it just leads you to wonder. The easy part was Troy Weaver. This one's going to require some thought.
No, it's not.
Do you keep was Monty just in a bad situation, or did he just not want to be here?
What was the stuff Aaron Rodgers was doing with the olive oil? That's what that organization needs. What was that called?
Ava Vasana?
Yes.
Sure. Yeah.
Yes.
Sure. Honestly, you need an organizational enema. I told you, Trajan Langdon needs to come to town. Just get everybody out.
Is that what he has to do to, I guess, to gain the confidence of the city?
I can't speak for the city. I speak for myself. Yes. Because right now I got a major problem that he was rep by Arn Tellem as a player, and it's another friends and family discount. I told you, bludgeon everybody out of here, and don't take Mazelis at 5 because that's Michael Tellem's client. You do all of that, I'm going to believe you're your own man.
See, for me, you got to make a move. Whether it's you trade everybody and you bring in Cade a partner, or you get rid of Cade, but you bring in a legit player.
Oh, I like that too.
Or you rebuild the system with a ton of picks. That, to me, gets that confidence because, unfortunately, you don't own it coming in the door because, frankly, it looks like the Pistons really aren't owning you. You feel like the stepchild right now because No press conference, no nothing unless you happen to be in Mackinac. That's what it feels like. Feels like you're the illegitimate kid.
Uh-oh.
Feels like.
Seems like.
Seems like. We don't really talk about that kid.
See, I'm with you,
Now
Rico.
you sound like a Michigan fan. His biological son. The other one does drugs.
I'm with you, Rico, because while I don't want Cade traded, I think if you make a decision either way, I have to, as a fan, say, okay, I have to trust that this is the move here.
David,
whatever you decide to do.
You got nothing to lose.
Brad Holmes had to earn our respect. And what did he do? 2 straight drafts where he went in there and said, I'm going to fix this team. And then you're like, you know what? We trust him so much that he went out and drafted a guy who just started playing football from Canada that nobody's ever seen. And you got people defending that pick saying, oh, that's going to be the next great left tackle.
Right.
Really?
Guy's a profile of a silhouette on ESPN. That guy's a dog. That silhouette looks mean.
But that's how much we trust him.
Right.
And I'm saying for Trajan Langdon, you got to come in here, you got to make some type of a move and have it work in order to gain the respect of people back. Because right now, there's nothing down there, man.
No, and I have reached a point with that franchise that I think David's onto it. It's trade everybody and keep Cade, or trade Cade and keep everybody. It doesn't fit. It doesn't work. It needs the Ava Vasana deal here, and we just flush it all.
Right.
So if you're 50-50 with your coach, he's 100% gone. Yeah. Like there can't be. It has to be something where if there are seeds of doubt, I could still work my way to keeping you. But if you've reached coin flip status,
no, because I guess for me, I don't know if you were being held hostage by Troy Weaver and you wanted to do things differently, but he was your boss. Because we've all had that job where you wouldn't have done it this way, but your boss said, get in there and do it that way.
Yeah, but see, he still did what he did with Jaden Ivey early in the year and fought with him.
You win.
No, it's not winning.
But unless Troy said, look, Killian is really good. I know he's going to be good. I need him to be good.
Help me.
Play him.
See, but here's the thing.
Now,
you just said the key thing, Rico, because if he stays, in the back of my mind, I'm wondering, well, did he stay because you owe him this money? Or did he stay because he's the right coach?
That's fair, David. That is fair.
So now you're back in the same situation.
That they're saying, well, we're paying him regardless, so we might as well make him go out there and work. For me, it's very simple. If I'm Trajan Langdon, do you want to be here? It's yes or no.
Wait. Oh, Damani?
Damani, do you want to be here? And it's okay to say I don't. And we'll buy you out and we'll move on.
Man, every press conference he said it with the way he looked. Help me.
You know what?
The only thing missing was a sign that said help. Rescue me.
He started blinking in Morse code.
Right. What have I done? He should have been wearing a sweatshirt that just said buyer's remorse. Like, dude, it just is what it is.
Like, I think he's saying call for help. I remember my old Boy Scout days, but yeah, that's what I think he's saying. Help me, please. Mistake. First flight out of here. Please.
Ticket text here says, no reason Monty is still here. I saw that man look defeated and miserable last year. Signed the city of Detroit.
Yeah. We'll see. And again, if they're waiting, it will be an unbelievably interesting press conference if PR actually allows the man to take questions.
Wait, they have press conferences?
I'm saying eventually you'd have to. Dude, if he walks in like Al Capone and wipes out the whole front office and the coach, yeah, I'd like to think there's going to be some questions.
Maybe.
And by the way, the draft is what, 3 weeks from today?
Oh, or Trajan's tooling around town and calls the midday show.
Do you like Gouda? All right.
What was your favorite Duke experience?
Shut up, you. All right, let me take care of some business. We're going to get some football. We'll get to the Tigers top of the hour. Chance for a sweep tonight. They're a game over. And yet there's conflicting messaging. We'll talk about it. Victor's Home Solutions. Well, if you thought you had a problem with your roof, you're going to really come home to something special tonight after that rainstorm. Bottom line, choosing Victor's is the right move. You are getting a roofing company that has a customer concierge team. You get complete follow-up through the whole process. Installers who really work in the realm of perfection, and then they have inspectors that follow them up to guarantee your satisfaction. Your home, your landscaping will be protected, and Victor's is so confident in what they do, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. Victor's gets it. More 5-star reviews than anybody. You are getting the best roofing contractor in the state of Michigan. It's simple. Schedule that free, no obligation, 21-point roof inspection today by calling 734-773-1100. That's 734-773-1100 or online anytime at victors.com. All right, 5 o'clock. Great to have you with us. You missed anything, Odyssey.com. Rewind. Want to get back into the Tigers. Game over 500. We're actually starting to be somewhat respectable, I think. Maybe, sort of, possibly. Well, here's the interesting part. Look, clearly, chance to sweep tonight. Maeda's got to get this thing turned around because he's been a complete dumpster fire. But it was the morning show that was interesting where out of nowhere, from the clouds, Kirk Gibson called it. And it was, look, this is my opinion. I have a right to it. He wasn't interested in a conversation. He wanted propaganda. You know, this team's progressing. I'm hearing some negativity. Yeah, they were having a topic about leaving mediocrity behind and let's go on a run. Okay, then. And then it descended into campfire story time from things that happened 40 years ago. So I said, okay, the way to do this, and by the way, it was a really nice job by the guys because I don't think the conversation was going anywhere because one party wasn't interested in a conversation. So I said, all right, Gibby represents an element of the fan base, just like Cookies does. There is the patience. You know, Kirk Gibson's message was patience. And I'm sorry, but when you've lost the right for patience when you're still telling me stories from 40 years ago. And if you look at the last decade of the AL Central, every team in this division has won it, except you. I don't want to hear about patience. I'm a different part of the fan base. I think there's patience versus passion. And you guys determine which you are. Now, I think the interesting part of this is maybe a vast majority of fans reside in the middle. That the fringes of patience, just be happy, enjoy the ride, buy a We're 500 t-shirt, that's a fringe. The other fringe are people like me who, if you don't make the playoffs, you suck. And I'm tired of an owner that doesn't spend. And I'm tired of hearing we got to wait for the core. On the same day that Kirk Gibson called the morning show, out of nowhere, Lynn Henning writes a piece about all the fun things we're going to get when we sell Jack Flaherty for spare parts. Mm-hmm. So how am I supposed to be told about patience when we know what's probably coming? So my solution is do enough on the field that we don't get a choice about the conversation. Do enough that we are buyers. Do enough that you pay Jack Flaherty. Do enough that, look, maybe some of the young pieces are good enough that we feel totally different about the core. You know how I feel about the Scooble thing. Mm-hmm. So the next month determines what really happens. Yeah. Now, they've played really good ball the last 11 games. And I just can only hope on a day-by-day basis they keep this up. But, Rico, I would really like to know, you, the people, are you Team Gibby, preaching patience, or are you team whatever, like us, where it's passion? I don't believe negativity, criticism, whatever these hot button words are, that doesn't make you a bad fan. It means you want more than the status quo.
No, here's the thing. Patience has a shelf life. Patience normally gives you about 5 years, and after for a sports team, you got 5 years to kind of turn it around, especially if you're at rock bottom. Show me some progress. You can buy yourself some extra years, and I'll be willing to hold on. Look at the Wings. They tantalized you and thought, maybe you can make the playoffs, so you're willing, you know what, I'll wait another season. But when everybody in your division has won the division but you, since the last time you've been there, your patience kind of goes out the window. When it's been over almost 10 years now, and you haven't gone to the playoffs, you look at the team and you're waiting for your core to get better, and they're nowhere close to being solidified. You can't preach patience and you're already in double-digit years. That's not patience anymore. To me, that's taking advantage of your fan base. That's just hoping that they just love you so much that they'll just, drink dirty water because you're offering it to them. And hey, what about the good times? And we're going to retire numbers and we're going to do this. No, how about you just give the fans a good team? So if this thing were, just getting started, yeah, okay, maybe you could be patient and it's not going to happen overnight. Right. But no, the patience and the shelf life for this patience ended a long time ago. And if you are that upset about it, I don't know what to say. have your team do better
But here's
because it's
the
not the
other-
fans' fault.
Here's the other interesting part, right? The juxtaposition to what Gibby called in with this morning is, okay, if this team's over 500 and they still sell, what do you say to the fan base? Now, again, listen, Jeff Passan's piece yesterday on ESPN.com, baseball's binary. If you're not in the playoffs, do everything you can to get there. But if they're winning and they still dovetail out and they trade Jack Flaherty, Mark Canha, a bullpen piece, how do you then look at your customer base and ask for, you guessed it, more patience? So I think we are in a fascinating, call it 45-day period, 30 to 45 days. If you're like me and you want more and I want a pennant chase, they got to keep winning games, man. They got to just, no, you're not going to win 8 of every 11. Like I heard, it was so funny, and I give Cookies credit because he didn't lose his temper. But like Jansen was like, well, they're 8-3 in their last 11. What do you mean they got to go on a run? Here, John, let me explain baseball to you. We're talking about over 40 games, not 10. 50 games, 60 games. Do what the Cardinals just did over a month. Turn your season around, change the conversation, and they're starting that process right now. So how do we now go to that next level of being 6, 7, 8 games over and not just bouncing between 1 game under, 1 game over, even, 2 games under, even? I'm fascinated.
You know, you're treading water is what it is. You're not getting closer to the shore, but you're also not sinking. You're just kind of there.
I want to know if they're starting to turn. Look, and again, do I think winning the way they've won the last 2 nights is sustainable? Absolutely not. 2-1, 3-1, 50 pitch holds and saves by Bo Brisky. I mean, look, Flaherty, I got scared last night, and then the report was out. Tightness, precautionary, expects to make next start. Huge sigh of relief. They cannot have anything happen to Skubal, Flaherty, or Olsen. But Rico, I think the pitching's good enough. They're going to be frustrating in that they will maintain a baseline. I had them winning 84 at the start of the year. What was your number?
I think I had them around the same. I think I went 82 or 83.
Fine.
Yeah, it was right closer to 5.
Winning record, right? For the record. So the negative show had him with a winning record. Here's the point I'm making. It's based on the pitching. It is the pitching being 90 win good and the hitting being more 75 win good. So that's the frustration is, man, how much better could we be? Well, now you go, all right, what is on the sustainable list? Is Matt Vierling being Babe Ruth sustainable? No, not in my world. Colt Keith, probably sustainable. Pedigree, prospect value, and you're seeing that linear progression of hit for extra base power, hopefully home runs come next. Riley Green, I believe in you. But beyond that, you said something that's so interesting. Core. All right, the real core, and you look at it and you go, all right, Torkelson was supposed to be the face of a franchise. No. Might not even be an MLB player. All right. Parker Meadows, spark plug, Gold Glove center fielder, currently in the minors. Casey Mize, 1-1, ace of staff, probably is a back of the rotation guy. Then you go into Riley Green. He's in a weird spot. He's a good ball player, but I don't think he's this surefire all-star, but he's a good ball player. You want to call him an all-star? I don't have an issue.
And see, for the thing with Riley Green, and I'll let you finish, I think if Riley Green was on a really good team, he would be a lot better because he won't have the pressure of carrying an entire team on his back, because that's what it feels like some nights.
And I'm just happy the power's there.
Yeah.
Again,
but if he
rocket
knew
last night.
If he knew that, you know what, if I don't get it done, the people behind me will get it done. He can go up to the plate. He's more relaxed, and you'll probably get more productivity out of him.
Yes. But overall, if we take Scott Harris at his word, I'm fascinated by the next 30 days. The team has earned the right to pay attention because now they're above 500. I desperately want this team to have a hot month, be a story in June. And I do. Like, if Gibby wants to preach patience to Cookies and Jansen, then here's what I'm going to say. Then there needs to be an accountability when and if this team catches fire. I need support from this organization for our people, for the customer base, that they're going to do something, because it will break this fan base if they're hot and they're 5 games over and then they sell Flaherty. We know they're not trading Skubal, but when we talk about this core is underwhelming, yet they're winning with non-core people, the Scooble thing makes sense. But while they're winning, I'm not going to sell that to people. If they're winning, let's win. I'm not going to sit here, but you know what Scott Harris said.
Yeah.
What follows what he said is they will sell at the deadline. So on the day Gibby tells you everything's amazing, Lynn Henning's piece is, look at all the fun things Flaherty's going to get you.
Mike, because I think Lynn Henning sees it as I do. Okay, let's say you do hit that 10-game winning streak and you go 7 games above 500. And this is just me. It's not Scott Harris, but I think that they know we're not a World Series team. So even if we do somehow trip and fall our way into wild card contention, this isn't a team built to win a World Series.
Not yet.
No.
But my point would be, when you've been out of the playoffs for a decade, making the playoffs matters.
It does.
Not when you're making it injurious to yourself long term. But
if Flaherty can get you a really good piece for long term,
then guess what? Then you're saying goodbye, if what you're saying.
Yes.
Okay. Then I don't need someone calling in and bemoaning a lack of positivity. Why? So the rug can get pulled out? Hey, David, you just won the lottery. Cutscene. A bus just ran over you. Like, I mean, that's you're setting me up for
you won the lottery, but the state just went bankrupt.
All right, State of Illinois on line 3. Rico Beard, tell them all about it.
Okay, guys, you've heard me talk about Specs at LTU. Why? Because Specs at LTU is an extension and bridge to the future of radio, TV, and media broadcast professionals. So if you're up and coming, you want to get into this business, Specs at LTU can help you achieve your goal. Like my man Ayande, back behind the glass. He's one of the Specs grads. I had him in classes. Hey, if you want this, it's very simple. What are you waiting for? You got to be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, ltu.edu/specs, and you're going to learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by people like myself who work in the business. And look, with the hands-on approach and expert faculty, you're going to learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. So I'm going to ask this question again. What are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
All right, being number one, not easy. Takes years of experience, dedication, and determination. Number one mattress purchased by millions every year. It's Serta. 111 years of experience making the world's best mattresses, and they do it right here in the state of Michigan. And right now, the 4th of July summer sale, you save up to $900 off an iComfort adjustable mattress. Go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you. That's Serta.com. All right, Mr. Hatchet Man, we will get to the phones momentarily. Tigers a chance to broom the Rangers. Maeda, please, can you pitch well? He has been throwing BP. I'll own it. I'll lay on the sword. I actually didn't mind this signing because I like the man's career. Holy hell, has Maeda been atrocious. Let's see if he can turn it around tonight and get a sweep. David, what do you got?
My patience level is well below league average. Just like the Tigers' payroll, there might be a correlation, Pat, in Farmington.
Oh, hey, Chris spent when it was Zimmerman. That's all you'll hear from the Chris bots. He paid Baez.
Yes, I am on Team Gibby. You all are whiners, okay?
Okay, just real quick. I don't care. You say whatever you like about us. What would you say when you haven't made the playoffs in a decade? Whining suggests we are ungrateful. Whining suggests we are being big babies. Every team in this division, including the broke bleep dirtbag White Sox, have won this thing since you have. I would love to have a conversation with you and understand it, but that's fine. Carry on.
I'm tired of old players and media making excuses and telling Sparky stories.
Yeah,
I want to win now.
You know what I'd love a moratorium on? Just like Doug and Scott did it with Stafford for years? 1984. I don't want to hear another effing thing about that team. 40 years. David, how old were you in 1984? Let me help you. Dead. Dead. You weren't even a dream in your dad's balls. You were dead.
Well, I may have been. Well, never mind. We'll not talk about that story.
I'm making a point. I don't want to hear about it anymore. I hear you want absurd. Let's talk absurd. It'd be like a Spartan fan circa 06 talking about Duffy Doherty in 66. It is theater of the absurd.
It's not negativity when it's the truth. Don't waste elite pitching because you want to develop farm system bats.
2 bats. This team could be dangerous in the playoffs. Tell me I'm negative. What, because I want more? Guys, I swear, if I had $4 billion and I own this team, I'd have a fireworks show at the park every night. I'm not talking about what goes up in the air. I don't own it. But I would be present in the moment of what the hell I'm watching. I'd go, we have a chance. Do you know how you can neutralize Juan Soto? Aaron Judge? It's called Tarek Skubal.
Yeah.
Reese Olson. Jack Flaherty. Oh, man, if I get 2 bats in here, this town would fall in love again with this team. I'd have 3 million people through my gates. I don't own the team, guys. But don't expect me to sit there and just go, well, we'll take that.
Well, I'm sitting here looking,
What?
The Royals, the Guardians won it 4 times, the Twins won it 3 times, and the White Sox, yeah.
What'd you think, I lied to you?
No. It's just
circle of trust.
No, Mike. It's just the reality when you actually see it.
I know.
Yes.
All right, let's get to the people. See what they have to say. Dan is up next, 97.1. Danny, how you doing, buddy?
I'm great. How are you? I've been sitting here marinating on this for a little bit here. So I heard the Gibby comment, and it got me real fired up. Everything that you just said is kind of what I was sitting on. I'm not going to name names on who needs to go or who we can get. Not my job to figure that out.
That's right.
But like you just said, 2 bats. I don't care if they can fog a mirror, if they can put a baseball in the outfield. This team can do something.
Yes.
Now back to Gibby's comments about 1984. My grandfather always talked about the 2 World Series teams. And one of the last things I heard him say was, I hope you get to see him win one in your lifetime. I thought I was going to get that a decade ago, and it's been a freaking decade. And if we're still scared to buy a little bit at the deadline, it's never going to happen. So what we're hearing from Scott Harris is they're content with some of the guys they have. Now, they can't be content with the everyday lineup. And if you're telling me you can't find two guys that are productive everyday players, when are you ever going to get off the pot and try? If you're happy about being one game over, you're not that far from being legitimate by June. So
No, you're not. You're so right. And I mean, Dan, that's the thing. You know what? Look, and Dan, I don't know your age. I mean, I'm 43. I know I'm not old, but I'm also not young anymore. I get very sensitive to just punting years of my life following teams. So, yes, on a day where they're above 500 and they might sweep Texas, and I don't care Texas has 11 injuries, just win your games. It's like, oh, but we're still selling Jack Flaherty. It's like, I mean, I might not be here next year. Life is fleeting. I want to win.
I can live with a deal like that because there's always an opportunity cost, or there's an upside. Let's say you get an everyday player, maybe they take a shot at a couple prospects with an everyday player. I don't care.
Yeah.
I'd rather see them try and fail than act scared and think this trajectory is gonna sustain.
Well, that's I'm
Mike,
sorry, Rico.
have
Go
you
ahead.
seen Veerling play?
Okay, Rico Beard. No, Dan, I will tell you this. That's why I continue the last couple of weeks to say, change the conversation with your play. It's the only thing you control. Between now and July 15th, let's have a different conversation. Be 10 games over, 7 games over, 8 games over. And you know what, Dan? Then you in the spotlight as Scott Harris or Chris Ilitch, go ahead and sell Jack Flaherty and see what this town does. I want them to be forced into something. So as flawed as they are, or as much as I don't believe, all jokes aside, in the long-term viability of Matt Veerling being your best offensive player, win.
See, but Flaherty is, man, that's the ultimate head scratcher, Mike, because you have him as he's really a rental player.
He is.
So do you just ride it out knowing you're probably not going to see him again, or maybe even if you're if you're 7 games above, maybe you bring in a piece that can help you get there and you trust your pitching staff.
Do you want my answer on what you should do? Here, I'll tell you. You go to him and his representation and go, do you like it here? Is Detroit scary, or are you enjoying your time here? Jack, let's talk extension.
Yeah.
If he tells you to go bleep yourself and he's going to free agency, well, then the choice is being made. But you know what you should be doing?
Trying to resign him.
I'm saying, if you're real and you really believe, look, Chris Fetter and Scott Harris together, this staff, I have never knocked their ability to build a pitching staff. They know what they're doing with pitching. So if you believe in this, sign the guy. It's going to be a big boy deal. Mm-hmm. I wouldn't be surprised if it was 3 at 75. But for all the people who tell me, oh no, they'll spend when the time is right. Well, here's the deal. If you believe you got Jack Flaherty and you fixed him, pay him.
But see, therein lies the rub, because you said that you're going to spend money only when the core's ready.
Well, hey, listen, potato. What do you want me to do? You're busting my chops over there.
No, I'm not. We're
just talking. I'm kidding. 248-539-9797. Let me go to Jim real quick, 97.1. Jimmy, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. Listening to your comments, I empathize with you a lot, Mike. I really do. Here's the problem I have. It's how do I, as a lifelong Tiger fan, and I'm 53, so I'm a little long in the tooth, but I have all the nostalgia, I have all the memories, and I want to love my team whether they're good or bad without being all venomous about it. How do I have permission to do that if they're not winning?
Wow, that's a hell of Jim, I wish I had that answer. Look, here's the other thing. Jim, I'm wired a certain way. It doesn't make it right. You know where I'm from and how we approach things back there. It's a different thing. I get venomous towards my teams because I believe they owe me effort. Owners owe me to spend. Look, I always use this, and Jim, I know we're up against it, but Steinbrenner was a lot of things. But one of the things he said famously is, we put 2 million people through the turnstiles. I owe those people the best ball players my money will buy. Period.
Well, that bucket of money is a lot deeper than most.
No. Whoa. Chris Ilitch's is. He's I believe, one of the top 6 or 7 richest owners in the league. Do not play that game with me. This is not the poverty guy who owns the Reds.
Wait, you mean they're not a small market?
Enjoy your Crazy Puffs. All right, Old Nation Brewing, let's talk about it. If you haven't tried their entire lineup, you are missing out. The M43, one of the best beers in America. It's the IPA that launched them into the sun. M43 is just different. It's approachable. I don't like IPA. You'll like this. Get with Old Nation Brewing, their entire lineup, the B43, the Low Orbit. It's all incredible, all high caliber, award-winning, and it's local. Oh, and by the way, Shandy, it's back. Upgraded can. I busted their chops enough. They finally spent some money on the label. Thanks, guys. It's Old Nation Brewing. Go out, grab yourself a 4-pack for the Belmont Stakes this weekend, Rico. Horses and things.
Yes!
It's Old Nation Brewing. Go buy some. Well, hi there. So it's real simple. John Jansen Weight Loss Club. John lost 40 pounds in 40 days. He lost over 60 in total, and he did it with Ideal U Health Center. And look, they put John on a path to success, coaching, accountability, and a plan. If that sounds like something you're into, sign up now and get $200 Visa gift card when you book your free consultation with idealu.us. It's simple. Idealu.us. Get that $200 Visa gift card, and you could lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days. Just book that free consultation at idealu.us. It's Ideal U Health Center. All right, you missed anything, Odyssey.com. Rewind, a lot of Tiger talk today. Team over 500, chance to sweep the depleted Rangers. Can they put themselves in a position where, an article today from Lynn Henning about trading Jack Flaherty just isn't possible? Otherwise, it's like you're rooting against yourself.
It is, Mike, and I guess, I don't know if this is breaking news or not, but it looks like Alex Faedo is going to the IR.
That beats the alternative, because
this is according to Chris McCoskey.
Evan told me, well, they're calling up a pitcher. I go, well, Flaherty says he's making his next start. Don't let it be Jack.
So, yeah, according to Chris
that would have been a real bad one right there.
Because what was one of my rules on the pathway to positivity?
You got to stay healthy.
Nothing can happen to Skubal, Olsen, or Flaherty. Any other pitcher I can work my way around. Those three have to be Voltron.
Oh, I cringed when I saw the backs. Oh, my God.
Yeah, I know.
Woo!
I know. Sign Max Scherzer's spine. I know. Ticket text.
Everything from the Tigers' wings is this phony propaganda from everyone involved. We know what we're seeing, and we're not set up to compete for a World Series in a couple years. We need a lot more.
Do you think that call came from the world headquarters today?
Sure.
On the way.
I mean, it's a pretty big place. There's lots of rooms to make a call.
I'm not interested in the Tigers. They've shown no inclination that winning a World Series is important to them. I like Gibby, but he's just towing the company line. Jim in Trenton.
So we got to change the conversation. If they can play their way into almost like an indefensible position where it's like, no. You can't think another way. That if you are 8 games over on July 15th and you are in possession of the wild card, like
you have to get this man to resign.
You have to bring help to this team. Yeah.
And I'm saying if he's not going to resign, then
but see,
gotta go.
And that's what I would say to the Chris bots. All right, hey Jack, you enjoying your time here? You feel like you got your career turned around? You feel like we've given you the support? Would you like to be here?
Would you want to run it back another year or 2 or 3?
Because he's going to get paid. Yeah. But what's he worth at the deadline? That's a hard conversation to have if you're playing really well. I'm with you. If they're 500 or below or even a couple games over and they're distantly out of it, it's sad, but it's reality.
Mike, even if they're 7 games above 500 and he's like, I don't know, I'm going to take that as a no because I don't know what else we could do to convince you to stay.
Yeah, and to your point, the Erod thing last year into this year, you can't screw the pooch twice.
Right.
You got to do what's right. So my point is...
And I think you could sell fans of, look how good we are now, and we're going to add this piece, and think about what we're going to be next year.
It's all about the next month. If they can keep on winning, stay hot. I know some of these games are really hard to watch. The bottom line is get to a point where trading Flaherty is not acceptable. So let's go. Like, let's see. Can Maeda not throw BP tonight? That would be nice. And it just... No, and look, I was wrong on Maeda. I explained that he's not flashy, but he's an innings eater, and he's solid, and he's crafty. Look, he's been terrible. Okay, I'll own it. I was wrong.
Mike, we're all wrong.
But it just, he's a guy that's been a pain in the ass for a long time when you face him, and it made sense. Unfortunately, Flaherty turned into Nolan Ryan.
So it all turns around tonight with Kenta Maeda. Oh, yeah, baby.
Hold on, cutscene.
Yeah.
480-foot homer by Seager.
6-0 third inning.
Now, look, so let me ask you a question. We've tried to figure out, patience versus passion, these two factions of the fan base. You heard Gibby's call this morning, I assume. I may have been at team headquarters. But then you had, Lynn Henning's piece about, you're getting all this fun stuff for Flaherty. And you're like, but I'm rooting for them to win, but you're going to take the rug out from under me. Where do we sit here?
Well, honestly, and don't make fun of this because you sort of just said it right now. But you do have to let it play out a little bit longer. And you just said, like in a month from now, if they're sitting here, you are admitting that you do have to let it play out a little bit longer. Yeah. Because here's two options. Forget about Flaherty for a second, and we've debated about like Tarek Skubal, do you trade? Well, what would be a stronger commitment to the future if in the next month they traded Skubal for promising big-time bats, or they signed Skubal to a long-term contract? Which is a bigger commitment?
I think the Skubal thing would be because
to sign him.
Yeah, because what you're saying is we're not afraid of Scott Boras. We're going to be aggressive. We're going to be ahead of this, and we are going to look. I think there, and I know you hate.
So you would sacrifice getting bats right away for that.
You asked what's the stronger message. You didn't ask me what I'd rather do. Bob, look, they're winning. I want them to win. Do I think they're any good? No.
They're sort of winning 500.
No.
Yeah.
But
they're game above.
But they're 8 of their last 11. I'm just saying, you hate when I say this, and you have a right to. I know I lean on it. Optics. Chris and Scott Harris have an optics problem in that they're unwilling to spend and unwilling, to Rico's point, to start the clock. Signing Skubal would be a major statement.
Oh, it would.
This is step one. We're here to stay. We're doing this.
But you know what I think? And listening to Gibby this morning, and just we talk all of us all the time. I think there are more people than we realize who actually agree with Gibby. Not that like, oh, we'll take whatever you give us, but
that's pretty much his message. That's pretty much Gibby's message. If you actually listen to what Gibby said,
whoa, who's
he's normally over there, but he's over here.
Yeah. Well, you guys freak me out.
Yeah, Rieger gets on one point.
I like when he's over here. I don't have to look at him. It's blocked by the screen.
At one point, Gibby said, well, in the past, Javier Baez just got to play, but now we actually get to see other players when Baez struggles. It's this whole message and call of just be happy with what you got.
No, it's not.
Yes, he did. He said you're not the New York Yankees.
No,
don't expect something.
Go down to the ballpark.
That's exactly what it is, Wojo.
No,
it was a message of be happy with what you got.
He said, no, here it is, and I know you can't fathom this. Understand what you got. You think this is exactly what they are. They're actually, by Las Vegas, overachieving a little bit. No one's running around saying, be happy. So you're just making stuff up.
No, I'm not. I'm actually quoting Kirk Gibson.
Did he say,
by the way,
happy with this team?
I respect, but he brought up other points. He brought up other points throughout the conversation where it's like, you guys are too negative. At one point, Wojo, he said, you're too negative.
That?
And then he said, at least we're not mailing it in. That's what he said. So that's...
What?
Can I just...
That has nothing to do with what you're saying.
What are you talking about?
Okay,
That's the message I got.
Save it for the show.
Save it for your show and sit down.
Oh, we have a show?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. I've got you covered. For once, I'm going to defend you.
Okay, thank you.
You're out of control. Sit down.
And by the way,
roll over.
David had one fun fact, and we leave you with this.
Oh, let's hear
Factually speaking, you're not the New York Yankees. Your owner's richer. Chris Illich ranks ahead of Hal Steinbrenner in net worth.
Take that, New York. Stick it.
Help me, I'm poor. All right, we'll talk to everybody tomorrow at 2. 97.1.